the runners coming into view. It's going to be an unbelievable race today. We know we've got people like Kilian in town going for his 11th, but also there's going to be some stiff competition for him with people like Manu Murias, returning champion, El Hussein, and in the ladies, I mean, who are you looking forward to most in that race, Martin?
Hey David, hey everyone, once again welcome to Zegama, indeed stacked field. And in the women's, I think, which is going to be probably more exciting than the men's race.
Yeah.
No offense, boys, but it's much harder
the king's in town.
to actually, yes, for the men, but like for the women to actually easily pick a winner. That's going to be far trickier because we have a lot of talent who have come to this race, and with different skills in the ups, in the downs, on technical. Recently, Denis Moreno ran a 1:10 half marathon earlier this year, which is extremely fast. So, and we know as much as, once again, Zegama is the Aizkorri ridge, it's technical, but it's not muddy today.
Yeah, I mean, we've had, it was looking like rain potentially tomorrow. It seems like the weather's coming towards us a little bit, but people have been looking all week, and it was looking like yesterday was going to be scorching, today bright sunshine, but actually it's still quite moist. There's going to be a little bit of dampness, but not enough to slow down someone like Kilian.
No, but that's the thing. That is perfect, because then the weather conditions are going to be between 10 and 15 degrees. Perfect racing temperature, and once again, the past 3 days it's been sunny. The ground dried up, so I think we couldn't dream for a better field when it comes to breaking the record. And I think let's spill the beans right now, right from the get-go. It's been announced unofficially, but it has been said. And if you've been with us for the longest time with the Golden Trail series, you know, Serginal had a record that was standing for years from Jonathan Wyatt. And Jonathan said to Kilian and other athletes, like, guys, this is not a hard record to break. But if you do the whole first climb looking at each other, you'll never break it. You need to start hard from the beginning. In the climb, just go all out. And Kilian knew that. He did that, broke the course record, and he's coming back to Zegama. And then when he set the record of this race, he was going extremely fast on the downhill already. There was good ground conditions. So I asked him, is it like Sergi now? Like, do you break this record by pushing harder on the up? And he looked at me, he's like, that's exactly it. If you push on the up further, harder, and right from the beginning, this is how you're going to break the record. And my last question is like, all right, are you going to try and go for it? And he said, yes.
And this is what we want, because I mean, I've had to dust off my gramophone at home, because it is certainly record season today. And we want him to be pushing as hard as he can, because that can lead to mistakes. That can lead to basically record or bust. And behind him, we've got some runners he doesn't know, like Kevin Kibet, who's an extremely fast runner, long distance for him, but also, as ever, in the wings, El Hussein, always hanging around, always unshakable off your tail. And these two have been sat together over dinner the last 3 days. Lunch, they know each other extremely well. Kilian's his sponsor now, but El Hussein can follow normally if someone shows him how, and it's on the downhill that Kilian has probably a greater advantage over El Hussein, and the fact that El Hussein, he's got the speed and the confidence to follow, it could be open to someone else spoiling the party.
Yeah, it's very, very tricky to try and make predictions, because remember, they were all, like, most of the world's best at Serginal, and when Kilian decided to go for the record, he got in Ponchette with over 4 minutes lead on second place. 4 minutes lead on second place. Like, when he chooses to blast the uphills, I don't know if many runners can actually hold on to him. Maybe Patrick Kipengeno could do this. He's not here today. So it's left with Kevin Kibet, as you said, Robert Penboy.
Yeah, I think he'll try. Yeah, even though Robert won't last the distance, he's the type of runner who will actually go out hard. But in the women's, I mean, if you've not heard already, really, really sad news. Sarah Alonso, she's picked up a virus or similar a couple of days ago from nowhere, it seems. She's okay, but has pneumonia and won't be running today, which is, I think, a crushing blow, really. For me, it felt like this was her year. She's in the form she was 2 years ago. She's got the third fastest time of all time. And it just felt like, with the weather conditions, with the competition coming into this, that she was coming as favourite. So a real crashing blow for her, and also for the local community as well, because they're so desperate to have a winner again.
Oh, and you know, her like first podium here when she came in, like the whole country was behind her. This is where she is from. This is where she lives, and everybody knows her, obviously. So yes, all love to you. She is probably watching. If the family is watching, if all the friends are watching, we're sending much love. All the best to you, Sarah. You'll be with us in spirits, and Zegama is not going anywhere. And so you will be back, and we're looking forward to this.
But we've talked about how Kilian blasting up the men's. The women couldn't be any more different, where it's very hard to even predict who's going to be leading at any point in the race, because you've got someone like Danny Marino coming in full of confidence, full of pace, but also she's a very mature runner who won't blast out too early. But there doesn't seem to be anyone in the women's field who is irresponsible, who is going to burn the candles super fast. So you could see a race unfolding where they are looking around until someone just decides, I need to take this in my own hands.
And already traditionally, the women don't go as hard, as you say, irresponsibly as the men in the early stages of the race. So it's just going to be down to who's the stronger climber, and then gradually, but not purposely, could pull away. But all the like a lot of the top ones that we know, the big names, once again, Daniela Omus, last year's winner, Malene Osa, she will go strong, but again, she's sensible. She knows this is her first marathon.
It's wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it is the first. Just like Kevin Kibet, this is her first marathon. So
she's progressed so quickly, you almost forget that.
Yeah, and so remember last year she didn't want to race Mont Blanc Marathon because it was too long. So now it's just like, okay, she is committing, and there we go. We have names here.
These are the fastest times of all time.
I just wonder what the little signs. So it's sunny for Kilian. It's a bit rainy for Manuel Mereyes. And Lucine, we've also feel some rain. I think there's a few problems because Stian is not here. Okay, now I get it, because it's up. It's the best times.
Yes, best times. Yeah, absolutely. And it's the men's course last year in the rain was slightly different. They didn't go over the ridge, they went down it, which was a little bit quicker. But for me, I mean, those performances in the wet, it was so insanely wet that 3:42 is an incredible time, almost equally as deserving as Kilian's in terms of the what it took to get that kind of finish time on the course that was in front of him that day. But interesting, Kilian's only in there once.
I was just looking at this. I'm like, is this a mistake? And if it's not, wow.
It shows how much the field has improved these last few years.
No. This got to be a mistake, because I remember once he raced Marco Di Gasperi and he was ahead of Marco.
He's got a 3:48.14 in 2014. I know that.
Yeah. So see, 48.14, and Marco was 48.20.
So they've already missed that. Okay.
Yeah.
We're already better than the graphics. I'm liking that. Thank you, Wikipedia, for telling me that yesterday.
There we go. Now we have a top contender today. Oh, one we didn't talk about, Robbie Simpson, who's been infamous for a bit more conservative starts, but finishing extremely strong on the downhill in, once again, Sierre-Zinal. This is going to be a long downhill, and this is a race for fast runners. And Robbie Simpson has shined at the Commonwealth Game on road marathon. and so he will have the speed in his leg. That's his first time in Zegama.
And but this is a bit of a conundrum for him as well, because he's almost known as being this person good in the second half of the race, and so people think he's a good descender because that happens to be in the second half of the race.
Absolutely true.
But actually, he's a better climber, and so he's got a real issue today where in this longer race, he needs to get out of his comfort zone and attack earlier, but because he is a more sensible runner, he won't want to do that. So I'm not quite sure how he's going to face today, whether he will back himself to actually go out hard and be attacking on those uphills. But he's lost 4 times to Kilian at Sierra Zanal. He's come, 3 times. He's come second 4 times there. So the year he comes to Zegama, who is back at the front? Kilian again.
And I love the question that I was asked to Robbie. It's like, if we project ourselves, would you rather win Serzi now after so many attempts and second places, or win Zegama? You know what his answer is? Zegama. Because he says, Zegama is not for me. It's technical. It's just like everything that I'm not supposed to do.
Yeah.
And so it would be even more fun and valuable for me to win that race on the first participation than Serzi. So it shows also how much he will commit to that race and obviously try to take the big W today in Zegama, in once again a weather that is close to perfect conditions.
Yeah.
Not too hot, not sunny, but the ground is dry.
But I think Robbie even said, and he didn't say this, that it would be like Tom Hanks winning the Nobel Peace Prize. I think was how he wanted to compare it. But yeah, these conditions are perfect for racing today. There's been quite a lot of, for the newer runners, shoe selection has been quite a topic, because people are quite fearful the marathon distance and some of the ferocity of the downhills and the technical. Do you go for something with a bit of cushioning, or are you going purely for your lugs? Because people know that there is mud. There are streams going down the downhill, so even when it's dried out, there's still water on it. But we're just about to have our top 10 presentations, and here we are, our females as well to look out for. And there are some names actually not in this top 10 who I think could also do well. We haven't mentioned Caitlin Fielder yet, who was running down Daniela Omas last year
and getting
in
close.
the second half.
Yep,
and, I know Caitlin's not feeling 100% coming into this. She's had a few issues kind of pre-season, but she again is another person who could be contending, but won't be attacking that first climb.
Exactly. And I think now we know her for doing her own race, being not conservative at the start, but definitely being strong in the back end. She knows how to fuel super well. She can process like 110, 120 grams of carbs per hour. So that pays out in the later stages of the race.
But Daniela, in the press conference yesterday, this was the biggest victory of her career, and we asked her, how do you feel about it not raining? You know, are you happy? Do you think you can win here? And she was quite direct and said, I'm not better in the wet. Everyone thinks I'm this incredibly good technical wet runner. I like it when it's sunny.
I like good weather.
Yeah, and so for her, she doesn't see it as being a weakness in any way that it's drier. And if you look at that start list, you know, she could do it again today. I think the person we haven't mentioned though, who for me is probably the favourite, who is always in the background but nearly always in the top 5, is Therese Leboeuf. And she came third here 2 years ago. She came third here last year. She showed in Kobe she's got her speed, and she is a good all-rounder. She's a good technical runner. And so if I was to have to put my money on the race for the end, at the moment it's between Daniela and Teresa, and is speed going to win over technicality?
And so we always have the favorites, but I want to talk, and you know that name as well. I'm going to try to pronounce it correctly, but there is a local favorite that the people have whispered her name and she's been extremely strong in the opening season on one of the skyrunning races. L'idée où resteras-tu?
I mean, I'm going to give a little bit of an applause. I tried to say my Basque is Batty, so that's good pronunciation from what I can tell.
Thank you. And so, 25 years of age, and apparently she could be one who will come and shake out the field quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, she's not got the, as a younger, a less experienced runner, she hasn't got a marathon distance in her legs yet either. We know she is good technically, and she knows this race really well. And actually, in the second half of the race, knowing the course is a huge advantage, because knowing when to push, knowing what is round the corner allows you to actually set the pace so that you're not trashing your legs too much. But I mean, this is what we've got on offer this season, these races. 2 new races towards the tail end of the season and back to Mammoth. They're going to be extremely fast. So this is, for our technical specialists, Zegama is one of the few chances they really get to score big in their points.
Yeah, absolutely. And then from the ones that we're missing, we talked about Sarah Alonso, Sophia Laukli as well. We are missing. She's still injured with her knee.
Yeah, I think there's an element of not wanting to come to, not being sure about Zegama as well. Technical marathon in the wet, she wants to be a bit safer. We know Maud is she's on fantastic points at the moment. She's got her eye on races like Sierra's and now again, and so with this longer season, they're not all going to be doing every race, but we're cheering down our top 10 racers today, who we can expect to be seeing to do well.
The first female was called Mathilde Sain from France Team Merrill. It's good to see her there. Her knee is taped because earlier, it was not this week, but just at the end of last week, she took a big fall, and man, that knee did not look good. And then local legend, Aritz Echea from Team Tomusa Technicala. Sorry about that. It was a bit of a challenge. He does not need to be introduced, and you could hear the crowds go absolutely nuts.
And Jan Margarit now, he's Spanish runner, but he's won the Skyrun twice, which is a Basque race on the French side. He's a good technical runner. He's not proven himself at this kind of distance before, but he's also an outsider who he can run well on this kind of terrain, and he loves the slightly muddier.
And that's it. He is now back with Salomon. This is a change. This is where he started with the youth academy, over 10 years ago, and now he's back with Salomon's.
And that was Bailey Kowalczyk coming in. She's had quite a good pre-season. She's been in Europe for a month now, training, has done some technical races, and she's got good speed for a course like this. So in the second half, we could see her again.
Absolutely. I saw her at a sky race, as you said, and she could climb. She outran the entire field on the climb because she knew the technical section at the top was not going to be her forte. So she actually pushed really hard and actually managed to pull away. And then on the downhill, on the runnable downhill, she went from 6th to second place. So she could run really, really strong on runnable. And the whole last part of this race today is like this.
Yeah.
So I think she could be lethal if she's not too far back.
And this is Nara coming in. She had a fantastic race out in China, finishing 4th in the Four Sisters. And a few people we've missed. We had Sylvia Norsgaard there from Norway. She came 4th here last year. She's a more mature runner than her experience suggests. She'll be pacing well today. We've seen Robert come through as well. I expect him to be doing well on the climbs. And Bart as well. His first race was out here.
And there you go, Danny Marino, Robbie's teammate from Team Terex that we talked about, and she has fast legs.
I think she'll be leading out on this first lap.
That is
I
very
think she'll
probable.
which she showed in Mammoth Lakes when she was leading ahead of Judith, of Madalena, who at that point were faster flat runners. She was still pushing the pace to almost assert her dominance.
So then Robert Penboy, who has been here before, has performed really well in Zegama, but never took quite the top spots on the podium.
But he's done well at marathon distance. He is, Gran Canaria, he was the winner, and so he knows he can do well. El Hussein, as ever though, is the one who is the question mark. He's incredible half the time. So will it be the good half or the bad half today? Because nutrition is a big problem for him. The fact it's not so hot today will be to his advantage. And we've just seen Caitlin come through. She's a very experienced runner. She'll be sat behind that lead group. And Bart, wow!
It shows that Bart is confident. He said it. He said, I will come back to Zegama until I win it. And so, as much as he said he was looking into longer races, Zegama will forever remain in his heart.
This is his favorite race.
His first international race.
Yeah.
After winning, I think it was 17 races in Poland, he came to Zegama for the first international race, finished third, and that was kicked off his entire international career. And the tattoo on his forearm, if you've been following the Golden Trail Series Insider, you had the story, David.
Now Manu is going to be hoping that Kilian goes out hard today and destroys the rest of the field, because we saw last year where, well, in fact, previous years, Manu has been in 17th and ended third 2 years ago. Last year he was well behind Remy and Robert and John, and came through that downhill to win and take this lead. And Kilian, he's older than he's ever been, but also apparently he's faster than he's ever been.
That's what he said. He said how he felt. 17 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, 17 years ago, 2007 is the first year Kilian came to this race and won. He was so young that after the podium, he had to drive back home because on the Monday he had exams at school.
Yeah, he opened the champagne and wasn't allowed to drink any of it. It was a very sad day for him. But today could be a different story. But I mean, look at the energy around this start line. It's always noisy here, but yesterday I thought was probably the busiest it's ever been at Zegama.
Yeah, just you could see everyone getting excited. All the local kids are out there trying to get an autograph, and you could feel it. Like something was special. Kilian is coming back for the 12th time. He's won 10 times. And he announced it. He's here for the record.
Now, this race last year was his second highest ever ITRA score. So potentially, because of the level of competition and the conditions, we don't know whether he's in a position to get his highest ever score, but this genuinely could be his best ever performance in any trail race, which is going to be an absolute honor if that happens. I'm going to give a wave to our scene. The flying camel is ready to fly. He said Rally Dakar to me earlier. Just going to be a bit quiet for this cultural opening there. traditional set of Basque warm-up skills there. Remember, never static stretching. You can follow that routine at home.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. And so there's two people we actually haven't mentioned too much, but Malinosa, obviously, she is in everybody's mind. She is kind of the little sister of that race in the way that Sarah was coming in, it was expected, but everybody kept Malin in the afterthoughts because she is there and she has the potential to do well. But that's the unknown, as we said, first marathon.
But it's weird that she's never podiumed at the Golden Trail, yet she's been spoken of as a potential winner.
Absolutely. And then, she's been in the top 5 consistently. So we know she can deliver, but can she just break through that almost like psychological barriers? Like, well, it's like a losing. You remember? He was second, and all of a sudden win at in Canada at the Dolomites Skyrun, and all of a sudden, boom, that's it. He explodes. He realizes he belongs to the world's best, and now he races as such. So Malinosa, is this going to be happening today for her? We don't know. She's in the zone. She has probably the biggest fan base on the mountain.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about this.
And she knows this course well. One of the challenges, though, is she often just gets cramp without any actual logical reason why. And so she won't know until she starts running whether these are going to come and haunt her or not. And we won't actually be able to tell until probably the last third of the race, because she starts conservatively as well, so she'll be tucked behind. So men and women starting together.
Yes, David, another person I did talk about, but we haven't shared it with the audience yet. She's from South Africa, representing Team Adidas Terex, Bianca Tarboton. She is extremely strong. She's shown she could run on technical. I mean, down in Cape Town, Table Mountain is one of the most technical places you can find for trail running. Yeah. And she's been training extremely well, and she feels very, very strong. It's going to be a first test for her.
What kind of distance would you say her speciality is?
She can do the long distance. She can do the 50K, the marathon. She trained for a road marathon, and she said she had a massive blast. So she will have the speed and the technical skills. And coming as an underdog, she's not mentioned. Well, that is something that definitely will play in her favor. She'll stay hidden, but if we start seeing her peek in, that means a lot.
And especially if the women's field are looking around too much, which could be the case, then it might be that her inclusion in the top 5 will actually spur them on to think, who is this? We need to make moves. We may struggle a little bit with hearing each other in this, as is it Magellan?
Here on your screen, if you look on the left of the start line, this is us under the tents. I don't know if you can wave. Yeah, there we go. That's us right there.
I'm on TV, Mum. I'm on TV.
And so basically, it's incredibly loud. The music, the cheers, the people, the speakers. So hopefully you can still hear us correctly.
I'm having to try and lip read to understand what Martin is saying, and it's easy to get lost in his eyes when you're doing that. So, but we will be starting shortly, and we think this will be a record year in many ways. Number of runners capped at 500, but ask yourself who you think.
And we'll have to start.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's the beginning of the Zegama Marathon, the 2024 edition, and already the athletes are starting to thin out. This is going to be the race of the season. Good luck to Anna Kutha, the camera runner, who's trying to keep ahead of them for this first lap, because there's a very short lap of the town, which is normally ran at something like a 3-minute kilometer pace.
Yes, it is always extremely fast. We always see like Robert Penboy, like other really fast, like maybe Robbie Simpson will manage to.
Bart often likes to take the lead in these kind of. He knows the cameras are on him. He looks glorious when he's flowing at the front.
And it is exciting. So all the 500 participants, the lucky 500 who managed to get a number for this edition of Zegama-Aizkorri, and out there on the field, everywhere around this town. It's also 500 volunteers. One volunteer per runner in this race, which is very unusual, and this is something that we don't see at so many races, and so they will be everywhere.
And just to clarify, the volunteers don't have to man mark the runners. They're not side by side with them the whole race. They do get a chance to rest on the course.
Yes.
But it's an extremely fast start on the road, but the technicality of this race, they say it's about 50% technical trail, which is a very high percentage as races go. So So here we go, and as we expected, Bart at the front, where he likes to be. Did you see him giving a look back though to see where is everyone? He's like, come on guys, I don't want to be the one pushing the pace.
Okay, so it seems like our mics are causing issues, so maybe they just bumped it up because of the start and how loud it was. So absolutely sorry about that. Hopefully the guys at the realization will be able to fix that. If you hear us back in the studios, please try to fix the voices. Apologies for that, and thanks a lot for letting us know in the chat. That really helps. We are not eating the mics. They are actually on our headsets, so there's not much we can do about that. So hopefully back in the studio they can change that. Once again, thanks for your feedback.
But we've seen the start there though, that Bart has taken it out. We've got Bogdan Damien from Romania as well, and sat back. You know, El Hassin, Kilian, they're showing their experience. Robbie as well. We know they're extremely fast on the flat, but they're quite happy just to let the race unfold in front of them, and just see how they're feeling. Let their legs do a little bit of striding before they decide what pace they're going to set. And we're hoping we'll be able to pick out the lead female runners soon as well. There will be camera runners running back and forth to ensure that we can show equal coverage of that. But at the start of this race, it takes a bit of time for the runners to thin out and be able to pick out who's doing what.
It is. Sorry, we hope you can hear us. We can barely hear each other, and we're sitting next to one another. So hopefully the speakers calm down, go out for coffee, and then let us follow this race live. So you see, once again, 500 participants, extremely grateful. Like we've seen it, so much emotion, so much proud in the opportunity to run Zegama today, which will be, once again, we'll say it because there might be again a new record in sight.
Is that Bogdan?
No, that is the green t-shirt of normal. This is the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen. He said it and he is doing it. Kilian is starting right from the beginning. He knew that if he wants to break his record, he needs to go hard in the climbs starting from the beginning. Wow, I think behind him is Kelvin Kibet.
I can't think of the last time that a Golden Trail race was blown apart this early.
Right from the start, yes.
This is significant.
So in third place, I believe this is Robert. And then it would be Elusin in fourth. And then who would be in fifth?
Wow, this is a tricky conundrum. We've got sat behind. So we think it's Kevin Kibet in second, Robert Kemboy in third, and we're struggling to understand who the other runners could be so far. But look at the distance he's put in. This is a sign of intent. And the fact that Kevin is behind him means the race could be on. Where is El Hassin, I wonder?
El Hassin, I think it's in fourth place. He's got the same t-shirt. Like El Hassin is passing now.
El Hassin's running style for sure.
So El Hassin, he is not wanting to let Kilian go away. He knows that, I don't know if you remember, like probably over 10 years ago, like Kilian was calling something the invisible line. And he says like if he's running behind someone, he just imagines that there's that little line that's just keeping him. Cord. Yes. And so maybe El Hassin does not want that line to snap between him and Kilian. And he says
he's closing already.
He is closing.
I think El Hassin has realized that Kilian was pulling too far away from the person he was running. But if you don't know this course, we've got 2,700 meters of climbing, and it's a massive amount of climb. Nearly all of it in the first half. So this is a time when you can put a huge amount of distance between the runners. The other elements to look out for on this course as well. Everyone knows about Sancti Spiritu.
Yep.
Probably the loudest section of any trail in the world.
It's like louder than nightclubs.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
athletes literally were saying, once I got out of there, my ears were ringing.
But we often forget about the ridge on the top, which for a lot of new runners, there's a lot of fear about running across the top of that. It's scary, it's exposed. When the wind's up, it can be very cold. It can be slippery. I mean, you were up there yesterday. Is that something you think that could make a difference in this race?
I mean, we had seen when Ninke set up the course record that I think Oyana Cortazar on that section, which is less than 2 kilometers long, on that ridge, she put several minutes on Ninke just by being able to move in a more agile way. So not only you move faster, but you're wasting very little energy. While like if you're freaking out and you say and you don't really know where to put your feet, and then you kind of hold back, not only you're slowing down a lot, but you're also wasting a lot of energy.
And not just from your muscles, because it is exposed.
Mentally it's draining too.
Mentally draining, and if the winds are whipping in as well, you're spending 7 more minutes exposed in the wind, and it's not the type of race where you'd think to take your top off because you're going to get cold. You're not going to be covering up when you're up there, and so on a day like today, if the clouds stay in, you could see some runners start to struggle with the temperature up there, and when you then come to that downhill, if you've got cold legs, you can't whip through in the very steep descent that comes off the top.
And we all know that like the amount of energy, once again, you spend or you waste when you're trying to warm yourself up because you're too cold is insane. It's just like punching your tank in your car. It's just not working. So there we go.
Here we go.
So now the biggest question here, because obviously Kilian is pacing the race in a way that he wants because he's after the record. So he's doing what he know he can do. Now Elusin, because he said, I am not letting him go, no matter what. Now Elusin is definitely out of his comfort zone because whatever it takes, he wants to hold on to Kilian. The question is now, how long is that going to last?
Yes, and where do we think that, because Kilian will just be, unlike other runners, Kilian won't mind that Elusin is on his shoulder. Kilian will be in his own zone, running to feel, and Kilian is a better technical downhill runner, probably a better climber on the most part, but El Hussein, he's so rugged in his refusal to let go of a lead like that he will explode rather than let go. So it could be that it's not until significantly later in the race, if at all, that Kilian does drop him. If you're Kevin Kibitz now and you've come into this, you know you've got the speed.
You are exactly where you want to be. Because once again, this is the first marathon distance for Kevin. And so he knew that he needed to look after himself and do his own race. I had the chance to share a shakeout run, pole, because otherwise I couldn't keep up with him. And we had a good chat. And he was like, I know what I can do. I've done the work. I knew I can run fast up. I know I can run even faster downhill.
And look at this. Robert's feeling good. Robert's overtaking here.
So maybe it is like a psychological statement. It's like, hey, I've been here before. I've performed well here before. So don't you get too excited, son. Like, I know this. I got this.
And we know that Robert's not afraid to actually take control. When he overtook Remy, the best climber in the world, up Sancti Spiritu last year. A foolish statement of intent, it turned out, but actually kicked Remy into action. And so, but if you don't know, Kevin, he's friends of Patrick. Patrick was his mentor. He mentored him when he was younger, and after his third in Sierras and now, we know he's extremely fast. But Kevin sees himself as a downhill runner. So I don't think he quite understands how good the rest of the field are on the downhill as well, because unusually for a Golden Trail, this is a field stacked with more downhill runners than uphill runners for a change.
And look at that. We have now the split screen, and on the right-hand side is Dani Moreno. As you predicted, she seemingly is leading the women's field on that climb. You could recognize this stride and that Terex pack.
And the big question with Dani is whether she's had enough technical running this year. She focused on trying to qualify for the Olympic trials in the marathon with a half marathon time, but it's been extremely snow. It's been covered in snow in Mammoth where she lives, so she's been mainly running on road and treadmills. And she's done canyons recently, but she hasn't really had the opportunity to get a lot of exposure to technical trail. She's not known for that anyway, and so her question will be whether she can get a big enough lead that runners like Therese Leboeuf, like Daniela Olmos, like Marlinosa won't be able to then rein her in on that downhill.
So once again, if you're joining us, welcome to this amazing live coverage here in Zegama. On the left-hand side of your screen, Dani Moreno from the US representing Team Terex is leading the women's field. In the right-hand side, you've got Kevin Kibet and Robert Penboy in third and fourth place, because in first and second are Kylian Jornet and Elouzine Lazaoui, both representing the Team Normal.
And how frustrating will this be for Dani right now? This is using energy she doesn't need to, trying to get round runners, people with poles, and this is where a little bit of luck comes into the trail racing, because in some ways getting ahead at the beginning in the female race can be advantageous, because you're less likely to get stuck behind men. And we'll see, she's got a bit of a gap here, but you could be in single track with 2 or 3 runners unable to pass, and that is a factor of getting out early sometimes to try and create space for yourself.
And once again, this is also calling out, as usual, to everyone's like giving up their ego and be like, if you're a man and a woman is behind you, just let them pass. If they're behind you, it means they're faster than you, and they need to go. And we've seen, I gotta say, we've seen more times than not gentlemen moving to the side and giving a little bit of a word of encouragement to our ladies as they creep up the field throughout the race. Because once again, we talked about this, and women are usually less aggressive, less suicidal in the early stages, but then they can run consistently. Sorry about that. And that makes a difference.
But it's interesting. We've talked about Robert's willingness to attack, and yet he's sat behind again. You know, he showed a turn of pace up that hill, which clearly wasn't a good pacing strategy, because he's now behind Kevin. So I don't know whether they're actually in a mini battle themselves, or if they're just struggling to actually set themselves into a solid rhythm.
Well, and that's the thing, like when we're looking at this, like, I mean, we know how steep this is, and they are moving, and yet
there's no one.
There's no sign of Kylian and Elouzine, meaning these two in first and second are going even faster than that. That pace is probably suicidal. We'll see how that translates, and maybe we can ask all of you in the chat. Kylian has the absolute course record here, and he's going to try and break that course record, his own course record. So now the question is, and we told you, we give you as much information as possible. The terrain is not muddy as it usually is. The weather conditions are perfect, between 10 and 15 degrees. There's no wind. What will be the new course record here in Zegama today?
Yes, yeah, I mean...
Let us know.
It's a bold statement, But we can see there, Dani has already been reaching behind and taking on nutrition. And the fact that she's got those kind of 50K trail races in her legs now, she's really got the experience to get her nutrition right today. And that's going to be a vital factor that I think could be the difference between people like Kylian, El Hussein, Kevin. Massive difference of nutrition strategies, whereas in our females, there isn't anyone who I see as having problems with their nutrition in our top 5 women. I think they're all very prepared. And actually, you know, Dani Marino, she works in a tech company. She's very, very good at understanding her breakdown per hour. But we're going to be getting checkpoints throughout the race, and so we'll be able to see how their times compare to previous years, to see where they are versus the course record. Now, Kilian has won this 10 times. Twice he's been within 20 seconds of coming second.
Yeah.
And we thought last year was a close race, which it was. But actually last year, 30 seconds difference between first and second place. That was only the 5th closest race, which if you think this is a marathon distance race where the finishes tend to be between 3.5 hours and kind of 4 hour 15 typically, and yet it's come down to less than 30 seconds 5 times. Absolutely incredible, which shows you that this isn't a time trial, this is genuinely a race. And we saw that last year with Manu Marias struggling to shake off El Hussein, because El Hussein was sat as he always does, and it wasn't until a slight technical section running into town that Manu realised that was his one chance to try and get rid of El Hussein, because if it comes to a sprint through the town, El Hussein has got the faster flat pace than Kilian, but at that end of the race that might not necessarily still be the case. But we're seeing here our 3rd and 4th place and males, and our leading female. She's looking like she's in a good rhythm now, and the men in a slightly better position to try and stride out. Do we think our camera cyclist just hasn't been able to keep up with Kilian's pace?
Well, they probably have gotten surprised by the lightning pace, and obviously because they never want to disturb the runners, must have ended up having to move to the side and then would have been dropped right away. Although this on the left-hand side of your screen with once again Kevin Kibet and Robert Penboy is followed by Greg Volet on an e-mountain bike. So obviously he's got wheels, literally. But he must have just been surprised by Kilian and Eluzin, who are once again respectively in 1st and 2nd, and then possibly Kevin and Robert have gone past, and then obviously he has to stay behind them.
And if you're wondering where Kevin's come from, like where is this very fast runner? His dad used to race for the prison team in Kenya. His sister was running in the Diamond League yesterday. She's an incredibly good steeplechaser with a time of 8:57. Jacqueline Chepkoch. I've probably butchered that name, so apologies, Jacqueline. So he is from a long tradition of running back home, and last year was the first year he came across to then race in Europe. But unlike teams like Run Together, we've seen with Philemon and Patrick, where they move over to Europe and they're here for the whole summer, running in kind of the mountain races. Kevin flies in for each race, so he's only arrived this week to see the course and to get a feel for what it's like to run in Zegama.
So now we've had Dani Marino on the right-hand side of your screen leading the women's race. Any guesses on who's 2nd and 3rd in the women's?
I'm going to say Therese. I think Therese will be up there. She knows she can win this.
But again, I think, and that's what we were saying, it's so hard because Therese is also one that creeps up and comes back on the second half. So I think as much as, for Dani Marino, it's really good for her to put time on the rest of the field. I think the second half of the race in the women's is going to be insane, because this is where I believe most of them will actually play their cards and start switching their one extra gear.
But potentially Naira might be doing well. She came 4th in China. It was suggested that could be because of the altitude. She responded well to that better than other athletes, but it was on the climb. She really did the damage.
It was on the climb indeed, and so not only she performed extremely well, 100% agreed, and most of us were surprised and impressed, but she must be extremely confident because 2 days ago, she raced and won the VK here.
I hadn't picked up on that.
Yes. So Nayara is here at home. And actually, another story is that, you know, there is here in Zegama every year with the marathon a youth race. And when we were talking about Malinosa, who I think was on the podium, Nayara was winning ahead of Malin in the junior races.
Interesting.
So I think it's not that she's coming out of nowhere. She's been always here, but she's just so quiet.
Yeah.
And so she kind of flies under the radar, but she is, I agree with you, one of the ones that could really come and turn some heads. And we know that the locals have the advantage. They know the terrain. They know what to do. And let's not understate the value of the home crowd.
Yeah, and I mean, Naira's not Basque, but she lives within an hour
Correct.
of Zegama. So
yes.
actually, in terms of access to the course, in terms of kind of connection with this race, she'll feel as much as a local as anyone. And we saw from the cheers for like Manu Marias yesterday, the Basque locals will cheer their Spanish runners equally as loudly. So. But we saw there Kevin earlier just pulling away slightly from Danny, from
Robert.
From Robert.
Yep.
And we're trying to get splits, which we know will get chip timer at the 8K mark. But we do have some spies out on the course as well, who should be updating us with information and splits as they go by. Now, in terms of aid stations, we're going to see a lot of them today. There are 13 aid stations out there, so there's never going to be an issue of not being able to drink enough. But there are 3 aid stations where they can pick up nutrition, and so
actually, like, I want to clarify that for everyone because it might not be obvious. There's 3 aid stations where they have support.
Organized, yeah.
Organized support, organized by the Golden Trail Series to kind of level the field, meaning that if an athlete has come and it's too far and they don't have family, friends, or teams that are out there for them, Golden Trail organizes for all the elite athletes 3 aid stations today. So it's kilometer 12, 20 at Sancti Spiritu, and at the top of the last climb, it's past Andraites. And so these are the 3 where these elite athletes will have whatever they wanted, whether it's a flask, whether it's gels, their own nutrition that they can pick up as they go by. Now, as you said, 13 aid stations. So at all these aid stations, there is fuel, like fruits, bars, whatever they can find there, as well as liquids, refreshments, and hydration.
But it's that Sancti Spiritu aid station actually is quite problematic some years because people have concentrated on the cave. It's extremely slippery. Even when it's dry, the rocks are polished, and so everyone knows it's a classic position where people fall. They come out of that, they look to see Sancti Spiritu and the noise, and it's very easy to forget that that's the point at which you need to get in early to your aid station. And so it wouldn't surprise me if some of the runners actually have to go back to pick up their nutrition there. John Albon missed a gel last year, which he said impacted his race somewhat because he wasn't able to focus enough because of the distraction of the crowds, and so that could potentially be a factor today.
So, as you said, and I think runners have been briefed, and this is also part of the game. This is like, you have to be focused, you have to have your plan, and know, like, at this place, this is where I'm going to stop, this is where I'm going to pick up my stuff. And then if you lose 20 seconds looking for that table, you will make them up. Because, as you said, rightfully so, and John explained that to us afterwards, it's like that made, like, put a big dent in his nutrition plan. And when you know you have such a climb to Aizkorri after that, well, you don't want to do that. You don't want to be doing that on empty.
And it just sits in the back of your mind as well. Any slight doubts that you have are then magnified by the knowledge that you haven't had the gel you wanted. So any slight tiredness, you then think, oh no, I'm a little bit tired, but I haven't had the gel, I'm going to be massively tired. And it just starts to create these small negative spirals that can really impact on your race. Now, Dani Marino, she came second in Mammoth Lakes. but she's a runner who actually has had incredibly bad luck on the Golden Trail previously. In the finals in Madeira, she drank the hotel water, had a virus. Coming into the race, she thought she'd do incredibly well and basically crashed out of it. We know at OCC she's had issues as well, going into it with illness, and so it's good to be able to see her to be able to run perfectly ably today.
So I have a big question now. Look at the screen. Is it water from the ground, or has the rain started to fall on Robert Painboy here running in 4th place, because Kevin Kibet has now pulled away. Now we can't see him anymore, but I'm sure you at home, you saw him pulling away slowly as we were talking. So Kevin Kibet is not giving up. He's doing his own thing, but we know the man has incredible speed. There he is. We almost had him. And then back to the female leader, Dani Moreno from the US.
And this water shouldn't be enough to dramatically change the course, but it will change the temperature, and it will change how the runners are feeling about the course as well.
So I would disagree with that on the one point. Like I agree, like this small rain is not going to be enough to create a mud fest. But just by adding a little bit of water and making the Aizkorri ridge
rocks,
wet, wet rocks versus dry rocks, as you said, because they're so polished, will make hell of a difference. And once again, choice of footwear will be critical. And you talked about this actually before we started. It's like that will definitely make a difference, because if you can feel confident in your footwear and in the fact that they could hold on wet ground, that would make a massive difference.
And actually the fact that if El Hassin can be with Kilian at the peak and follow him over that, it's going to be such an advantage over Kevin, who will be hoping to chase them down. I mean, Kevin was podium, was his dream.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're with our race leader. You have been waiting for him. We finally put a rocket for our camera runner to be able to keep up with Kilian.
And this to me suggests that El Hassin is not on his shoulder. The fact that the cyclist is just behind here.
Oh wait, that was El Hassin. We all got fooled.
Wow.
So I think our camera runner, mountain biker, sorry, was trying to break through and make it to the start. So imagine, I mean, it looked like El Hassin was already all out, and Kilian Kilian has even made more ground. That is insane.
And wow. So I mean, we know El Hassin is an incredible climber. He's kept up with Remy time and time again on some of the hardest climbs and things like Mont Blanc Marathon. And so this looks like Kilian now.
This is and he looks far more relaxed. Actually,
he does, yeah. But
probably moving just as fast.
The fact the cyclist has caught up already suggests that the distance between them is
probably 100 meters, 150 meters.
But whether El Hassin knows that or not is the question, because being aware of where the other runner is gives you hope. It gives you strength. And if you can just get round that corner, that does make a difference to the other runner then thinking you're in a different race. But you're right, he looks so much more relaxed here. He doesn't look like he's working very hard.
I mean, that's one of Kilian's quality. He's looking relaxed even if he's if he's working hard. And this is actually funny. There's a lot of stories that were told yesterday between a lot of people who have been working for Salomon when Kilian was still part of that team. And the stories once, okay, I'm gonna spill the beans because this is too good not to be shared. But one time during Mont Blanc Marathon, Kilian, sadly, that was the year that he lost his friend Stéphane Brosse, and he, someone in the Salomon staff team found him in the bar the night before the race, obviously trying to grieve, and with a few drinks in his system, and he's like, all right, well, you know, let's drink together and then we'll bring you home, forget about the race tomorrow. And then they brought him home at like 2:30 a.m. reasonably inhibited, and it's like, all right, well, do what you gotta do. The next morning, Kilian was up on the start line. He said, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, well, you know, I'm up, I'm gonna go for it.
Well.
And everybody knew that he was still drunk. And he took the start and played with the guys, pretending he was okay. Obviously, he was hurting, but everybody just
the aura.
The aura, and then because he had his poker face, that's why I'm telling this story. He's like, he could maintain like, oh yeah, oh we're having fun, and I'm waiting for you guys, and he was all pretending.
Look at him having to dance here, though. I mean, we've seen some significant puddles. This looks like there are very slippy sections.
So this is the section where, you know, I always remember probably so many years ago, again, Luis Alberto falling here, and then we had an infamous video on social media of everybody just sliding.
Oh, hands down, yes.
Hands down, sliding in the mud. So at least there's still grass so far. But
Snoop Dogg backing track was played at that point across social media, I'm sure.
And so the news is that now we can confirm 100%. You can see the drops on the camera. So he's getting to the 7K aid station. He's going to go over the road, down the other side, and 100 meters past that, there's going to be the aid station on the left. And then it's going to be up in a very small single track. So for Kilian, it's been no problem because he's going to be alone. But this is always a place that is extremely hard for everyone to go through because it's wet, it's muddy, it's steep, and if you don't have momentum going into it, then you're kind of pedaling through the mud and struggling to get up the hill. So I think it's going to be a challenge for our camera mountain biker. So we'll see how that goes down.
Come on, Greg. You've got this. You've got to keep up with Kilian, and these two know each other very well as well.
So 32 minutes, for 7 kilometers with already a fair amount of climbing. The pace is relentless. Look at that. Kevin is coming back onto Eleusin. This is a big move here. Kevin has not given up, and now he's actually closing the gap on Eleusin.
We're not quite sure what our cyclist is doing there. I mean, that is significant.
You talked about her, Thérèse Leboeuf.
And, you know, Thérèse, she's a strong finisher. She is someone we know can manage her race over a marathon distance. And she is very good technically. She's grown up in Switzerland. Interestingly, she's a gymnast by trade. That is what she used to do as a child. She was on the trajectory to be part of the Swiss gymnastics team. But then kind of fell out of love with it and got more into cross-country skiing with her parents. But she's been in the top 5 of so many races, but you almost don't notice because typically she'd be out of the top 5 until the last third of the race, and suddenly she appears and you're like, oh wow, and Thérèse Leboeuf was in 4th, or Thérèse Leboeuf was in 3rd.
Absolutely.
And so the fact that this must be a change in her shift this year, knowing she came 3rd last year, but actually after her performances earlier in this year in Kobe at the end of last season, she must have the confidence to be attacking slightly earlier.
And so the question is, like, you reckon she took over the first place, or it was our camera runner who just dropped back one spot? Is it like a change in the lead?
I think they dropped back because if remember earlier, we saw the camera runner surrounded by a lot of male runners. So unless the entire time they were behind Thérèse, I don't think Thérèse is in the lead yet. We'll try and get some confirmation from our spies on the course.
Yep, that would be a good thing to know. But anyway, like, even if Thérèse is in 2nd place behind, okay, here we go. We have the graphics, and it seems that Thérèse Leboeuf has indeed passed Dani Moreno and taken the lead in the women's race. Whoa, this is a big move. And as you said, if she is leading now, we know she can finish strong.
Yeah.
Woo! If she stays on track.
We've spoken about the fact that we'd probably back Thérèse a little bit more on the technical running, but then the downhill has some very fast flowing downhills.
Yep.
And that's where, you know, Dani's run a 1:10 this year in the marathon. People like Madalena, who just exploded this season last year with their raw speed. She only had Greg struggling on the bike, and this, you can see that how steep it is. You know, Madalena came into the season with a 1:11 half marathon. Dani's got a 1:10 this season, and so she really had that speed to be able to run the second half. And Dani's not the type of person who'll be rattled by being overtaken. She'll have her race plan, and she'll be sticking to it, knowing she's got that very fast closing pace in the last kind of 3-4 kilometers that is extremely fast road. But El Hassin, he's just changed which wagon he's attaching his, which horse he's attaching his wagon to now. Probably quite happy to have someone to be behind.
100%. And then again, Kilian is pushing the pace insanely. He has said it at the press conference yesterday. He is in the shape of his life. So when the GOAT says that he's feeling the best he's ever felt, like he's just on another planet. And so it doesn't take away anything from these two gentlemen on the right-hand side of your screen, El Hassin El Azaoui and Kevin Kibet, who are probably and possibly already still running on their course record pace. It's just that Kilian today is just pushing the pace so hard. Okay, El Hassin has pulled away again. So this is something to take note. Whenever it gets really steep, it seems like El Hassin manages to pull away from Kevin.
And this will all be a learning experience for both of them, because those two have not really raced together before. El Hassin last year in Sierras, and now he had a terrible race, really, and so they wouldn't have been running side by side to get a sense of their comparative speeds. But at the 8K mark, we should be getting splits, so to be able to update you where they are compared to previous times. When they came through Zegama, it was at 41 minutes 40 when he set the record 2 years ago. So we should be able to get a sense of I mean, look, he's looking wonderfully fast there. Someone like Kevin, though, he's coming into this race from Kenya. This is going to be quite cold compared to what he's been expecting potentially, and the weather and the temperature could be a factor. And looking at this here, that peak is going to be a hard peak.
They're going in.
And you get the sense,
the clouds.
Look at the camera running there. Just is that Miguel struggling to keep up even for a few short meters.
It's a good thing. I mean, it's a good thing to take note, because they are indeed going, and by the time they get to the top of Arats that we cannot see in the distance, they might be in the cloud, which means if the visibility is not there, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
If they lose sight of Kilian, they will just never know how far or close he could be. But that could be between Kilian and the other competitors, or between any other competitor where the gap is big enough.
Because one of the things we were wondering about is, you know, El Hassin doesn't like to lead, and should he catch up with Kilian's shoulder? I don't know where he'll do that or how he'll do that, but should that happen, I don't know whether El Hassin almost has the. It almost would feel disrespectful in some ways to overtake Kilian. You know, he's his boss at N normal. He's his hero. I don't know if El Hassin's got the confidence to attack. He's shown. It took him a long time to have the confidence to attack Stian, and he finally did at Dolomis. But I think it's a different step up of confidence to be able to take the King on.
Well, and I think you said it right there, to be able to, because yeah, you might want to do this, but seeing how Kilian is going there, and you know, on a regular race, Kilian likes to toy with everyone, and he's like, oh yeah, you can stay behind me because I'll smoke you at the end. But there, like, Kilian is not racing anyone else, he's racing the clock. He's racing to break his own course record, and it's good here to see Therese elbowing a few male runners to make her way through over the road and carry on the other side. She is looking extremely good.
And you talked about the aura of Kilian earlier, and John Albon was saying in one of the races that he was stuck behind Kilian. At one point he was kind of on Kilian's shoulder, and we were getting excited kind of watching from home. We're like, John, why didn't you try and attack on the down? You're like, you know you're great on the really technical stuff. I know Kilian is. And John just said there was no point in me trying to like push Kilian, because he was so convinced in his head that Kilian was just there jogging. He may have been, but the fact is
he often is.
Yeah, he often is. But John at that stage, and I think John would be different now. This was when John was very early in the trail running scene. He just was so convinced that Kilian was so much of a level ahead of everyone that that he'd be wasting his energy to even try attacking Kilian, and in doing so he might put his second place in jeopardy. And this is the power of Kilian's dominance, you know, winning 10 times here, winning at all distances, all different terrains. It means that every other runner questions their ability to even have the right to go ahead of him.
Yeah. And so it was interesting here. Kilian picked up something, I didn't quite see what it was, but I absolutely love his approach. Extremely scientific, and he really emphasizes, like, I am not using science to apply to my strategy and my knowledge. I'm putting science to understand myself and then make decisions. And he's worked so hard on nutrition, and he was saying that he could run for Zegama on a calorie deficit because it's short enough. So he needs to only eat the right amount to keep him going. And then he was also talking about physiological adaptation, and he said it only takes 6 to 8 weeks of specific training and protocols to actually create the physiological adaptation to be able to have the highest possible output, and in terms
fat
of
oxidization.
So not necessarily in energy, but the output in power, in strength, in speed. And then it says it doesn't matter how much fuel it will require. Like, the focus is on being able to give the highest, strongest, fastest output in terms of energy, because for him this is a short race.
And actually, if you look at his intensity here, that plays into it. If you look at someone like Zach Bitter, when he set the 100-mile world record, he was only using 40 grams of carbohydrates an hour. He figured that out because his intensity was low enough that he was running in kind of zone 2, zone 3, sometimes zone 4 the whole time. Whereas if you look at someone like Hayden Hawkes, who was in his most recent race, he was over 110 grams of carbs an hour, even though he was running for 7 hours. And so, you know, these are not hugely dissimilar amounts of time, 7 and 12 hours, or 7 and 11 hours, but because of the intensity that they're having to run at, it just massively changes the need for that carbohydrate mix. And the fact that Kilian, you can look at his body language, you can look at how smooth he is compared to El Hassini earlier.
Although look at Kevin, he's not looking too bad either.
Wow, he is. And he looks like he's motoring as well, right?
And so the last we saw, Eluzin was in second place ahead of Kevin, but then I'm trying to get... no, there he is. Okay, so Kevin is still in third, Eluzin El-Azawi still in second place, ladies and gentlemen. This is on in the men's race. Right now on your screen. Obviously, we will be falling back to see what's happening with the women's race. If you're joining only now, Danny Moreno was leading early on, and it's Thérèse Leboeuf from Switzerland.
Yes. Switzerland Team Compressed Sport. Leboeuf Compressed.
Team Leboeuf Compressed Sport is now leading the women's field, and we assume Danny Moreno fell back into second place.
Now, Kevin has a 62-minute half marathon time, which is pretty damn punchy. We know El Hassini's run some. He's broken under the 39-minute mark in the 10K. He's
29.
Sorry, 20, of course, yeah. Well, he's definitely broken under the
39.
I've broken under the 39-minute mark. Kevin has kind of a low. And so no, Robert.
No, I think this is a mistake.
I think this is wrong.
This is a mistake. Robert will be running in fourth place right now. But closing in, like, we can see Kevin right in front of him. Wow, this is on. Like, they're just so close to one another, all in sight. And this is where Kilian shines. Like, on those like steep climbs, he just has the power to just keep the momentum going. And I wish we could hear the sound of the crowds, because this must start to be absolutely mental.
And this isn't Sancti Spiritu yet. This is just the warm up. These are the people who couldn't hike enough.
There we go. We hear it now.
Oh yeah, it's and the energy level here. We mentioned the Tour de France and the comparisons, but the actual intensity of Sancti Spiritu is greater than any section of any race I can think of. And you can see overnight where everyone's been sleeping and camping out. I mean, even the noise there last night for the party they'd have had to get up there early enough is impressive. Now, Kilian, interestingly, we were wondering whether, now that Kilian doesn't have to race for a different sponsor, whether, but I was almost having to represent his own brand on the global scale, whether that was changing the pressure for him. But let's talk about the race first and who we've got in front of us.
Yeah, because now there's been a move, and Kevin has fallen back because Robert Penboy made the move on Kevin Kibet to claim back the third place. So in first,
which I'm surprised.
Well,
I'm surprised that
they are going back and forth. It's not over. And again, I think Kevin has to be mindful that he's never raced a marathon before, and so Robert can't afford to make surges and play a little bit more because he knows where he's going. He knows how much energy he can spend. And he's run the Zegama as well already, so he also knows the course and how to pace himself.
And the fact that Kevin in his head is almost looking forward so much to the downhills. You can see when he's getting the opportunity to stride out. He's really taking that and putting his foot down, and that might be dangerous because he'll be burning his glycogen stores at a faster rate, and so potentially, Kevin needs to just hold back a little bit. But you can see Therese here, our race leader. I don't think she's ever led a race before at the Golden Trail. I can't think of any time she would have done. So this is new territory for her, and we know she is a very understated personality. She isn't someone to come out making big claims or statements. So I'm not sure how she'll be feeling right now, whether she'll be delighted to be leading so early on, or whether this will be creating question marks potentially.
Here he is, the number one.
Poles in action.
And Manuel Merias, I had breakfast with him this morning. We all have breakfast in the same place, and he was having it actually quite late, and composed, calm. And yesterday at the press conference, it's like, if they have 5, 6, 7 minutes on me at the top, I'm not worried. I'm going to do my own race, and yeah, they can go hard in the climbs, but I will go hard in the descents.
And with those sticks, you're allowed to drop them off, pick them up. You can basically
wherever he wants.
Willy-nilly is what the course director said in Italian. If Spanish, I'm pretty sure. Willy-nilly with the sticks today. So we will be seeing those disappear and potentially come back as well. He's the only runner in our top 10 that I think will have sticks, actually, at men and female. I can't think of anyone else who'll deploy them.
That's a very good question. But
we are watching now.
He had the poles last year, and he won with them, so that definitely plays a good role when you want to save your legs.
And he said yesterday, actually, Manu, that at the press conference, he's like, when it's sunny, often he just has a nice day. When it rains is when he trains hard. Like, he intentionally goes out and he pushes the pace. He does the technical runs in that weather because he knows that's when he's going to pick up the most knowledge. And I can't think of many other runners who even would want to do a fast run on a wet day, let alone to actually attack technical trails with the express intent of trying to improve your skills.
Yeah, and you're right. Like, weather conditions will definitely play its part for the runners, in a sense that who will benefit from that and who will be negatively affected. We saw this at the Madeira Island Ultra Trail, where Martina Valvasoi, the weather was crazy. It was close to freezing temperature, but she's a mountain woman. She's a mountain athlete with all the ski mountaineering she does in the winter, and so she was familiar with those horrendous conditions, and she didn't get affected. Here's Martin. Didn't get affected by that, and this is how she managed to take the win there. And so Kilian, Manuel, like, those mountain athletes will be like, oh yeah, It's just another day in the office. I'm familiar with this. I'm familiar with that cold that is uncomfortable.
I think that's Bogdan Damian going through. He's having a great season so far, representing Bună Ziua to all our Romanian fans. Great to see him and Leonard doing so well and representing Romania out here.
Zaid Al-Malik as well, always here, always smiling. The crowds absolutely love him.
And this is still before we get to the point as there goes Bogdan going through, and that is Neara's partner. His name escapes me, but we will have our race splits coming up quite soon to be able to tell you exactly how they're doing against the record pace that was set by Kilian 2 years ago, and we'll also be able to then give you a bit more information on where they are in our top 10 so far. In fact, we've got our first control checkpoint coming in. So, wow.
That's going to be kilometer 16. Do you have something?
Yeah, we do. What do we think at Oates the time is compared to the race course? The record. Up or down? What are we saying? How many seconds?
Oh, is that down to seconds? I thought it would be minutes already.
He's a minute and 13 seconds ahead of the course
there
records.
We go. That's what I thought. Like, seeing how hard he took it, like, he's not messing about.
Wow, this is significant. But, I mean, Kilian came through 8.5k at Oates at 40 minutes 27. It's saying Kevin Kibet, and so maybe Elhassan has fallen back. In the chip timer, he is behind. So Kevin, at that stage, was in second, 41.17. So he's only 50 seconds behind. On his shoulder, Roberts, 41.18. And Elhassan on his shoulder, a group of 3, 41.20. But it looks like he's in 5th place. Bob Podrzejewski from Poland, 42.41, so a minute down. He's running with Alain, who we saw. Alain Santamaria from Spain. Robbie Simpson in 7th place. This is a good position for him. He can close well with Manu behind in 43 minutes. Luca Del Pero, 43.40. Martin Kubica, 43.14. And Joaquin Nave, another Spanish runner, in 43.24. We're hoping to get the female splits fairly soon. They're not quite at that position yet, but we should be getting those times shortly to be able to tell you not just what the difference between Therese and the rest are, but where everyone else is in the top 10. But I mean, that's big news. 53 seconds ahead of race pace. Do we think though this wet will slow down that peak for someone like Kilian compared to 2 years ago?
Probably not. Probably not, because if it's like, that's the thing, there's a difference between wet and muddy. Muddy, you have a little bit less control. With wet, especially on grass, you can do a little bit more controlled sliding, and so going down, like, it could even help him get faster.
Now in our top 4 men, we have Elhassan, Robert and Kevin. Robert has run Zegama before, but he didn't run the peak last year. They went down to the side. So actually, of our 3 chasing runners, only Elhassan has the experience of coming over that peak and doing it in the wet as well. So that's where, if they are as tightly together as they have been at when they came through Oatzama, I suspect that's the opportunity where Elhassan would have to push the pace a little bit and to break free.
And there we go. We have the women's with Thérèse Leboeuf in 50 minutes 36, 50 minutes 51. Sylvia Nokstar is actually now in 2nd place. She has passed Dani Moreno, who is 8 seconds back. And then within a second, Bailey Kowalczyk, she did make the effort in those first climb, still pacing herself, but she is definitely in the mix. Less, like just over 20 seconds back. So everyone is together. And then Lide, we talked about her.
Wow, fantastic.
She is in 5th place, 6 seconds back from Bailey Kowalczyk. And 30 seconds back from the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, especially with that weather, something could be happening. So now on the screen, sorry, we were looking at the rankings, but there we go. We have Sylvia Nogstar and Danny Moreno, respectively, in 2nd and 3rd place.
I mean, this is a super tight group. What a battle this is going to be. And I mean, Sylvia did incredibly well on the first climb in China as well. She was just behind Niara by the time they got to the peak. But look, they can all see each other. And one of the worries was, with it being a mixed start, the females would lose sight of each other and not be able to actually know where they are. But you can see how close it is here. And you know, Sylvia, she's come into this race with a sprinting background. She was 2 years ago in the finals, was picking on, and here we have
There we
Therese
go.
Leboeuf.
So Therese Leboeuf leading the women's field. So right behind we had images of Sylvia Nogstar together with Danny Moreno. We didn't see Bailey Kowalczyk in 4th yet, but she's there. Now, interestingly enough, Lide that we talked about earlier is in 5th place behind Cecilia Basso, and then behind Marta Martinez in 7th place, and then last year's winner Daniela Omuth in 8th place, and then 9th is Caitlin Fielder, some 10 seconds back.
And Marlin still
is in 12th.
Yeah, about 20-30 seconds behind them as well. So I mean, there's not big gaps at all at this stage, but the fact that both Caitlin and Daniela are sat back, it shows you the intent that Therese have, because Therese would normally be running alongside Daniela at this stage of a race. So do you think it's a difference in confidence, a difference in belief, a difference in ability, or just a different strategy?
I don't know if it's ability or fitness. There we go. They are all so close. That was Bailey Kowalczyk right there. And actually we saw that Sylvia and Danny are within 50 meters of Therese. So they are all in the mix, all together.
And we haven't seen a race this close for years, because at this stage last year we had Delphine was leading out, you had Yao Miao then taking control, and it wasn't really, and there were gaps because the rain hadn't quite set in the way it had. It wasn't really until it came down the downhill coming into Sancti Spiritu that Daniela took control. And prior to that, the year before, we had Nienke absolutely and Maud absolutely tearing away for everyone. So to have a race this close, the men's and the women's, is incredible to see. And again, given that it is slightly wetter, the times compared to previous years, when Nienke came through and Maud came through and broke the record, they were at 48.11 and 47.57 coming through that section there. So not on course record for the women, but still a very, very good time.
And knowing that, once again, most of these women have a strong finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And because Therese, I don't know her downhill as well. She's a good finisher normally for race management, but if I was to put her against someone like Sylvia or Caitlin or Danny, it's really up in the air. Who's the favourite at this stage of the race?
And we just saw American Alicia Vargo run there, and this is Bianca I was telling you about, then Mathilde Sang. So Bianca is a little bit further back at the minute. Ooh!
Was that Niara?
That was Niara, like
smiling and looking good.
Smiling, but like quite further back in the field, as opposed to where we were expecting her. Maybe the fact that she ran the VK. Oh, here's Rosa.
And that's Rosa, yeah. We need to lighten our screen a little bit. So
yeah, we're all like leaning over the table, looking at the screen.
And impressive, Alicia to be up here.
She's bless you. She is a very solid runner, and then
she's actually a former track athlete, like an Olympic athlete previously, who then fell out of love with running, based in Flagstaff, and found trail again last year. Suddenly came along in Mammoth Lakes, and she's aiming for a top 10 today, which she's a plus 40 runner, would be an incredible result for her. A race like this, which is very different to the types of races she's done before.
So Ines Astrain here with Team Holma, and then she was in Flagstaff, Alicia, but then Alicia and Chris actually moved to Breckenridge. So
this is true. Yes, of course.
Still up high, but bigger mountains.
Yeah, and she's come from altitude today, and so this will be benefiting her hugely. They haven't had a chance to see the course, and actually it was Alicia who was asking me about which trainers to wear, because she was nervous about the mud.
Oh, I see.
Whether to wear a little bit of padding or not, I advise not to. I'm glad, given the conditions here,
just got that one right.
Phew. I did say it with a little bit of doubt in my mind as I was giving that advice, but also was very open that trainers is not necessarily my my expertise here. But you can see how close our top 15 runners are in the females. Absolutely incredible. And we're going to get another split a little bit later, but they'll soon be coming up to the Cave and Sancti Spiritu, where we will be getting a lot of footage watching that. And that's where there's an injection of energy into the race. And it can be extremely hard for the athletes not to take off there, because suddenly you feel like you're Superman with this energy coming from the crowd. You want to give them something to cheer, but also you feel fantastic. And quite often that's where Robert overtook Remy, the best climber in the world, last year. And potentially we could see again, with the athletes so close to each other and that energy injected, some of the athletes making small mistakes and just taking too much energy from the crowd and going a bit too far. But we're hoping we'll be able to see a slightly different view quite soon. And if you've just joined us, we're about a third to a quarter of the way through our race in Zegama so far. They're still on the climb, the 2,700 meters of climbing they have to do today.
And look at that, everybody is out cheering despite a little bit of rain. We see the Basque jersey. There's so many representatives of that club. All the strong runners have
now, just in case our microphones are a little bit distorted, they are also running the junior races here, and they're going to be starting that soon in the background of where we are.
So hopefully you can still hear us, and we apologize in advance if there is issues with the sound. We'll try to keep it as clean as possible, and probably try to not scream too loud.
But we do get excited, you know. We love this
certainly
race.
do. Katerina Stenta over there.
But this is the great thing about races like Zegama. They do have the junior races that give full experience to our younger runners. If you're an under 18, it's a 10-kilometer race today, which is a long race on trail like this. And we've seen local runners like Sarah Alonso, Marlon Ossa, they've come up through the system and through the ranking. And we're now talking about other local runners who are running Zegama for the first time, where if they top 10 today, they're then invited on the tour, full expenses paid. And we expect to see anyone top 10ing will then come back for our next race in the series, which is Mont Blanc Marathon. And so that's the thing, you can turn up as a relative unknown and suddenly you're on the world stage and you're getting contracts thrown at you, and you know, this can be a life-changing race for people. So we're hoping to see a few more new faces today, but as the intensity of the competition increases, it's becoming harder and harder to just rock up at a race. And even if you're an incredibly fast runner, you need the skill, you need the experience as well.
Well, you cannot come to an international race on a whim anymore. And actually also this, I'm quoting Killian here, he says like, well, I used to just train hard and then do a lot of mileage, a lot of vert, and that was good enough. He says, now you can't. Like, the sport's growing, is becoming more and more competitive. The field is getting deeper and deeper. And from that perspective, you just have to be prepared. You just have to have your racing plan, your pacing plan, your nutrition plan. You can't leave anything to chance, because we see that especially here in Zegama, you sneeze, you lose 5 spots.
Yeah. And we talk about Robbie Simpson. You know, he's running the Commonwealth Games. He's an incredibly experienced athlete, but he.
Poland is in the house. Like, I love this. Like, we started talking about Bart and Marcin, and all of a sudden everybody's coming in, and love that.
And Marcin he's had an incredible performance so far this season. Like to almost be up on Bart's shoulder in Kobe. He's a great racer, and he's really stepping out of the shadows this year. And you know, with it being Bart's last year in the full tour this year, you know, great timing for Martin to be coming out and to be reminding what a powerhouse Poland is in trail running. But yeah, you know, Robbie Simpson, to see him coming here in his 13th year of trail running-ish.
And that's the thing, trail running, because we all know him as a trail runner, but like he was doing, as we said, road before, and mountain running so much that like we kind of tend to forget where he originally is coming from.
Yeah, and you know, Sierra Zanau is so different to a race from this. You've got one very big climb, but then after that, it's very, very runnable. It never gets too muddy. It's not very technical, and the downhill at the end is just very short and sharp. So actually, it's such a different race for him in terms of overall times. You're looking at, like, instead of 2:30, the record, you're looking at more 3:30, 3:45. And so he's running 50% longer on harder trails, and that change in nutrition. And in terms of race pace, it's so much harder.
So much harder. So now you guys in the chat, we're having a lot of conversation, and then it's like, oh, now it's getting rainy, and so is that still going to be possible for the record? Well, Kilian went through with 120?
Yeah, 113, yeah.
113. Now he's 120 down on his record at the bottom before the last climb up to Arats.
Wow. I mean, that's... Do you think this is just the weather, or potentially a change of focus, or just...
100% change of focus. And we've seen it. Like, he started hard right from the start. He's going after it, and he knows that to break his own record, he needs to go hard right from the beginning, and there's more time to be gained in the uphills. And again, I'm using his words. I'm not saying this like out of nowhere. He says like he needs to push in the ups, and this is exactly what he's been doing. And it shows now, regardless of the weather that is not as good and a ground that is not as dry as it used to be when he broke that record, when actually both male and female records were broken. Well, he's still 1 minute 20 ahead.
Sorry, I thought you said he was then behind, 120 ahead, so he's actually, cool, good.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, he's still under his previous course record.
Oh, yes, good news.
By 1 minute and 20 seconds. And listen, Kevin Kibet is also under course record.
Wow. And I mean, we saw Davide was 3 minutes down on the course record when he was in second place. And if we look at the chunks that have been taken out of this record, I mean, even back in when Kilian won for the first time, he won in 3:56. Today we're looking at closer to 3:30. 26 minutes difference. Massive jumps in the level of competition, but also, as you said earlier, it's the understanding of what it takes to perform in races like this, and actually analysing nutrition, analysing the course, and knowing how hard you should push to get a greater return. But we're yet to really see, the only time we've seen Kevin run downhills was briefly in the final in Madeira, and he'd let Robert and Philemon and Remy go on the second loop of, and we're just going to see a highlights package now of what's happened so far.
So yeah, if you're joining us, this is the recap of what happened. So once again, Kilian took it out extremely hard behind. Elusine Lazawi was trying to keep up, and then followed by Kevin Kibet and Robert Painboy. This is Elusine.
Yes, it is wet.
Yeah,
Yes, it is wet.
this is wet. And then in the women's, that is Kilian leading the race. Now, Dani Marino took it out the hardest in the women's field. However, Thérèse Leboeuf from Switzerland was very closely. There she is, creeping up and taking over the lead. Then Sylvia Nockstar also reeled in Dani Marino, and those two were running very close to one another. But later, Thérèse Leboeuf was in first, but very close behind was Sylvia Nockstar and
Bailey Kowalczyk.
Dani Marino in third still, but Bailey Kowalczyk from the US, Team Nike Trails, was in fourth, and they could all see each other. I think we'll have images there. This is where we saw how close they were from one another. There she is, Bailey Kowalczyk. Back then, she was in fourth.
And Kilian had a nice little cushion, but behind them, our second to fourth runners just kept on trading places. El Hussein, Kevin and Robert. And it seemed almost as soon as the terrain changed slightly, one of them would decide, well, now's my time to run this bit. They've been back and forth. And but that's also going to be taking the energy out of them, the fact that they're constantly battling, whereas it was Kilian is just in his own little world.
He again, and we've said it, Kilian today is not racing his competition. He's racing the clock, and he wants to break his own record because he said it himself. He feels in the shape of his life, and so he wants to just take advantage of it.
And I asked Martin last night, how are you feeling? And he was saying, commentary-wise, I feel like I am the shape. I'm the Kilian. The king is back. So that's what we've got for you today. But we were saying about Kevin, he sees himself as a downhill runner. He absolutely loves it. And the only snippet we really got to see of that in the second lap of our final, as soon as they hit the peak of that, it was actually Kevin caught Remy, Philemon and Patrick and sped past them as if he was running the 100 meters. So we know that he actually has real talent on the downhills, but he hasn't had the experience of running wet downhills or muddy downhills. And that is going to be a real test for him. So I don't know what trainers he's going to be wearing. He's going to be so delighted to hit that peak, but I think he's going to find quite a rude awakening because it's so steep off the peak of Aizkorri, and that will be his challenge, is whether he's got the technical skill to actually not just use his pace but control it on those wet, muddy downhills. But we have on screen here, this is the
so before we get on the juniors race, I do have the split, and I'm sure all of you at home who have checked the splits now. Kilian, as we said, is 1 minute 20 down on his course record, so he's still ahead by 1 minute and 20 seconds. But the change is like Kevin Kibet and Robert Painboy actually passed Elusine, so they're all within 4 seconds. But Elusine has been reeled in.
And Alain Santamaria is currently in fifth. An incredible race by him so far. He did well in
China.
He was doing well in China. And again,
right.
We thought that might be because of the altitude, but he's just backing it up here. He again is a local runner. He knows this course well. He knows how to run in these conditions. And so he's another surprise runner who, if the runners ahead of him who are in a fight take too many punches, he could take advantage of this. Although I don't think he's quite as good a downhill runner as maybe I have seen in Kevin are.
I don't know, actually. I don't know him well enough to be able to make or like that assumption. They are world class going downhill, but like he's proven he was there in China looking pretty strong. So again, these are replay images of the start of Zegama this morning, 9 a.m. local time. And then this is the junior race that we are seeing right here on your images. And this is where we had in the past some of the future talent like Malenosa come and shine on this course. in this area already before they started racing in the big pond with all the big names and actually make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and we're just, looking at the kind of races that he's done well. He's,
aunque
he has been
tengamos una
racing for some
trayectoria
years,
Goierri
for
Turismo
5
de
years
casi
or so.
30 años,
And
claro, una cosa es que nosotros turísticamente promocionemos el Goierri como destino, con los parques naturales y todas las distintas opciones que pueda tener, pero bueno, es una conjunción de estrategias. El hecho que se celebra la Zegama-Aizkorri, la cual apoyamos desde el primer año, pues supone que la propia maratón llega a un nicho o a un público objetivo de corredores amantes de la naturaleza que quizás no tuviesen en mente venir al Goierri, pero gracias al conocimiento de esta carrera y al hacer esta carrera o al visualizarlo, vengan al Goierri, con lo cual pues ambas estrategias coinciden y para nosotros es uno de los eventos más importantes que hay a nivel deportivo, evidentemente en el Goierri durante todo el año. Nosotros siempre hablamos de territorio Idiazábal en cuanto a gastronomía, ¿no? Pues bueno, tenemos el queso Idiazábal, que es un elemento para nosotros de promoción importante allá donde los haya, el mercado de Ordizia, con más de 500 años, distintos museos gastronómicos del queso, de los productos locales, distintos productores, sidrerías, experiencias gastronómicas, cultura, que tenemos 11 museos, y luego la naturaleza, ¿no? Que es por lo que estamos aquí, que Goierri, como sabéis, somos las tierras altas, es lo que significa en castellano, y somos las Basque Highlands, ¿eh? Entonces, además de los dos parques naturales de Adalar y Aizkorri-Adatz, pues contamos con la maratón, con la famosa trilogía de julio de la Sumillak en Beasain, la vía verde Mutilor-Maizegui, recorridos de orientación, más rutas de senderismo, la famosa GR283 o ruta del queso Idiazábal, que atraviesa durante casi 98 kilómetros los dos parques naturales. Pues lo que comentaba, ¿no? Yo creo que hay una simbiosis entre el destino Goierri y también la Zegama-Aizkorri, ¿no? Pues esos tres elementos que decía lo podemos visualizar a lo largo del recorrido de la Zegama-Aizkorri. Por una parte, el paisaje, lo que es la naturaleza, el parque natural de Aizkorri-Adatz, el paisanaje, los que modulan y los que hacen que ese paisaje esté hoy tan bonito y tal y como estamos viendo, que son los pastores, es el queso Idiazábal, y no nos podemos olvidar de la cultura, pues porque también nos pasamos por el túnel San Adrián, entre otros puntos importantes, por el túnel San Adrián, que es Patrimonio Mundial de la Humanidad, con lo cual todos esos elementos a los que hacía referencia en la comarca del Goierri, pues se ven, es un resumen, la Zegama-Aizkorri sería un resumen, o sea que venga para acá.
You can see the surrounding area and you get a sense of what the beauty of this region is. It actually feels quite a lot like home for me coming from England. But this is the start line of our junior race. They're going to be running 10 kilometers. So it's pretty punchy still. Quite a bit of distance. And as we've said, runners have come through who we're going to be seeing today, like Marlon Oster, raced this when she was younger, did incredibly well. I was talking about Alan's performances previously. What really surprised me is how much he's improved. So Alan's actually run Zegama twice before. He came 52nd in 22 and 28th in 2023.
Well, that's going to be a big jump.
This is a crazy improvement from him, because outside of the top 20, the time gaps really are quite significant. So his best time here is 4:13, and he is currently on the course record.
Yeah, and so right here you get the splits. Obviously, we've already talked about it at Tabereta.
And I mean, this is a tight pack. The fact that, Killian's only 40 seconds ahead. But they'll be able to potentially see him at Sancti Spiritu. They'll hear the noise of the Killian cheer when they're running, so they'll know how far ahead he is.
True. However, like you can see already in the top 10, there's over 4.5 minutes.
True, but if we think of the closing pace of someone like Manu Marias, and even Bart, Bart said he wanted it to be as wet as possible. We've got some very, very strong closers who are coming in. So actually, our top 4 places are all completely wide open at the moment, other than maybe Killian knowing how good he is. But yeah, we can see the course records here. So at the moment, we're looking at the 5 fastest ever running performances at this stage of the race in history. You know, quicker than, and you think, look at these runners. John Albon, world trail champ, former world trail champ.
Several times.
Former world trail champ. Davide Magnini, you know, Mont Blanc marathon winner, and yet 5 of our runners are ahead of all of their times. And you know, we're a bit off of the ladies' pace today, a little bit expected, in all honesty. Partly conditions, partly the you know, Mordininka and machines. But I mean, 4:16.
And once again, like 4th and 5th time, we're done in bad weather conditions last year by Daniela and Caitlin Fielder. So that means a lot. That means that these ladies could potentially pull off an even better time this year.
I mean, and it feels unfair to compare anyone to Ninka's performance when, you know, that's the year that she did a 2:22 marathon, and her second attempt at the marathon, she's a European bronze medalist at marathon distance the same year, is it the next year? And you know, to get her running something like this in the sun on a super dry day, it's hard to see that record going for years to come.
It will be hard, but again, it's never impossible, and it will take the right combination of speed and ease on technical terrain. She admitted that. She's like, I felt like a baby deer on that ridge. And again, like, we had looked at the splits. It was very interesting because compared to the likes of Oyana Cortazar, for example, who is very comfortable and technical, she had lost several minutes on the section that was less than 2Ks. And so, again, you find someone who can run fast and be comfortable and technical, or technique and get her comfortable on technical, and then magic could happen.
Absolutely, and if you look how tight this is, you saw the gaps in the men's. Top 10 are within 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes for the entire top 10.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a fun one.
And you know, Ida, she's doing fantastically well. She's very good from Norway, incredibly used to terrain like this. So we'd expect to see her also running well. I don't know enough about her experience in distance.
Para el pueblo. Y yo creo que eso es una cosa que sentimos los corredores y los espectadores cuando venimos aquí, ¿no? Como corredor, el sentir, primero las montañas son muy bonitas, ¿no? Estás corriendo por un paisaje que es increíble, unos bosques que son mágicos, ¿no? Que piensas que están en un cuento de hadas. Y por el otro lado, pues esa simbiosis que hay con los espectadores, ¿no? Que es brutal. Yo creo que si no has estado allí dentro, ese túnel de gente en Sancti Spiritu, en Aizkorri, pues no se puede escribir, ¿no? Es una cosa que ya desde las primeras ediciones pues estaba ahí y es realmente único. Bueno, hablar de récords yo creo que es muy difícil en montaña porque las condiciones afectan mucho a eso, ¿no? Y sí que es verdad que las condiciones mañana parecen estar bien, pero bueno, hay bastante barro en la montaña aún, la temperatura es buena y yo creo que para pensar del récord es cuando ya estás a Sancti Spiritu, que ves un poco cómo están las condiciones y se ha corrido rápido, es cuando se puede empezar a pensarlo, ¿no? Antes es muy difícil de saber cómo van a ser los ritmos. Pues Zegama es Zegama por eso, porque es simplemente un pueblo que ama sus montañas y que quiere mostrar eso al mundo, ¿no? Y con esa cosa tan sencilla pues han conseguido una cosa que es increíble, que es que poner Zegama en el mundo y que gente de todo el mundo pues lo conozca, que quieran venir a disfrutar como corredor o como espectador.
All right, that was a few words with Killian about his race and obviously the question about the record. And he's like, it was interesting, like hearing him say that obviously breaking the record depends on the conditions in the mountains. It will condition your speed and all that. But he says, like, basically you have to make it to Sancti Spiritu and see see where you're at in time, see how you feel in the legs, and he says it's from that point on that you could actually start thinking about it. So that's interesting because clearly he's thinking about it right from the start, but then in his approach, that is something that like he'll be able to check in on himself and the time at this very moment.
And he'll know where everyone else is as well, because the local crowd will be giving him updates and things. But if we look at his time, his 3:36, in terms of ITRA score, that was 961. And if we compare that to his greatest ever performances, his hard rock record was 952. UTMB 952. So actually his Zegama performance was better than that, and Sierra's now was only 964. So this potentially is the best he's ever run, and yet we've got 4 runners within like a couple of minutes of him. That just shows you like how much this race has improved and the standard has improved here. But you can hear now the start of our race in the background. The noise is deafening for us. So
it's crazy here for the start of the junior race.
I can see Martin's lips move, but I'm not quite sure what he's saying at this stage. But they're just about to start, so we'll be able to get back to some kind of sense of normality in about 20 seconds or so. But we're also getting a few updates from the course at the 8.5 mark, kilometer mark. They're about 4 minutes behind the Inca's record. So
and so new leader.
Wow!
Yes, I thought that's what you were going to talk about, David.
I'm still reading down the page. I mean, it's yours to announce, Martin.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Therese Leboeuf is 4 minutes 20 behind Inca's record, as you said, but Sylvia Northstar at 13.5 kilometers has taken the win. The lead, sorry.
I mean, Sylvia came 4th here last year. She looked fantastic in China on the climb. I mean, she must be feeling confident to be actually taking the lead at this stage. She's a relative newcomer to trail running. She decided to quit her job last year and give it a go. And clearly she's feeling like she's got the ability to run this pace through to the finish, because we know that she...
And having had the opportunity to hang out with her, spend some time at all the races, I feel like she's one of the few runners that could run with the attitude of being outcome independent, meaning that her joy, her stoke, her achievement will be just as good regardless of her results. She's like, she will race, bring her best, she crosses the finish line. This is something you can bet on. She's going to be smiling regardless of the position. And so, she will take whatever she gets. But if she finds herself in the lead at that point, damn, she will take it.
Yeah.
Damn, she will try and take it.
And she's an accountant by trades. And, what we know about accountants who run is that they know their splits. They know, they know their numbers.
And actually talk about splits. Like, she's got over 25 seconds. So she's put 25 seconds on Dani Moreno and Therese Leboeuf, who are both running together, and then 8 minutes back is Bailey Kowalczyk.
Wow, I mean, what a tight race still, and yet we still have in the women's 10th place within 2 minutes of that lead. So they'll all be seeing each other, and as the race progresses as well, there'll be fewer men in between them, so they'll actually be able to pick each other off a lot easier. Sylvia, with her height, she's someone she's really good on the downs as well, and not necessarily the technical downs, but she can flow on a course like this incredibly well. She came 4th last year. It's going to take some stopping to reel her in.
It will, especially now that she's opened up such a gap at that point.
And this must be the slight downhill into Sancti Spiritu, I believe, where she would have opened up that gap.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our men's leader. Kilian has gone through Arad. and he's now running on the way down into the cave. So he has passed kilometer 17 and he's already covered 1,500 meters of elevation gain. And you can see like he's obviously relaxing. He knows, and that confirms it. Look at these images. He's relaxing on the downhills because he knows that this is where he can't really make many seconds there, but he needs to be fully recovered for when he gets to the bottom of Sancti Spiritu to have another push all the way to the top of Aikorri.
And the fact that the downhill's early in the race as well, if you put some damage in here, it's gonna just get worse and worse throughout the race. So early downhills are where you really want to be thinking about. Although he's flowing fairly. He's letting go a little bit there, you know. Whoa, and we have the start of the junior race in the background, as you can hear.
So this is interesting because, you know, we said the ground is dry, but actually on that very section it might have rained, or it's just the mist that kept the ground slightly more wet, and then you can see he was not fully confident. But then you see the outsole of his shoes is full black, meaning the mud is not sticking to the shoes, which is a good sign. So it's probably just a little bit of rain and water on the top of the ground, but it's not muddy to that extent.
And I suspect this is where Kilian will be pulling away significantly from the chasing group. Just his understanding of running on this type of terrain. You see the way he pulled out to the right there. That's the experience he has. Not just his years, but you know, living in somewhere like Norway, where this looks like Norwegian trail.
And he just is the best at just picking the right line. It's like he needs to be like looking ahead, and that's what he does so well. It's just like he's relaxed and he's looking, okay, I'm going there, and he's just like, look him flow. Like all of a sudden he saw that he could take a better line, and just like that he passed the camera runner. Something I want to say about this downhill, as we're seeing Kilian here in the lead, is that behind we will see come in Kevin Kibet, Robert Pemboy, and I think Elusine Lazawi could possibly pull away on this, because I would believe, and that's just my assumption, that Elusine can make ground on these two runners that we see there. So absolutely. Will Elusine try to make a move, or is he still paying the price of going hard really fast with Kilian early on?
And also he's comfortable following. You know, it's his go-to, and so Elusine also knows it's easier to follow than it is to run, and so maybe tactically he wants them to be doing the work. He wants them to be having to figure it out. But it doesn't look like he's made a move, and you know, Robert leading on this downhill. This is a big improvement from Robert here.
Oh, it certainly is. And then once again, I can't help but looking at the weather conditions, and look at the t-shirts of Robert flapping in the back. I feel like this is more than just his own speed. They must be in the wind right there.
And we saw in the final, and there goes Kevin. You can see that Kevin backs himself as a downhill runner. The fact that he's making no headway here is interesting. It's hard to know which of these runners are running within themselves, because you would suspect that Robert would be the last person leading at this stage. I mean, his downhill, I was filming him when we were running down in Madeira in the last day of the finals, and you know, Rui Ueda just flew away from him. But you can see here now Kilian taking on board a gel. Yep, he is fueling. He has his nutrition plan absolutely down to the T. This is uphill, and he is motoring.
Yeah, I mean, he's like still 58 seconds in front of his record, so he might have actually slowed down a little bit on that descent to try and recover a little bit. But you can see how like ridiculously comfortable he is. He's on technical, running fast, and he just takes the time to just pull the gel away, put it back in the pocket, like it was nothing.
And actually, the variety of this course is such that some of the downhills, it is worth just losing a little bit of time, because you just need to concentrate, and the mud won't and the rain won't affect it quite as much in other areas, where we'll see in the second half there are areas you can like this, where you can be striding out more and you can be ahead of dry race pace with good running, whereas earlier before, because of that additional technicality, you just want to focus.
This is Bart. So he would have passed Alain Santamaria, and Bart Prydiowski, ladies and gentlemen, would possibly be running in 5th place.
Oh, this would be great to see. So, as we said, in 2018, Bart ran his very first international race here, got the tattoo, and that was the beginning of his international journey. And so he came 3rd in his first ever race here. He's come 2nd here before. He's never won. It's not out of the question he could come 2nd today. I think 1st is going to be a challenge, but with Bart is a powerful descender. And also, he's very good in the wet as well. And so the more and more the conditions worsen, and we can see it's looking pretty horrible up there, Bart could come through and be the person to challenge Kilian if anyone can.
I mean, one thing as well that I can add to Bart's description is like he knows how to hurt and he's prepared for it. So he will give everything and more to try and score as high as possible on this course, and it's good to see him now starting to creep up and move up in the field, because now being in 5th position is actually a really good place to be.
Yeah, and we saw in Kobe when he came through on the last lap, he was about 90 seconds down on El Hussein, 2 minutes down, and very short 5K last lap. He was, they had a sprint to the line. He was absolutely closing in on El Hussein, and as you say, that was purely by him refusing to listen to the pain that he was in for that last 5K.
So I think those are early images. We're back on the replay because, and I think everyone in the chat, can we give a massive shout out to our camera runners, because this is probably one of the hardest days in the office, having to keep up with these gentlemen on such a crazy race, and the pace is relentless, and at least Kilian is still running just about a minute under his own course record.
And actually, this is the one thing about the race starting men and women side by side. It's far harder as a camera runner, because normally you get the women coming through first, and so they're running a slightly slower pace, and you can almost use that as a warm-up. And then you get a break, and then you do the men's. Whereas this is just back to back. There's no break from the men to the women, and you're having to hit Kilian right at the start. And so these half-hour intense sprints that they're going to have to do are just going to feel eternal. But you can see the mist. It's almost like we're out in Wales here. I could be at home. Where are the green grasses of home? But you can see the mist here, and you know, for Kevin, coming from Sierra now as his exposure to European running, to then experiencing this is going to be a shock to the system.
So we've got, obviously, some of you in the chat already have that. I'm going to share this with everyone else, but we have the top 10 at the top in Arats, and Manuel Merias is coming back. He's in 7th position now. He's creeping up slowly but surely, and being so close now to Alain Santamaria. I think he's going to be the next one in his bullseye. And the silent assassin is going to strike again, ladies and gentlemen. Manuel Merias at the top of Arats. He had planned to drop his poles to then run down, and then I think get them again for Sancti Spiritu.
And just to remind you of how good a closer here he is. He was in, I think, 17th place at this stage of the race 2 years ago, and ended up coming in 3rd place overall. That's how good he is at closing. And so the fact he's already up there, I mean, he's a different. His pre-season form hasn't suggested that he was in the form of last year, but actually he's running as if he is, and you know, he's clearly delighting in these conditions, and we can see this is like back with Killian in the lead now.
Back with Killian in the lead. And one more thing about Manuel Merias. I just wanted us to look at this split, and it's bang on 5 minutes between Killian and Manuel Merias at the top of Arats. I want to see the difference that's going to be at Sancti Spiritu, just to gauge how quickly Manuel will descend compared to Killian.
Yeah, this is interesting, actually, and especially because they're both managing their energy levels on that downhill, because Manu is thinking of the whole race and Killian's thinking of that record. He's and Bart as well. To compare with Bart, because since
Bart
Manu
will be
is
pushing.
Yeah, Bart is often forgotten versus Manu, because Manu won Zegama, and so we always talk about about Manu's downhill. But Bart is known as a very powerful descender, and he is a runner that will take advantage of his opportunities whenever he can. But our top 10, the other changes, Robbie Simpson's dropped back a little bit. He's now in 9th. In 1:33, Marcin Kubica, second Polish runner in 1:34.12. Ahead of them in 8th place, Luca Del Piero, and that brings our top 10.
Whoa. So he's already gone through. We didn't have images of that. Shame.
We missed
he's gone through the cave, which always is a very fun part to watch and see how the runners negotiate that section. So then between the cave and Sancti Spiritu, there's less than a kilometer. And so that's going to be done in no time. Look at this. He's probably like, hot damn, like probably 3:30.
And this isn't looking too wet here. I mean, the rocks are looking like they've dried out a little bit.
And then I think in the studio, if we can now at least transition half in sound volume between us and the crowds, we absolutely need to hear it and share it with all of you back home. The Basque fever is about to happen, and we're gonna hear it probably from here, from the finish line.
And he's gonna nip in for an aid station just before that climb. So that's when we know that the real energy starts to begin. Is when we see him reach for some new gels. But yeah, we were saying about Killian, about whether he feels the pressure more now that he knows he's got to represent El Normo and his company on the global stage. But he was saying actually it's the reverse. He almost feels like he's got more freedom to do what he wants, and he can choose his races because he knows that wow.
All right, here we go. The gels are coming out. The new ones are being picked up.
But you can't quite get a. I mean, if you think how
so he's still in the flat. He hasn't turned, like he's going to be a 90-degree left-hand turn, and then he's going to go up. So already there are people on the flat before that starts climbing.
Well, that is. I've not seen it that busy in the wet before.
And look at him. He's starting to relax, eating a little bit, like and a drink. He's got a bottle in his hand. And this is going to be the turn.
Into Sancti Spiritu.
Hopefully we can have sound from the production again. If you hear us, let's hear it from the crowds.
The Phil Spector wall of sound. And look at the depth there. You think how wet it is. Oh, he puts his hand up to the crowds like, give me more, give me energy. And this
it looks like we have no camera runner here. That's a bit surprising.
Yeah, hopefully there's one to pick up, or I guess the drone has maybe taken over. But yeah, I mean, if you were running through this, I've done it with the camera before. It's deafening, it's bewildering. You can't always see where you're going because the crowd are so intense, and you're trying to focus on your feet, but at the same point, there's things waved in front of you. There's flags. There's the sound of chainsaws.
That is the place where you do not get to pick your line. Yeah. Like the crowd will give you the one line, and you just take it, and you just power through. So.
And it was a real issue last year. I remember we had Madness going up it. And he was really struggling, slipping, because he was having to take these really annoying routes that the crowd were forcing him to. And
I like that you called him Madness, Francesco Pupi.
Of course. We know Madness to be watching. We love him. But yeah, but this looks pretty good.
It is. That's what we were saying. Like the ground is dry, and if anything, a bit of rain will just make it stickier.
Yeah. So actually, He'll be running this.
So it looks like our camera runner was there, but he wasn't quite ready. or he just chickened out and be like, all right, guys, no, I'm just going to let Killian go. I'm not playing here. But what's super interesting is that Killian's already been going for about a minute. And there's no one else in sight.
Yeah.
No one else in sight.
And as we suspected, he's pulled away from our less experienced runners. And that downhill, it's hard to run, and especially it's hard to run when you're trying to conserve your energy, because a lot of our races are straight up, straight down. But when you have these steep descents early on in a race, you're trying not to run too fast, but actually, how do you do that? You either put the brakes on to try and conserve, which is putting force through your muscles, or you try and flow, but then your speed carries you away and you then struggle with trying to control it. And that's the challenge of not going flat out on these downhills.
That is crazy. So we're trying to catch a glimpse of Killian going through the crowds. It must be absolutely crazy down there, and then waiting for the next runner to come in. Is that still gonna be Kevin Kibet, Robert Penboy, and Elouzine El Azaoui in this order? And it looks like it is at least in second place. Kevin Kibet,
wow,
going through at a pretty solid pace here.
Yeah, he's looking good actually. And this is his first experience as Sancti Spiritu. There's nothing like this anywhere on Earth. Maybe the Skyrun, the kind of junior version, but I mean, I've seen the faces of the runners come through this. It's scary at times. It's frightening, especially as they will be screaming at him in Basque. His Spanish isn't that great, but his Basque certainly isn't.
He won't care. Like, he will take on the noise. It's good to see him fueling as well.
Yeah.
So down there at the aid station, like we're telling you, this is the second place where they could pick up whatever they wanted, water, gels, and carry on with whatever they needed for that incredibly hard climb. And as you said, you get carried by the crowds, and you probably go in the red zone. You go a bit harder than you should, because then after that, and again, I went and I ran it yesterday just to get a reminder of how it is. This is a long climb. Once you get off this field, you cross over, and it's about a flat section, a little bit of downhill, and then you keep climbing in the forest, and that climb is relentless.
It's horrible. I think it was Davide Magnini told me, like, when he did this 2 years ago, he came out in that section, and he suddenly feels so lonely.
Yes, and that's the thing. That you find yourself alone. It's quiet. You've worked probably harder than you should, and then you still like in a very hard section. He's like, what am I doing here?
It's almost like some enchanted forest, and we can see there's together, that's El Hussein off the back of Roberts.
Yep.
And so can they see Kevin though? Can they see them?
Wow, there's a substantial gap.
Yeah, I mean, and it wouldn't surprise me if quite soon if we start to see Bart actually coming through.
Yep, and then we'll look at that. Now, interestingly enough, Killian is still under course record, and he's creeped up another 14 seconds. So he was 58 seconds ahead of course record, and he's now 1:13.
I mean, that's surprising. That's impressive.
So as much as he looked relaxed, like he made time on his split last year, and there he is, ladies and gentlemen. And can we hear Poland in the chat? Yeah, there we go. We can. And look at him. He's smiling. He's hurting. He's absolutely loving it. He's loving the crowd, the place, the race. Everything about today is special for Bart Przydowski.
And hello to Olaf, who'll be watching his dad run for the first time. Young Olaf, born in January. And hello to Patricia as well. Little reference there to Bart getting the date wrong yesterday, but we won't tell Patricia that. But we can see them. You know, Bart is close behind them, and the climbing is not almost over. There's still another kind of 500-600 meters of climbing left from this point, but Bart will be feeling good. If he can see the back of of that pack, if he can see El Hussein, this is early in the race for him to be capturing him.
And here's Alain Santamaria with the poles. I think it's a good move.
It is.
I think it's a good move.
Yeah, absolutely great move.
Because he's going to be saving his legs, moving just as fast, but working less hard. And again, you still need to have plenty of strength in those legs, because if you can actually be fresh by the time you get to the top of Aizkorri, then you can flow through that section, through the ridge.
Do we think having poles through? Do we think having poles is an advantage to getting respect from the crowd? Do you think you get more space from the crowd if you have poles? Do they see them coming and back out?
I don't know. No, it seems like he was comfortable. But somebody might get just punched.
But significantly, who are the only people who have poles? It's the runners who train in the wet, who train in terrain like this. And there's Manu. Well, so Manu is closing.
Manu is closing.
We're going to try and get the splits at the base.
I don't know, but you guys in the chat have absolutely broken the timing link. I had an internal server error. There's far too many people, which is great, which is fantastic. And there he goes, ladies and gentlemen, coming in first.
Oh, no,
Sylvia. It's still Sylvia.
Fantastic.
Still Sylvia Norgstar, who I guess is getting to the top of Arats. And people are screaming. This is good.
Leading for the first time. She's never led a Golden Trail race. She was fourth here in the past, last year. But, I mean, this will be a new sensation for her. And great to see. Absolutely great to see. She's used to very similar terrain like this. She lives, I think she lives on a farm, or her parents are farmers. I know she got married in a farm at the end of 2022, and so she's grown up in conditions similar to this. This will feel like running at home, and I mean, and that's true of Therese as well. With that's the thing. Our female runners are all so suited to this terrain, and in the past we've seen a lot of runners who are great at just raw speed, but actually it's hard to see who's going to make a break from our females, because they're all so similarly suited.
Yeah, I gotta say, and again, as you said, this is the first time she leads, so we're used to seeing Sylvia sometimes on the screen because she's in the top 5, but like not fully spending minutes running with her, and she looks good. Like, to me, she looks composed, she's flowing down.
She's got the arms out.
Yep, it's very positive. I'm excited. I'm excited for her.
And that's Marcin Kubica there coming through. He was in 10th place at the previous checkpoint. He's looking smooth as well.
And so, you remember what we said about Manuel Merias at the top of Arats and then going down?
Hit me.
30 seconds faster than Kilian on that descent.
Oh!
But he still hasn't passed Alain, meaning that Alain Santeria was just as fast as Manu. So these guys on that downhill really must have gone pedal to the metal.
So what was the time difference? Because Alain was 50 seconds ahead at the last split, and they were, and Manu was 1 minute exactly back on bars. This is the downhill championships right here. This should, we need a Strava segment, and we've got the overall split times on screen. Let's see what our maths is like. So Bart pulled away. Whoa! Bart pulled away 1 minute and 15.
So that is,
wow. So Bart was 15 seconds quicker than Manu. Oh, Manu! Please, can someone on the course tell them this? Someone tell Manu that, and someone tell Kilian that he is losing the downhill race, and film their face, because they are not going to be happy bunnies. They're going to be wet, miserable bunnies.
But look at Sylvia. She is moving so well.
I mean, we know she's got very good downhill sprint speed.
And look at those legs. Like, it's just smooth, and she takes like 2 steps, and she's like, whoa.
But sometimes having long legs doesn't help you on very technical terrain. But you can almost get like giraffe caught up in them.
Yeah. But no. And I've learned that the hard way once on a training run with François Den. We're going on technical, and I was like, come on, we're on technical. Like, he's gonna struggle with his long legs. Nope. I stood corrected, and he was just just like Sylvia, super smooth and could handle it. It was coordinated. It was
and you know,
frustrating for everyone else.
And she's showing us why, you know, ABBA was such good dancers. The Scandis can dance on terrain like this. She's showing her skills there. And this is nervous. And here are our splits now. So, you know, Danny and Therese neck and neck. Bailey up there.
Yeah, Bailey coming back.
I'm
not surprised. And actually, watch out. I've seen her run downhill on unrunnable terrain. Yeah. So, of course, it was at a shorter race. It was like 25 Ks. So, Zegama will be longer. And by the time she hits the downhill, it'll be over 30 Ks elapsed. But watch out. And I would say watch out.
And she trains with her boyfriend Johnny, he's a brutal descender, and you know she goes side by side with him. But you know, you're looking at Lida as well. There's no weaknesses in the second half of the course in our top 10. None of the top 10 females are bad at downhill. What's happening to our runners? It's just all round perfection.
And we knew that was going to be an exciting race in the women's field as well. But man, we are gifted with such a show already before they've gone even through the halfway point, which is going to be roughly in distance just after Sancti Spiritu.
But the top is where it's going to be different, because Sylvia hasn't seen the exposed ridge before. She's run by the side of it last year, just ducked out of it because the winds and the conditions are so bad. So that is an opportunity where the brave could seize control. Our top 5, whoever is the bravest across the top, assuming they're in the same splits they are now, they will potentially pick up a significant lead.
Yeah, and I would see at the bottom of the climb here with the white t-shirt is Zaidat Malik with his poles, and I'm sure he's been greeted with very loud cheers. Everybody loves him, and even more so around here.
And I did know at the very start, Bart was leading, and who was on his shoulder? Of course, Zaid, as ever. He's got a turn of pace. And, you know, good to see him doing well at this stage as well. But we're back with our race leader, our slight surprise race leader. Sylvia, we know she's got great form coming into this, and actually the top 5 women are so close in their abilities. But to be leading out, this is a new experience for her, and she doesn't look like she's finding it a struggle at this stage at all.
No, this is definitely a comfortable motion here, smooth footing.
Now we're just going to look what our other splits have been. So we had the splits of the men's we were talking about, but Kevin was 10 seconds, only 10 seconds ahead of Robert and El Hussein. And as we saw in the footage earlier, they'll still be able to see him there. But we've now got shots of Killian. He's running through the woods. The moment we mentioned, he's escaped Sancti Spiritu, and he's now beginning the final big climb before the peak of Aizkorri. And so this is the lonely section of the race, but he'll be enjoying this now. He's a bit of an introvert naturally. He likes the crowds for a little bit, but I think he'll be happy to be back in his own rhythm. But other people are watching it. Luca Del Pero was up in 7th place, sorry, in 8th place in 1:47 in the last checkpoint. About 30 seconds behind him was Marcin Kubica in 9th, and Robert Loic in 10th in 1:48.21. But we're currently following Sylvia Nordska, who is coming up to the tunnel quite soon.
So very, very shortly. So there's going to be a bit more downhill, a bit of forest, and then the kind of a right-hand turning around, and then it's interesting because once you get towards it, you don't see it at all. It's like a grassy field, and then all of a sudden there's a dip, and then you dive into that cave, and actually Sylvia's going to have to be careful, and she will have to go on the far
left-hand side.
No, left-hand side is very low.
Oh,
coming into
coming
the cave.
in. Okay,
coming in.
Okay. But we're hoping we can see the cave because it's fun to see, and the body language of every runner changes significantly when they hit that point, because it's the place that people are most nervous about because of that polished rock, and even when it's dry, it's very hazardous. But we're seeing a lovely still of Kilian now, who is
Yep. So that is in the section, as we were telling you, that is a bit of a transition between this Sancti Spiritu climb and then the madness up at Aizkorri. And this is a hard section in the trees. You have still a lot of climbing to go through, and then you pop out on what normally, or at least yesterday, was a beautiful open view over Zegama. You're on the side of the mountain. It's a single track, all rocks. It's absolutely stunning. This morning, they will not see much at all, because see, as they're climbing up, they are in the clouds, and so everybody who will be there, see, you can't see anything, so everybody at the top of Aizkorri will have to wait and possibly listen to people on the course to realize where Kilian is to get a
but
sense
look at these
of where
gaps now coming. I mean, the gaps in it shows you
Bogdan?
how that looked like Bogdan. It was certainly it's either Bogdan or Leonard. I think it's the green of our Team Romania runners coming through the base of Sancti Spiritu now. But you can see already the gaps are starting to appear in our men's field there, and we expect to see the women coming through here in 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. I'd have thought maybe a little bit longer. But Bogdan out of the top 10 now. He is a runner though who can pace himself to the line.
And I have another breaking news. Thanks to Flo, we have a lot of people watching back home and giving us details. Lide Urestarazu is in second place in the women's field.
What? Oh, in fact, it's just what?
Yes.
And with a 30-second cushion.
Yep.
This is incredible to see.
She's made the move, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
And I've been told a lot about her. She's a local runner from further down in the Zegama Valley. Doesn't care about sponsors. Her Instagram account is private.
It's closed. Yeah, I still haven't got in there. She hasn't accepted my invitation.
So we were trying to get as much information about her, because we had heard this is the name we told you was whispered around here as a potential contender, and then she is here, and she is in second place, absolutely killing it. And the thing is, how far up can she go? If she moved up to second place, she's not going to stop there.
I mean, we have to assume she's a great descender then, if she's just put over 30 seconds.
That is a safe assumption.
Yeah, I mean, this year she really arrives on the international scene for the first time, beating Oyana, and we know how good Oyana is at the moment. She came third in Mont Blanc last season, former winner of Zegama. But in fact, we're just about to see the replay, so we'll come back to Lida in a second.
Yeah, so that's the replay of Kilian going at the bottom of Sancti Spiritu. But no, I think it's like, let's take advantage of that, because earlier this year, this is where everybody took notice at the Trail Acantilados del Norte on 29 kilometers, very technical. So your assumption that she's a good downhill is right. She was ahead. She simply took the win ahead of some very solid runners that we usually...
Julia Font was in that field. He's in great form at the moment. Top 10 already twice this season.
Oyana Cortázar.
Bailey was in that field as well. You know, a really impressive performance. Significantly though, it's the 29K race. She's raced 3 times this season. They've all been a similar distance. So you know, this will be a very long race for her. I don't know for certain that's the first time she's raced a marathon, but I suspect that it is.
So there's going to be a lot happening, and we're happy to see new names come and battling it out against the world's best. And we're back live, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours elapsed in the 2024 Zegama-Aizkorri Marathon. And the king, the GOAT, Kilian Jornet, is leading still. He's the only one now under his own course record.
Okay, yeah, conditions are and you can see how tricky it is to get up here. I mean, even the king is having to scramble, and it's hard because you want to make sure you're taking your nutrition with you, but actually you need your hands at times. You may fall, but you sometimes need them to scramble.
And look at that.
And this is
He's calling it.
This is one of the challenges with poles as well, because when you take your poles, you're essentially saying that you're probably not going to take nutrition for that stage of the race, and it's quite a long climb up Sancti Spiritu.
And so he's getting to the summit. Look at this, everybody is here, and we finally hear the crowds.
Oh, the crowds in the back go, yes, and the fact it's killing as well. The noise he got at the press conference yesterday was insane.
And the Basque Country flags, the Catalan flag, everybody is out.
And like, just think about this. This is 2,700 meters. Everyone there has either camped out overnight or has done this today. You have to climb from Sancti Spiritu. You cannot get a car or a bus to the top. So all of these individuals have done this already this morning. I mean, well done the crowds for a lot of people wouldn't make that climb.
That. They're all on the roof of that little refuge. What a race. What a performance. And honest, like, what a push from Kilian.
Yeah.
Like, he's still on to get after that record of his and try to even better it. So we have here, can't see too well, but this is indeed Zegama-Aikorri still in the lead. But
she had about a 90-second lead.
Lide is creeping up and has now switched one gear to come in second place. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a big shakeout.
And I mean, I don't know what she's wearing, but the local crowd will know about her. The energy she'll get coming through this as the first Basque runner are just unbelievable noise from the local crowd. But we're seeing our two first place runners currently, and if it stays as it is, there's a 90-second gap between Lida and Sylvia. Lida is about 30 seconds then of a very big chasing group who are all very close to each other. And the descent that we've had of Arats is steep. We saw some of it, it's technical, but actually the descent off the very peak is insane in comparison. And that is where, if Lida is as good a downhiller as that split would suggest, she'd be able to eat up 90 seconds on Sylvia potentially. So this race could be getting extremely close at the front of the women's. But we're also seeing second place now. This looks like El Hussein in second place.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised that he's made that move.
Impressive, because he was behind Kevin in Sancti Spiritu climb. So it seems, again, as we saw earlier, the steep climbing.
Absolutely. Yep.
And so El Hussein has taken a bit of a gap here. We do know that Kevin likes his downhill, but there's a good bit of climbing now for El Hussein, and El Hussein will be more knowledgeable about what he needs to do, given that he's seen how fast Kevin is on those downs, so he's going to be motoring.
And so hopefully our camera runner can keep up with Kilian to give you an idea of how technical that ridge is past the Aikorri summit.
We're seeing some of our kind of mid-pack runners coming through. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? And we're going to get the noise of the end of the junior race quite soon as well. So apologies if you're deafened in the background, but the noise of the crowd here also. But we expect to see the women's field coming through fairly soon into the cave, and then hitting the base of Sancti Spiritu, where the noise will absolutely erupt. Hopefully we'll get the screen on, the screen to give you a little bit of that energy as well.
Yeah, talking about energy, like, he's been such an intense first half of the race. I think we need gels too.
We do. We've been offered a
sandwich.
which I'm not sure when or how we'd eat that.
Yeah, there she is.
The climb.
There is Lide, ladies and gentlemen. And as Sylvia has already made a few meters into the climb,
Can we see Sylvia ahead? And
yes,
wow. She is massively closed down. That was a 90-second lead.
And look at her power hike up the hill.
Oh, this is great form. The fact she got her hands on.
And again, it is a proof at home. Remember, when the climb is steep, you will be going faster power hiking than running. And not only that, but because you'll be using a different chain of muscles, you can actually recover. And then also, if you're obviously not pushing too hard, but like at the same pace, you'll be able to lower your heart rate, which also helps obviously for recovery. I'm stating the obvious, but this is incredible here on the screen.
I mean, this basically is human pose is the equivalent of it, and she'll be there. You go. You can see the Basque flags being waved for her, and Sylvia will hear the noise behind her of the cheer because. She may be hearing a louder noise from behind than the one she's hearing around her. And so she'll know that someone's coming. But I don't know if she'll know who Lida is. I don't think she'd have been on her radar or anyone would have tipped her off about her being a potential threat.
Oh, that's going to be exciting. And
we may see a pass on this climb, which will be just incredible to see. And here, but Sylvia's back running now, so have they hit? Yeah, they have.
So she's hit the top,
and she's now escaping.
And she's going across. So let's see if we get images of Lide going through that. And in the meantime,
and this is Robert
Penboy has
maybe in third place then, if it's the third runner we're seeing coming through.
So he would have gone past Aizkorri now. I think this is just after you go past the refuge and you go around, and he's going to be onto the ridge very soon now. So assuming Eluzine has gone through that as well.
Yes, this is our third or for potentially fourth place runner. I mean, you can see why the camera is not necessarily getting through. It's struggling to get through the fog. Third place for Robert. I mean, this is a great run from him. He came out to Asia. And I think given his pre-season, was expecting to race really well and just didn't really register. So to be given the pace that has been set ahead of him, for Robert to be up in third place now is really an incredible performance. The best he's ever run in Golden Trail, for sure.
And I want to say that probably the Basque Country would be on fire because Lide is in second, but they're coming back as well. Marlene has come back to fourth.
Wow.
She was so far back at the start, but she had said it. She's like, I'm going to do my own race. I'm going to have fun. I'm going to enjoy the crowds because everybody's out there for me. And I want to just have fun and be there for everybody. I would say there's still about a minute at least between Sylvia and Lide at this point. So Lide will have to make some work to catch up with Sylvia if she wants to take the win. But yeah, quite incredible here what Malenosa has done in fourth, and Marta Martinez is also in third place. So she was 8th last year here in Zegama.
And we do know that Marlene is a very good technical downhill runner as well, and the fact that she's caught up those places so quickly is a great sign. She's even when she came top 5 in Kobe, she struggled with cramps, and it wasn't until later on in the race that almost her maturity allowed her to catch up. So the fact that she's already catching people, to me, suggests that she's got no problems today. And that means she could really be picking up the pace in the second half of this race. But we've got the finish of our junior race coming in currently, which is why we may be having to raise our voice a bit. And but it looks, this is El Hussein on screen now, our current second place runner, just off the course record, but trying to get a lead over Patrick ahead of Robert Kemboy.
Yeah, Eluzine Lazo, he looks like he's working. Like, this is not a walk in the park, but he is still looking strong, and I mean, keeping Robert Painboy in your rear mirror is no small feat. So he's doing extremely well there. And look at this. If he's in 4th place, it means that Kevin Kibet has either blown up because the distance is getting starting to get outside of his comfort zone, or Bart has decided to crank another gear and is now confirmed by the screen running in 4th place and chasing.
If Bart is at this place already, I think Robert's going to struggle on this downhill to keep his place. And Bart is such a powerful descender, and I mean, Bart has a tendency to go out hard and try and hang on, but we know he's raced every Golden Trails Zegama, so he knows this course incredibly well, and he's going to be eating up those miles. So, this is where you can see how steep the course is. The fact that Sylvia's now having to both power hike out here.
Yeah, and both are looking extremely strong. Like, I would say it's going to be a massive challenge for Lide if she wants to try and creep up one more spot in the rankings, because Sylvia still looks really, really good, really, really strong, and she's making good use of these long legs to get up the hill. Power hiking, it's good to see her transition into power hiking as well. She'll probably, hopefully, recover as well and be ready to push again. And we have John Albon, who just showed up here with Dimitri Mitayev. Big shout out to these two, but they don't get full. They are not in the race.
Well done, John. Well done, John. He always gets about.
So it looks like, it was Transvulcania. It just blipped here on your screen.
Yes, but you can see, what this is a challenge of the top. Elisine looks very confused.
Kevin is here. And he's here on the right-hand side of your screen. We hadn't seen him, so maybe he is right behind Bart.
Yes, okay. But Elisine does not look comfortable right now at all. And Kevin, the fact that Kevin's looking better than Elisine over these rocks, and when these rocks get wet, they can be extremely slippery. And so I think the hope for Elisine was that he'd be able to watch someone and follow them through, but this will be the first time Kevin's done anything like this before. This is a completely new experience for him, and you can see the fact his arms are going out left and right. This will be extremely challenging him, and it's hard for him because you want to conserve your energy, but you want to get off this as fast as you can. This will be extremely cold. There will be a crosswind at the top. It whips at you, and so the fact there, this is a section he could run normally, but he's clearly startled by this.
He surely is, and then again, it takes experience in the mountains to know how to pick your line. We're talking about Kilian just knowing which way to go, and you read the terrain, and sometimes the most direct line is not the easiest. So you want to see 2 flags ahead and then take the best route, and it looks like Kevin Kibet was struggling a lot on that section. And so first, how much time is he going to lose? But also, as you said rightfully, how much energy is he going to spend to just go through that section? In the meantime, Elusine is also making ground, but definitely not as comfortable as Kilian when he went through earlier. So Kilian is still in the lead, and it looks like look at this. This is proper scrambling.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
There's going to be a big gap at the end of this between El Hassin and Kilian, and but it's so hard to motivate yourself to run the little 5-meter sections here. Like you can see, El Hassin he's picking up his pace, but that's where he'll start to pull away from Robert and Kevin, because you've really got to drive yourself to carry on running there, and even changing into a little run, it does engage the muscles differently. It does take a lot of energy to do that. This is a really, really hard section of the race.
But then pushing so hard to kind of move yourself up the hill, it's just like the legs are burning. And it's such a hard section, and this is why Zegama is Zegama, because a lot of the time you need to be able to run faster.
And looking fourth as well. The places are changing. So
oh wow, yeah, it looks
really
like
are changing.
So Therese Leboeuf is not giving up.
Yeah. And we've got a record update. So at 23k, over halfway, he's only under by 7 seconds, and I mean this is the section that would slow him down actually from the dry. This peak section, it's no surprises he's losing time here. I think he can still catch it up on this that back down.
7 seconds, I would say it would be possible. He would just have to give everything he has and make sure those transitions are swift as possible, because every second will count.
Yeah.
And it sounds like Olivier in the chat, like Elusin would be 4 minutes and 30 seconds behind Kylian in second place. So I don't know if we can trust the top woman here, because it would mean that there's been a lot of changes, that Malenosa would have fallen back, and that there would have been quite a bit of changes. In the men's, it does correspond to what we saw on the images. And here, look at this on the screen, it's Alain.
Wow, fantastic. And it's our first opportunity to really see what he's like on technical.
On technical, correct, yep.
Train. If hopefully the camera can hold. But just seeing Marta up there, performing incredibly well for Spain. Another local runner, another Spanish runner, in 4th place currently. So a lot of surprise names up there, still in contention.
And also I have news that Dani Moreno, who had started and led the women's race, is in 17th position at Sancti Spiritu. So I hope nothing bad happened to her, but that's a huge drop. So hopefully she's okay.
Yeah, that I mean, no one wants to see anyone's race finish with that. And you know, Marta, who's currently in 4th place, she did run Zegama last year.
Yeah, she was in 8th position in the women's, so she already scored a solid top 10. She will know the course, and I mean last year was horrendous, so she will be able to handle that, if anything, better. Now with Elusin, again, he is moving really well on that terrain. Still some spring in his legs, is bouncing off the rocks.
And just the different way he's going down those. You can see he's using his hands to control his body. And actually...
Luca Del Pero here on the right-hand side of your screen, moving relatively well.
Yeah,
that's
Luca?
Yeah, Luca Del Pero.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's not moving badly, but you can see the technique that Manu has. Grab the rock, use that as an anchor for your balance, and then jump with your legs almost. But LSC now is at our peak of Aizkorri, coming up to the peak at the end of the really rocky section now, and this is where he'll really want to start motoring.
So it looks like, again, Marta Martinez, who was in 3rd, has fallen back, and Therese Lebeuf's passed her. Bailey Kowalczyk, who was in 4th, is now in 5th, but still in the mix. And again, I really want to stress that Bailey, if she gets to the 30K mark, still in good shape and well-fueled, she will be one to look out in that descent. And now we see, he has made the move finally on that terrain. The more technical, the better for Manuel Merias. He has passed Alain and is now, then I believe, in 5th.
He would be.
Yes. No, Bart would be in 5th, and so Manuel would be in 6th.
6th, yes. Okay. So this battle it'd be great to see the split times, but 2nd through to 6th must be within 90 seconds or so maximum, you'd have thought. And in fact, if we look at the 2-hour mark, Kylian had a 4-minute lead, 4.5 minute lead over Elusin. But
so those rankings, and thanks for pointing it out, Eddie, in the chat. So those rankings are from the K16, so that's completely outdated. And so then it would then tell that Malen is truly still possibly in 3rd. In 4th, sorry. And Marta Martinez would still be in 3rd.
And we're with a leader here who we believe is still in 2nd place. Our local runner, first time in the Golden Trail, first time really running international races on the international.
Well, she was in the Scarlet World Series earlier this year.
Okay.
And that's where truly she won that opening race ahead of Oyana Cortazar. As you said, Bailey Kowalczyk was there.
Yeah. So first time in kind of the international scene and doing incredibly well. But look at this: 2, 3, 4, Spain.
Yep. I mean, Spain and Basque Country.
Spain and
Be
Basque.
careful, man.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Malin will give you grief for that.
But it just shows you. It shows you the home advantage. I mean, the Spanish runners are incredibly good in Asia as well. In Kobe, I think they had 6 in the top 10.
Yes. Yeah.
Unbelievable strength and depth from our female Spanish and Catalan and Basque runners. But to have 3 in the top 4 here, all within a couple of minutes of the lead as well, this is an incredible performance by them. And we're here with Lida, who's in second place at the moment, and she's hoping to track down Sylvia Norskar, leading for the first time in her career.
And so now we get an update from Asket at 23.2 kilometers, and then obviously Kylian's still leading over 4.5 minutes on Elusine. Then Robert Penboy we saw had passed, but Bart has passed Kevin Kibet.
Wow.
That technical section was a deciding factor for Kevin Kibet. He struggled. We saw it on the images. As you said, this is foreign terrain for him. And again, in terms of distance, he's also getting to the unknown, while Bart will know the course, will know this distance, and again would have paced himself absolutely bang on.
He's only 20 seconds down on Robert, so you suspect that I mean,
he will see him.
Yeah, by the end of that, the climb across the Aizkorri, that's going to be gone almost certainly.
And I think Kevin Kibet, sorry for to be saying that, but I'm afraid he's going to be reeled in as well, because Manuel Merias is only 40 seconds back, and as soon as he's going to see him, the sniper will be ready and.
But in some ways, this is good. This is good for Kevin's career, because Kevin needs to be following people like Manu, and to get 2 minutes behind Manu and seeing how he moves, understanding that it's a completely different way of attacking in a terrain. And the trouble is, if you're someone like Kevin and you don't get that, you finish this race and you've learned nothing. You've just learned that you're really bad at something.
And then I know you were talking with Kevin, and then he says he was banking on the downhill.
Yeah.
So it's going to be good for him, reality check. It's you're good, but you're not that good. And as you say, if he can learn whenever these guys are going past him on technical here, Bart Prodejewski, and then later on, oh no, that's not Bart, my bad. Is that Marcin?
Basically, Kevin thinks it's not his first rodeo, but today he's in a bullfight. And,
exactly.
But this will be. We're hoping to see more shots at the top. And as we say, from our top 10 runners, our descenders are Kylian, Elusine, potentially Kevin, Bart, and Manu are all incredibly fast on the downhills. But it's only Kevin. We're yet to see if he can descend in the wet. But we're here with Lida, who is currently in second place in the last tough climbs to get to our peak of the race today. And on the right of the screen, we have Sylvia Norskar, who's leading out and overtaking a lot of our men who are now causing traffic. She's moving so quickly.
And it shows again how long that section is. These two women have been in that climb between the top of Sancti Spiritu and before getting to Aizkorri. This is such a hard section, and I think it's hard for everyone, because it's just, you possibly you overreach a little bit on that climb. You get excited but look at Sylvia. The minute she can, she's back running. She is not done, far from it.
And you know, when some people, when they lead for the first time, some people don't know how to deal with that pressure, and it almost consumes them. But you know, other athletes, the energy you can get if you're a positive mindset, and Sylvia is such a positive person.
Oh, she is.
Having not seen her lead before, but knowing her, how she is, how she carries herself, I imagine that she will be feeding off the energy of leading and actually delighting in it, and not feeling pressure, but instead actually using that energy to actually push her forward.
Exactly. Keep her own pressure on the gas pedal. Be like, all right, I got to keep myself in check. I can't be complacent. I just have to keep going. And it wasn't her. It was actually Daniela who said, like, you know, if I'm being chased, I love it.
Yeah.
And this is unusual because usually you don't really like that. But she was like, I love being chased because all of a sudden I just take like. I can deliver the best out of myself because I will just push myself so much harder. And as you said, there's a bit of a traffic jam here, so hopefully people can move out of the way. But Sylvia is coming, and she, like, again, she's being very kind, but I think she should take the elbows out and start moving through these gentlemen.
But Sylvia won't necessarily know exactly what's going on in the race behind her, and it's not until she gets to. We've got a very steep descent of around 300 meters, but it's not until she gets to the 30k mark of Andretz where we have our aid station that she'll have people that she knows there, where she'll get a full update of exactly what the split time is, but also who's behind her, because that's the thing, that she'll know there's noise, she'll know that there's someone not too far, but it will be she'll be clueless that it's Lida behind her. But she's coming to our peak now, very close to the peak. But
yeah, this is the last section, so there's a bit of a flat, and then boom, into the rocks, and that is going to be the final maybe 100 meters, 200 meters onto Aikorri.
And you know, we've mentioned before that Sylvia has taken time off from work to last year decided to try and go professional and to see if she can make a career of it. And this is the first time we've really seen a massive steps change from the prior year. She's had some great performances, coming fourth here last year. She came 5th overall in the season, was locked in battles with Malin, and for that 5th, 4th, 6th place overall. But this is the first time we've seen her leading the race so far.
But so actually, I got ahead of myself. She is not quite there at the bottom of Aikorri. Like, when she'll get to that little turn, then she will be probably a couple of minutes from a little call, and at that call will be where I thought she was earlier. So my bad, I take it back.
But her exposure to trail actually is based in North America. She was a Nordic skier, and like a lot of our athletes, she went to university in Utah. So the same as Sophia Lockley, the same as Grayson Murphy. They've all gone to do cross-country skiing and skimo in Utah, and that's when she first got her exposure to trail running. She had a year of exposure there before coming back to Norway, and then just caught the bug. But we know she's a good climber. We know she's got incredibly good lungs because of that Nordic skiing background. But did you see some of the photos of Sylvia when she fell in Mont Blanc?
Yep.
It's like she'd been in a slasher movie. She cut her nose, she bled out everywhere.
Yeah, she face planted on that last descent and then broke her nose and couldn't care less. and carried on across the line with blood all over her face and in her jersey as well. So there you go. That's the single track contouring the mountain, and then there'll be a bit of a climb. This is where we saw Kylian put his hands down, so a bit of a scramble, and then you get to the col, and that is truly the bottom of that last section before the summit of Aizkorri.
And then, as you said before, as soon as she gets the opportunity, she's back running. And this is what being in first place does to you. It doesn't give you a second of doubt that you should walk. But now's the time to rest a bit. If you're back in third, fourth, fifth place, you sometimes let that thought take over, and you do slow up a tiny bit, but when you're in the lead, especially for the first time,
you've got that monkey on your back just like keep poking at you. It's like, I'm here, and then everybody else is chasing you. Do you want to keep that position?
Yeah.
So you better keep moving.
You're running on fear, and that adrenaline really pushes you through to the finish line. Absolutely. But we were talking a little bit earlier about how Kylian was saying that he's almost learnt the last 2 years. Now he's been free with to almost roam and do his own thing. That in terms of the pressure on him, races like this is far less because he's got his legacy. He's not got the sponsor needing to do well. And actually, when he does his challenges like crossing the Pyrenees and his Everest ascents, he gets far more media attention for those types of races. That it means that he doesn't have to turn up at races to win podiums to try and get the PR for his brand. Instead, he knows he can do these challenges, kind of reach out to people who aren't necessarily running fans and get the commentaries there, which gives him the freedom to just race what he wants.
Yes, and there he is, and we see her smile. Ladies and gentlemen, Zegama-Aikorri is being welcomed by the entire Basque country here on that climb. Fantastic images, like every year. We absolutely love that, and she does too.
Absolutely.
I don't know if in the production we can have the ambient sound of the camera runner, just to give you a little bit more of a feeling of what's going on over there.
And you know, she's been up this section before, but not in the dry. There wouldn't have been the crowd quite like this last year.
And I think that was Bioman on the right hand side.
Yes, Duffman. Duffman gets everywhere. The good thing is we can say that because we're not promoting a product that you can buy, so we don't feel quite as bad talking about Duffman. But yeah. Nearly coming over our peak at Aizkorri now, where at the end of this there is an incredibly steep descent, the steepest descent of the race, coming off the top and coming down a full 350 meters.
And look at that, she can't shake off the smile off her face, like everybody's going absolutely mental. And she's giving it back as well, there we are.
So there's one of our 13 water stations there. That she can stop for if she needs to. But
bit of a high five, and there we go. So the actual true summit is on the left hand side, so they don't go through it, they go around on that single track.
And you can see she's back running again, not looking at all tired at this stage.
Yeah, no, and the camera runner knows that he better speed up because she is on his heel. Well done. And then so now it's going to be good also to gauge the gap between first and second, see how far Lide Urestaratsu is from Silvianokstor.
And this stage now, they're at the 23k mark, well over halfway though, 2 hours 37, but we expect them to be finishing in around the kind of 4 hours 30-ish, 4 hours. So well over halfway at this stage in the race, and just starting my stopwatch to see how long it actually is between the two of them. About 30 seconds difference already. So it seems as if she's maintained her lead.
Yeah, well, possibly even increased it, because somebody in the chat said they counted 2 minutes. Maybe like by looking at images. So thanks for sharing that you guys are on top of it. This is fantastic. That's what we like to have.
Yeah,
it's fully collaborative live coverage and leverage your knowledge. Look at Sylvia. I mean, these last few seconds, like she was just flying over the rocks, like as if she was on the road. It's mind-blowing.
She's gonna feel like Wonder Woman at the moment. Like she will need to have. She won't be stopped by anything in front of her. It's gonna take an almighty performance from Lida to try and catch her. And we've just had an update that Kilian is now 6 minutes ahead of El Hassin, but 30 minutes slower than the course record. So 30 seconds. Oh, I'm too excited to see 30 seconds off the course record, which actually is not. That's not a surprise, given he's been over the technical section where it is wetter, and so that would be the section he would slow down. So there was Duffman again. We've seen Duffman, and so yeah, it's around the 2-minute leads by Sylvia. She's managed to get a bit more of a gap on the uphill, but this is the steepest downhill of the course, where if Lida's going to catch her at any point, this is most likely to be the section where her technical skills will come into play. I've got another update for you from the men's race. Who's in third? Bart is now in third place and is on the chase. Manu in fifth. I'm going to try and get a split between Bart and El Hassin.
So one thing, we saw Lide just like run right next to someone. So that someone talked to her. They would have 100% told her Sylvia Nokstar is in the lead, or doesn't matter about the name, but like that person ahead of you is what, 2 minutes?
I think more than 2 now. I think it could be up to 3. Yeah, 2.5, 3 minutes. Sylvia did look like she was like. I know Lida was taking on advice. Oh wow! So we've just got Bart and El Hassin is 5 seconds difference between them. Bart is on the rampage.
Bart
this is incredible.
In second place. Can you imagine that? Let's go, Poland!
I mean, Bart has had second here before, but not against this field. And but for me, I know Lida was getting an information update. She was taking nutrition.
Yep.
But she didn't look like she was attacking every second in the way Sylvia was to me. Sylvia to me looked like she was just constantly trying to push the pace, and yes, she was looking at someone. She was trying to reset for the second half, but these little seconds all add up. They really do.
And then especially as soon as they tipped over, like Sylvia seems to be just so comfortable and flying. That is time that is going to be hard to close.
Speaking to the masters, when you get to the peak of these climbs, you try and lengthen your stride length, even though it feels hard. You're used to a smaller stride when you climb, but actually, if you really want to attack those climbs, so if you want to attack the descents, you lengthen your stride length coming up the top so that you can flow through, and that's what Sylvia's doing as she gets over these peaks. But we're now with our third place. This is Martinez. She's looking great running across this now. Looking really strong, fluid running through these.
Yeah, and it's going to be also, like, I can't wait to see where Malin Osa will be. But
Manu is only 1 minute behind Bart and El Hassin. So Manu has picked up 30 seconds on Bart, and Bart has picked up 30 seconds. Manu's picked up a minute on El Hassin. Incredible. Look at, there's proper climbing here.
And she's dropping her camera runner like a bad habit. Far out.
Our camera runners are very, very good runners.
Are extremely skilled. Oh, and here we go, back with the men's leader, ladies and gentlemen. Kilian is
pushing.
Crushing that field.
He's clearly going for the record still. He'll know he's 6 minutes ahead. The fact he's running this fast means he's only got one thing in his mind, and that is record time, baby.
Exactly. Like at this point, he will be looking at the splits rather than whoever is behind, because let's be honest, they're not going to see him again.
No.
6 minutes ahead of second place, Elusine Lazawi. Like, this is not time you can make on a man like this. A man is on a mission, and that mission is simple. Absolutely obliterate his course record. And there's people screaming with babies in their hands.
I mean, shout out to Davide Magnini, only being 3 minutes behind Killian. Although that wasn't the try, true. But 6 minute lead, given the attacks the other runners have been putting in against each other.
And possibly they're all paying the price of having tried to follow Killian's pace early on. Like, again, this is a long race, and as you can see, like, this is the last climb up to the 30th kilometer, and this is not an easy climb.
And that's the thing, if our top 5 men, top 6 men, it's Bar and Manu who are running their own race. They haven't been involved in those attacks. They haven't been trading places with other people. They've been coming from behind. And this is now, Sylvia is leading, and she's looking comfortable. She is still crossing the top, not quite. Has she crossed Aizkorri? She has, yes. So she's now.
She's way past. Like, probably the top 5 or 6 have gone past Aizkorri, and they're on this traverse. They're on the ridge,
and we're going to be getting. Wow, Marta is. This can't be right.
That makes sense.
Marta 4 seconds behind.
No, minutes.
4 minutes. Yes.
4 minutes behind Sylvia Nordstar, and she is looking really strong here. Like, she was dropping out camera runner on the technical. So she is pushing, possibly, at least from what we can see here on the screen, a bit more than Lide.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
we're hoping to get the full splits of the top 10 quite soon, because the places are changing in the women's in that top 10.
And then, there's a lot of you guys and girls in the chat. We love the stoke, the excitement that you guys are sharing on the other side of the screen. And I'll second what Florian said. Don't feed the trolls, just let them be. And they'll get tired at some point.
And there's around 2,400 meters of descent still to come.
Oh, and and that is brutal descent as well, especially look at where Sylvia is, and interestingly enough, she is using her hands a little bit, but compared to the guy in front of her, like, she's really well balanced and barely needs to hold on to the rock. She's just like tapping it for balance, but not holding on to it.
Yeah, she's looking fairly comfortable, and still jumping when she can. She's making ground on this gentleman, and so hopefully she can tell him to move out of the way, and she doesn't need to take a harder, longer line. There you go, she does, and this is where it can become very frustrating, because it's very hard to pick a good route, and if someone's always just slightly blocking you, because if there is a runner ahead of you, they're needing to concentrate on what's down, and so they often don't realise that someone's coming to overtake them. But we're hoping to get our splits quite soon for our top 10 male and female. We're getting a little bit of issues with our data coming through, but that should be on screen shortly. And that's the thing. And one of the challenges as well, you can't take nutrition on for this section of the race, and it's something you can
try.
Yeah,
you can try. And again, because at the summit of Aizkorri, there's an aid station. If you had someone there, oh, look at Sylvia going down there. Like, it's so smooth and controlled, and just like that, she put like 3 or 4 meters on the guy in front of her. So I was saying, at the aid station, you could have whatever you want, and knowing that, and again, it comes down to race prep. You could have someone hand you over a flask in which you put gels and water. Meaning the flask, you don't need to faff around. You just have a sip, and there you go. You have your nutrition, you keep hydrating a little bit, and by the time you get on the other side of the ridge, you're not running on fumes.
Yeah, and this is where race experience really helps on a course like this, because you really need to plan where you're going to get your energy, because there are times when you just don't get those opportunities, and similarly, sometimes if you're running with sticks, it can prevent you taking on liquids.
Correct.
You know, you might be able to get the odd gel potentially, but even that could be quite tricky, and there's nothing worse than dropping a gel when you've got sticks in your hand.
Yeah.
It's just, especially in the mud, you're going to be eating more than just the carbohydrates if that happens. But we're seeing first and third place here, and you know, both of them showing you just how good their skills are on trail running. And we can, we're hoping we get a top 5 of the ladies as well coming through. It would be really, really useful to see. And we've got some news on the record now. Kilian's 20 seconds slower than his record. So he's actually picking up pace in the last section.
Yeah, he's gained 10 seconds, right? Because he was 30 seconds down.
Yeah, so he is picking up pace, which is great to see. And you know, that's quite quick to have picked up 10 seconds. Given how much downhill running there is.
Yeah, and so then I mean, it could be a multiple factor, and we're only guessing here. But possibly the weather being different, and then maybe there's a bit of wet, like dew on the grass, making it just the footing a little bit less efficient, because it's really not much.
And the difference also is...
But I mean, to be fair, Sylvia makes it look like it's dry as,
yes,
and it's an autobahn.
And in fact, we've not seen on this Bart now.
And that's Eluzin.
Wow.
Bart's in second place. He is ahead of Eluzin.
This is incredible. And
so it is a remake of what you talked about in Japan, when Bart was creeping up on Eluzin, and Eluzin was like, yeah, there's no way I'm losing my second spot. Well, it is happening now, so Eluzin is going to have to give everything he has to stick with Bart and not lose him.
And it's almost a repeat of last year, where John Albon was leading and Ellison was on his shoulder. Manu came past him and he switched shoulders, and it wasn't until town that Manu could drop him, because it was just too hard to when Ellison's tucked in behind. So actually it could be the same here. Like, Bart may struggle to drop him, and Ellison might have decided to just, once he knew Bart was coming, to wait and just let him lead.
That's a very good question, and until we can see the face of Eluzin, like, I don't know exactly how he's feeling, and possibly guess if he's just, as you said, just sticking with Bart, just sticking with the pace. Like, he probably knows now that Kilian is out of reach anyway.
And we saw in the final, when on lap 2, when he looked round for Remy to see, like, Remy, where are you? I want to follow you up this hill. What's going on? And so it's likely he's done the same. His body language looked okay there. I wouldn't say great, but we're now seeing Bart and Elhassan locked in battle. Bart's looking a little less enraged with kind of with battle in him. He's looking a little more relaxed and composed here.
Yeah, he's working hard. He knows what he's got to do. They're going to get to the top of the hill, and there's going to be an aid station there where they're going to pick up whatever they need, and then they're going to be down into the descent, which once again is a long descent into Zegama, but there are a few kicks so you still need to have wheels, and this is how and why the course record was broken by Nienke Brinkman, because she is a 2:22 marathoner, and she could let her road marathon leg do the talking and actually move extremely fast on that downhill section.
And reference for pace, Kilian's pulled out another minute over Elhassan and Bart. So
serious?
Yeah, he's
holy moly!
It just shows you how much he is pressing for that record. This is Robert now. I mean, Robert is looking very tired here.
He looks like he's a bit spent. He might have, like, I don't know, maybe fell behind with nutrition, which is possible.
Yeah. And Robert does get very cold. You know, last year he was freezing by the top, and he will feel this as being extremely cold. One thing that could be different between when Kilian set the record and now is that Killian was ahead of the record last time and wasn't chasing a specific number. And so while he would have battled to the line, knowing what the course record is this year, I think means it's an advantage to this year's performance that he will have that to chase down at least. He's got that target, and if he ever slips from it, he will know to pick it up, whereas previously he was just running for being as fast as possible, and it's not quite the motivation of running down a record.
Yeah, it is going to be challenging because obviously we know that the course...
Here comes Manu. Here comes Mats.
The course has been dry these past few days, but as you can see, again, earlier it was drizzling. It is in the clouds, so it might be a little bit of a wet situation, which would have made the ridge. Oh, and here's there Manuel Merias, and then he's chasing down. He's got now Luca Del Pero in the target. And
back
so
with the poles.
Yeah, and when he's gonna get to the top of that climb, he's gonna drop the poles for that downhill, because this is allowed. And if you remember, many years back, Luis Alberto Hernando was doing the same and picking up a pair of poles at the bottom of each climb, dropping them at the top.
And we've got some splits with our ladies as well now. So Sylvia came through the 23 mark in 2:46.40. Wow. She has a 4-minute lead over Lida now. 2:51.05. Sylvia has been absolutely crushing.
And it showed on the screen, like she looked so comfortable.
But
wow.
I mean, we're looking it up. We'll come back to the ladies. We've got our top 10 on screen now. And you can see the gaps aren't opening up until suddenly we talked about Manu and Bart being good on the downs and pressing, and you can see that huge gap now where Alan has dropped off the pace. Our front seven marked difference, and you can see the strength in Manu coming through.
So Luca and Manu were in the same second on that previous ranking, and so Luca, maybe on the more runnable section, has pulled away, and so Manu is now chasing extremely hard. And the fact that he has his poles, he might just be able to run as fast or move as fast as Luca, but working a little bit less with his legs, saving those legs for what we expect to be another legendary downhill. And look at him, he's working hard.
What a race! It's incredible. And you know where Kevin has dropped away massively now, but we expect Manu to be clawing the back in. We'll let you know the splits on where he is compared to Bart and El Hussein. But this race, second through to fifth, is all closing up. In the women's now, Sylvia is running with, and my website has just reset itself.
We've
I've
broken
just
the timing
all
website.
of my data, frustratingly. But Sylvia had pushed from a 90-second lead at the bottom of Sancti Spiritu. Within those those 3.5 kilometers, had pushed that out to 5-minute lead. Absolutely incredible to see. And we'll get you the rest of the splits as soon as our website reloads. As you can see on screen, we're having a few technical issues with jinxes in the system. But it does seem as if the women's race is also closing. Second through to seventh, all incredibly close. We're going to be texting our spies to try and find out and tell us if they can give us some updates on what's happening in the rest of the scene.
And look at that, Manu is creeping up, closing that little gap, and it feels like once they're going to get to the top, there's a little aid station. It's going to be at the 30K mark. Luca Del Pero, who was also did his first marathon at World Champ last year, finishing second. It was a beautiful performance from the Italian runner, and he is back on the marathon distance.
Yeah, I mean he's come third in the World Champs before. You know, was
it third last year?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I got that wrong.
Yeah, he's an incredible runner. So we know he's got the pedigree at this distance. But if you're Alan now, I mean, this is going to be feeling hard. If you think the distance is being put in between everyone, he's seen them come past him. Manu, he's seen Bart come past him. I mean, it's still an incredible performance by him.
Oh, I love that we have images here, because this is like you can see it's muddy, but normally this is a mudslide. But you cannot go on your bum because there's so many rocks here and there. It's like a minefield. You cannot afford to fall. You gotta be really looking out for your ankles. And so it's good to see here Lide go through there, and she's relaxing. You can see shoulders down, arms low.
Yeah, she looks super relaxed actually. But just dancing down small steps.
But it means Maria, when we saw her, she was running far more aggressively.
Yeah.
So we'll see the gap between second and third, and this might not be over.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we know Marlin's a good descender as well. And here's Kevin on screen. I mean, he does not look happy, does he?
Yeah. Like now is the lesson. To everything he can take on and learn and understand and comprehend about the marathon distance, about the technical terrain, about the weather conditions as well. Because now if you're power hiking there and you feel a little bit down, like you could get cold. Ooh, no, actually look. Lide is in third.
Oh wow, Marta's overtaken.
So wow! I was talking about something that already happened,
and
we didn't see it.
And they will know of each other. They'll know each other's strengths more than we do, in fact, because they'd have been running against each other for years. And wow, a 1, 2, 3. And you can see, Lida just doesn't look as comfortable on these downhills.
So I don't know if this is that or she's trying to relax and make a move later on. But as we saw earlier, and I'm glad this turned out into a pass. Okay, we didn't see it, but Maria Martinez has made the move, and she's now running in second place. Sorry, not Maria. I'm getting excited here.
But she's on her shoulder at least, and so, I mean, what we love about the opportunities like this, we get to understand better about the relative skills of the runners, because we can see the splits, we can ask them about it, but it's very rare that you get to see live on screen just how differently people move. But we saw Kevin there, and one of the challenges with coming into these races as a good downhill runner is sometimes you don't get the chance to show that, because yes, he's fast downhill, but he doesn't look like a man who wants to run fast downhill at the moment. And how do you mentally come back and take a positive when
turn things
the
around.
race has already gone away from you, and you're feeling cold, you don't feel like your muscles are ready to run fast? And even though this could be a good chance for him to come back, the last third of the race, he might have mentally already closed down to that option, and his body might have just given in on the race already before he gets the chance to actually show his downhill talent. And I mean, this is sad to see.
Well, sad and no. I think, like, again, this is his first experience there, and so this is experience in the bank. This is understanding of what it takes to run such a mountain marathon that is very, like, you need to be versatile, own technical, you need to be able to handle the mountain, changing weather, and so that is experience. Like, I mean, imagine Zegama. It's not an easy one to nail on the first attempt, especially when you weren't born in those mountains.
And it's very hard to understand just how hard this is. And I mean,
Marta is charging.
Is looking great. She is absolutely flowing, right? And let's see.
Smart move.
Oh no, how frustrating. Yeah, I mean, Marta picked up the bottle. She took it with her. That's the better move, surely. And
at least you don't break momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Small things like that, and you can make a decision on how thirsty you are, and put it down slightly later. But it just looks to me like Marta's got a more positive mindset and body language at this stage.
I mean, I don't know about the mindset, because I mean, Lide is here, and I don't think anybody had any expectation about her. And so she, like, whatever she does, I'm sure she'll be stoked. But I agree, when it comes to body language, and we saw this earlier already on the ridge, Marta was charging. Like, she was running with a purpose, and she was like, I am going for it. I am creeping up. While maybe Lide was getting to that point where, okay, she's just hit the ceiling and keep her pushing. what again I'm excited about, because we both know her very well, is where is Malenosa?
Where is Malin? Because we know she's out there. We know she's stalking.
And we know she's hungry.
Yeah, and we're still hoping to get splits of our top 10, but it is going to be an almighty battle to this finish. Because even when they get to Andretz, that checkpoint we saw them go past, that is Andretz, and that is the very beginning of our huge descent, where they go from just under 1,400 meters all the way down to 300 meters. So they have over a VK downhill, pretty much uninterrupted, of just flowing, sprinting downhills, a 10K with 1,000 meters of descent, and so it is going to be extremely fast.
All right, who's coming in here?
And Daniela Omas now into the top 5. We know she's a good descender as well.
That's right.
I mean, we've talked about how good Caitlin was, but she only clawed back 30 seconds in the second half last year. So, Daniela, she's a powerful downhill runner as well. So they're all closing up on each other.
So we got the news that Bart is in second still, but he's 8 minutes behind Kilian.
Wow.
Kilian is still pressing on, and then Eluzin in third, still 5 seconds back. So he's still just holding on to Bart. He's letting Bart do the work, and then if that happens, then it will be Manuel Merias possibly coming in, and then, as you said, I think this is the I don't know how you call it in English, but the fish that is sucking on a shark, and then he just follow the pace, and then as soon as, if that happens, obviously Manuel Merias goes past, I believe he will change shark and then try to go with him.
But the thing is, if that happens, we were here last year, Manu knows when to get rid of El Hussein. He knows where.
But the thing is, he's going to have to push, because he will also need to shake out Bart.
Yeah,
and then he won't know how Bart can react in the later stages of the race.
And who's got a faster sprint finish of Manu and Bart?
I don't know.
I'm going to put my money on Bart, not based on any experience, but just instinctively. I think Bart's got that ragged sprint line attitude, but if El Hussein is with them coming into the town, El Hussein will drop them straight away. So they all know this, and this is what they're starting to play this out in their minds as they're running down. They're starting to,
and then we'll see, also, because there will be risk taking, no doubt about it, in that section. Oh, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, I believe, with Kilian, and our camera mountain biker just got stuck when Kilian was just literally flying up that hill. He is on a mission, and it is hard to comprehend, still with 8-minute leads on those world-class athletes, still not back under his course record. It shows that the terrain made such a difference when he broke that course record, because he said it himself, he is in a better shape this year than he was when he broke the record. So,
and Manu is only 40 seconds behind Bart, we've just found out. So Manu is closing, and
the silent assassin is pulling out the sniper.
And Manu, Bart knows this course well, but Manu knows this course in the wet much better.
100%.
And I know John last year wasn't quite ready for it, but John is one of the best descenders in the world in the wet, and Manu was just on such good form last year, and I think that 40 seconds will go quite quickly. You can see people are the runners having to get out of the way.
The cameraman back go through. Oh, that's going to be a challenge. Don't stop. Going through that mud pit.
And we've just had an update. Danny and Caitlin. Caitlin's in 15th, Danny in 18th. So clearly something it's not right with their race today, unfortunately.
And there we go. This is what we know. Look at his arm swinging.
So apparently Kilian is now 45 seconds behind the course records. He's slowed down slightly on that section between Andretz and I'm not going to try and pronounce the next hill.
But you can see here, like on that descent, obviously there are sections that you need to run and push, but there is mud, and so that, I think that is the terrain that is making the task of breaking that record a little bit harder today.
And even these slight bits of mud, they just absorb your energy a little bit more. They don't return the bounce back to you, and that does tire you out and start to slow you. But the slight slips mean that you can't quite attack in the same way or flow and use gravity quite as efficiently than when you're dry and you can just let gravity do the work. But I mean, it's still moving incredibly fast. But look, Luca's still up there, performing incredibly well.
That's killing. Oh yeah. And then again at World Champs, they finished with a 1200 meter descent, and Luca Del Pero didn't shy away. Like he was also very strong. So we have seen him a little bit less in those long descents and in those fights with the likes of Bart, Elusine, and Manuel. But I don't know, if he can be with them, you just hold on, and he makes the task so much easier. You just stop thinking. They pick the line for you, and all you got to do is hold on for dear life. But if the legs are still there, why not?
We've got our splits from the men at the 30k mark, and Killian came through at 2:51, Bart 2:59 with El Hussein, and Luca was only 30 seconds behind them. Then just back, only 5 seconds behind him was Manu, with Robert Pakimoy together. A minute back on them was Alan, so actually there, Alan's still running well. Kevin Kibet behind in 3:03. Martin Kabucha still in the top 10, and behind them, Aritz just behind Martin.
Oh, that guy.
The old dog still has life in it. I mean, this just shows you what experience can do in a race like this.
What a legend.
And a couple of places behind them, Leonard from we have Valentin, Marchon, and Leonard from Romania also running strongly, and we're going to try and get the female splits as well now. So our female splits coming through the 23.5k. We already told you that Sylvia had a 5-minute lead over Lida. We've seen that Marta is now up on the shoulder and slightly ahead of Marta coming through Andretz. Marlin was only 20 seconds behind in 4th place. She has a 2-minute lead over Daniela Omus in 5th. Elisa Desco, 10 seconds behind her in 6th. Therese Leboeuf in 8th, 7 seconds behind. Bailey in 9th in 2:55.07, so 90 seconds behind. And behind her, Cecilia Basso. So, and Naira Irigoyen behind them. So, yeah, that race is on for 2nd place. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all within 20 seconds of each other. But if you've just tuned in, the big story of the race is Killian has been blasting out from start to finish. He has an 8-minute lead in the men's. He is going for the course record. He's around 45 seconds behind it, which it's a fair distance to close, but he's such a good descender, and he's come here with that record in mind. It is his own record, but he came here today saying that he feels like he's in the best shape of his life, and that, when you feel that way, you want to make sure that your body knows that. You want to make sure that the records remember that. You want to put down a mark and get your best performances when you feel like you can give your all. And so he is running with that record in mind today. Behind him, Bart has only relatively recently caught El Hussein. Bart was back in 8th, about a third of the race in, and El Hussein is now tucked on his shoulder with Luca Del Piero and Manu Marias both chasing within 35 seconds. So the race for second place is super close in the men's and the women's. If you missed that earlier, Marlin was 20 seconds down on second and third.
Yeah. I had seen that before. I ducked out for a second from the commentary. You know, we need to also have pit stops. But yeah, that's what I saw. And so in the back of my mind, I was like, all right, how is that going to play out in that descent where we're seeing Marta and Lide run together? Like, she was literally 15-20 seconds back, so she would even probably see them at that point. And there we go. We are still Bart and Eluzin together. Eluzin doing what he does, just sticking behind Bart, keeping it safe. He knows that Kilian is now completely out of reach, so now it's a battle for second, and the battle is on.
And the thing is that this is where mentality comes into it. If you're Marlin, you're probably quite happy sat watching them for a while.
If you can, yes.
Just to see, because especially if they're overtaking each other, they're having to battle each other. And we saw with Elizine in the final, you can just see which path they're taking if you're sat back. And then you don't have to make any decisions, and you can take every single corner.
The best line indeed. And then as well, if you're behind and you know you can keep up, it means that you're toying with them. You see how they behave, if they look tired, and then you know the best moment. You know the best moment to make your move and just boom, put the hammer down physically, but also mentally, saying like, I'm coming, I'm going. You won't see me, you won't keep up, you're out.
And small things like when we saw them come through that aid station where, you know, Marta grabbed and went, and Lida had to try and contest with another runner and looked a bit panicked, and they both knew that that's a statement. When they come through, that's when it's an opportunity. You often see athletes break at aid stations. We saw it in Pikes Peak where Patrick and Philemon paused and Remy took that opportunity to take the lead. Marta took that as an opportunity, and if you're sat behind like Marlin is, you don't have to play any of those games. You can just come in and flow without worrying or trying to put a message to the opposition, because you can see everything and you feel like you're controlling the race. But as a backseat driver, it's such a good advantage.
So I don't know if there's a conversation between these two, because Kilian, that's the second time I see him look back.
Yeah, look back. Yeah,
Like either the camera runner is telling him something, but because surely he would know that no one
is even
close to him.
Could this be Greg on the bike potentially?
Possibly. Yeah. That's
and Greg used to be his team manager for years. Like, they know each other incredibly well, who will be feeding information. But we've just been updated that having been 45 seconds down on the up on the record, he's now 40 seconds behind. So he still is.
He's still there.
He's clawing back a little bit. 40 seconds it's a chunky chunk, but
I mean, when you know how fast he ran downhill when he broke that record, making 40 seconds on that pace, that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, and there's also an element of the last bit of the course is roads. It's very runnable, but actually the wetter the race is, you might choose a more aggressive running trainer, which might not be quite as comfortable to run in these last sections. So the trainer selection that you've been forced to choose because of the mud means that you won't be able to flow as fast over the road right at the finish. You've got to try and make up the ground when you can, which is right now.
Wait a minute. I'm not sure, but I think yes, that would make sense. Bart picked up something at the aid station because he had crew there. And I know Marcin's parents from Poland, the race directors, I mean, Marcin is the race director, but his parents are here helping him for the logistics, and therefore, that would make sense that they're here at this very important aid station, because Golden Trails does the 12, the 20, and the 30.
Yeah.
And now, halfway through that descent, not only he could have possibly gotten a split, but also just picking up whatever it is, that fuel, that might be the point where the difference will be made. And if in 20-25 minutes we see him pull away. That would be thanks to that nutrition that Eluzin did not stop for, did not take anything.
And that's a small thing like that can really annoy you. If you're someone like El Hussein, who you know you have issues with your nutrition, and you see Bart, who you're thinking, I'm hoping this guy slows down, I'm hoping he's tired. If you then see him get an extra nutrition stop ahead of you, it's 1-0 to Bart in this battle. 1-0 to Bart.
Although, like, right now, Eluzin has something in his hand as well. So maybe he pulled out his flask that he had in his belt because he saw Bart get something and eat something. So maybe that was a reminder to him as well. I was like, oh crap, maybe I need to fuel as well.
Yeah,
because
nice
we know, we know well that Eluzin has been struggling with nutrition for the longest time. So now he's far better. But then having Bart in front of him, kind of showing him the way, and he's like, all right, like this is now the time to eat. Probably also going to help him.
And it's interesting because when Bart came third here in 2018, his first international race, it was actually Martin, not his parents, who were on the course helping him.
No way.
Yeah, he was the friend who came out, and this was their big trip to say, well, what should we see what the world has to offer when it comes to trail racing. And so, like, as much as it is part of Bart's journey, this is also a massive part of Martin's journey. And actually, you know, Martin, he is the course race director of Tatcha Sky, and that's had a big impact on Polish running. And if we look at all the Polish runners who've come in the last 3 to 5 years, with, you know, Christoph, and we've now got the other Martin. This all goes back to that race in Zegama. You know, if that Martin hadn't come to see Bart come third, would he have set up the race in the same way? Would the culture have traveled back?
I mean, there's that, and then there's also, as we say, media play a great role. So Jedrzej from King Runner Ultra, he's here every single stop of the Golden Trail Series and feeding information about Polish runner to the whole of Poland, and that certainly also plays a role, maybe to inspire the new generation of runners.
Yeah. And if for our Polish viewers, if you can make it to Tatcha Sky, But we are watching the beginning of the race now with Kilian. He is currently going for the course record, and he is 40 seconds behind it. There's still a chance he can go for it. He did say he is in the absolute form of his life. Commentary will be back in 1 minute, apparently 1 minute.
All right, team, it looks like we're back. So we appreciate your patience. And then for all of you who are not happy with the commentary, you know, you can mute it yourself, and we won't take any offense. But for a lot of other people who are not too familiar with either the runner or the course, I'm sure they do appreciate the commentary. So, you know, it's up to you. You like, find the mute button. I think you're going to be capable of doing that, and everybody's going to be happier. We're back live once again. On the left-hand side of your screen is Kilian Jornet, who was up until recently under the course record. However, now he is about 40 seconds off the course record, and as someone said rightfully in the chat, it's going to be very hard to make up that 40 seconds, because indeed when he set up the course record himself, he was running extremely fast already and on a drier terrain. We're back with the woman here, Sylvia Nokstar, still leading the race and putting the pressure on. She is looking slightly slower than we've seen her in the past, but that makes sense. She's getting very close to the 30K mark. And she is still leading. Yes, David, we are back on with Sylvia Nordstar, still leading, still looking extremely well, and we couldn't be happier to see her today lead the charge in the females field. And behind also like some dark horse that a whole lot of people on the international scene weren't expecting. Lide Urestaratsu, the local runner who had already scored really high in the opening season on the skyrunning race, and he has shown here not too far from her own place that she can be extremely strong, and she's been battling it out. She was second and now third behind Marta Martinez, who also were looking extremely aggressive on the Aizkorri ridge.
And what a performance by Elisa Tedesco. I mean, we've spoken about how many strong closers there are in this race, and yet she's creeping up to 5th place there. Absolutely, as someone who's not been on the Golden Trail Series, so notably, clearly another relatively local runner representing Italy here today, but we're here with Sylvia Nordsgaard, and apologies for the commentary lapse earlier. We'd actually just been singing the praises of Tatcha Sky and how important it is to get your tickets now for the cheer zone, because there are 1,000 tickets on place, 1,000 tickets on offer, where you can win prizes for the best fancy dress and for the best cheer in that area. So it's going to be a huge party comparable to Sancti Spiritu. But we're following our 2 race leaders here, and probably the last climbing that Sylvia has to do before she then can unleash in that downhill.
Yeah, and if she still has the flow in her legs that she had on the ridge, man, she will be untouchable today. Like, that's just plain and simple.
But Kilian now is into the last 15 minutes of the race. He's going to start to see the town in the distance, and as you can see now, this is the very runnable section of the course. It goes into quite a steep downhill road section later.
So that's the downhill, and then that's back up, and then very shortly on the right-hand side there's going to be a single track that he's going to go to the gate, and that's the last push, and he knows it. Man, he knows that course so well, because it's such a short kick that you can afford to go hard, because then he's going to drop back again into the single track, and there he is. Man, that was a quick one.
He's still 40 seconds back. I mean, this is hard. When you're running, sub 3 minute kilometers for the record, how do you then get those extra seconds? It's going to be super tough for him to do it. But even if he doesn't get it, he wants to put on a performance today. He wants.
Yeah, and I was getting excited between trying to fix the sound, looking at what was going on. Kilian's running, but Flo again faithfully has given us some information, and Malin seems to be running in second.
Wow! Ladies and gentlemen, what a performance from her. We've been talking about her for 2 years now as like the future of trail running, and it just shows how important it is to actually have composure in your race. The fact she's taking the second place at exactly the right time to do that. I'd hope we can get a side-by-side to just see the different running styles of our 3 Spanish and Basque runners.
Oh, wait, so what's happening on the right here?
But this looks like Bart is now by himself.
So I feel like there's someone ahead, or am I wrong?
I mean,
I could see someone in the distance, so it might be Elusine who's decided for once, which is rather unusual, who would have decided to make the move.
Are you sure?
I think I'm never sure of anything when it's live coverage, because we can miss so many things.
I think the cyclists would have gone with them, but it's definitely
and there
a
she is, ladies and gentlemen, your second female here at the 2024 Zegama-Aizkorri, cheered on by all the Basque flags.
She's going to be feeling great right now, so because she'll be absolutely backing herself to not lose that position from this point on, and the fears of yesterday of cramps. And look, there's a lead already. We can't see anyone climbing behind her. Marlin has created clear distance between her and Marta and Lida, and given how far, and there's our third place. There's Marta now. I mean, what Marlin must have done to have overtaken her, because Marta looks like she is running so fast still. So Marlin having an absolute storm, and look, there's no, you can't see anyone in her rear view mirror. Incredible. Marlin's put distance between
made a
them.
move, and look at this, she is fueling. Oh, whoa, there we go, our other camera runner with Marta.
And can we see anyone ahead?
No, I don't think.
And
they're right there. So the camera runner is between these two ladies in third and fourth.
She's looking great
Malin
now,
must be flying right now. Like, her heart must be pounding, but not so much because of the effort, but because of all the crowds. And it looks like she's hit the deck too. Like, she has dirt a little bit over herself, but it looks like it was no consequences. There's no blood.
And she has never podiumed in a Golden Trail race. She's come fourth multiple times. In Dolomites she was fourth. She was fourth overall in the season, but she's never been on the podium. So to come second here is absolutely incredible. And apologies at home, we understand we're having a few issues with our microphone. We are trying to resolve that. But we're now seeing this is our third place and second place runner. The battle for second and third is the main one in our ladies, with Sylvia having a commanding lead. But this Kilian now, he's not slowed down.
Let's have a look at Kilian just flowing through those trails.
And we can already hear the audience around us. building in anticipation. We're at the start line and the finish line, and the screen is on where everyone is now staring in anticipation of not only a Spanish runner, but
So David,
can he get the record?
3 hours 32 on the clock. Kilian is getting to the road to break his record. He exactly has 4 minutes. And I am not sure, but I think there is a bit more. He's looking at his watch. He's looking at his watch.
Oh, he's got to be in a lot of pain right now knowing this. And we can hear the audience behind us get excited. He knows this course so well. We have the record to beat is 3:36:40. So 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And I think he knows
I
it as
think he
well.
knows.
But again, he gave his best, and it showed how much fitter he was, because putting 8 minutes so far on second place, whether that's going to be Elusin El Azawi, Bart Prodejowski, maybe we'll see Emmanuel Merias come back in the mix, Luca Del Pero. Those are world-class athletes, and putting 8 minutes on those gentlemen is just out of this world, and once again proves that he is just on another planet. He is on another planet. 17 years later, he's still absolutely killing it.
His 11th record. He's only lost here once, and that's when he had a stomach issue coming
back from Nepal. He had lost so much weight, and then he had to do a few pit stop in the bushes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like today's performance is, for me, better than when he ran the course record.
I would agree.
If you look at the athletes surrounding them, you know, Davide Magnini, who wasn't necessarily in the best form as his life, just 3 minutes behind Kilian. And today Kilian has destroyed the field. And Manu is running an incredibly good race, and is significantly behind.
So here on the screen, we confirm what we saw earlier, or what we believe we saw, is Elusin El Azawi has pulled away from Bart Prodejowski, and he's running in second place. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be first and second for normal today.
Wow. I mean, is this going to be the new normal? That's the question. And he won't know this yet, Kilian, that he's got the 1-2 on the day. But I mean, what a gift to have, right? The first time this would have happened in a race for them to make their mark as a shoe. And fair play to El Hassin.
Oh yeah,
for making the decision.
And actually, for playing his race well. Like, I think he got excited a little bit at the beginning, took a bit of a hit, but managed to turn it around, get over that low, and then carry on and be patient, hold on, and see him make the move now.
To make the move early.
Yeah, exactly. Usually he would stay behind until the last minute, until he has to pass, and so maybe he has learned from when he was with Manuel Merias and he got dropped to take second place. So I think this second place will have a better flavor, because all the time he was in control, or almost all the time, if we read this right.
Yeah, and Bart, I'm sure, will be delighted with third place. You know, it's an incredible performance. That will feel like a victory to him, given the level of competition around him, and also the fact that he's come through the field so impressively. But yeah, what a finish we're seeing here, and he's coming in for his 11th victory. The course record, sadly, has just ticked away from us on the screen. It was the course that beat him today. The rain, that top section, and the slight mud as well underfoot, I think has made a big difference. But this should go down as one of the all-time great performances, not just at Zegama, but in trail running overall. And we can see the crowds now start to build as they feel the energy of Kilian closing down on that finish line.
There we go. We're going to welcome him, the champion of the day. There was very little doubt at the beginning when he announced he was going to get after the course record. He will be just over a minute over the course record. What a legend. I'm going to leave you because I'm going to try to have a few words. I will have a question to ask him. And so we'll have the opportunity to ask him one question again as he crosses the finish line. So thank you all for tuning in, and obviously don't go anywhere because we'll have a lot going on with the women's.
And he's turning the final corner. He knows this finish very well indeed. He's won here 10 times before. He's returned in the wet, almost taking the course record. Zegama winner of 2024. Of course, the king has returned. Kylian Jornet wins once again in convincing style. What a race it's been. There were question marks when he put the hammer down and if he'd be going as hard as he could from the start, but we saw in the very first meters of that climb, he came here with the record at the back of his mind and he just didn't stop. Super hard conditions to be running with that time in mind. We saw how wet it was, but it just goes to show trail running is not only a sport that you can do when you're younger, but despite his older ages, he's still the best there is when it comes to trail. He's won at ultra distances, but to win in Zegama 11 years out of 12 attempts is absolutely fantastic. And there's very few things we can say about Kylian's performances overall. He's when he was younger, he finished this race and had to go back to school. He was so young. The first two races he only won by 6 seconds and 12 seconds. So to come in now and to win by what will probably be over 10 minutes is just sensational. We're going to be hearing from him shortly where Martin is at the finish line and we'll be asking some questions from him just to see how his race was for him. But given that he's changed his focus, he actually said to us that one of the reasons he thinks he's been performing at such a high level and why he thinks he's so much faster this year is actually because working in his company and family life has meant he's not been able to overtrain. He's had to be more efficient with his training. But here are the questions from Martin. We're gonna hear from the finisher now. Martin was just near the finish line, and but yeah, Kylian was saying that with family life, Kylian was saying that with business and family life, it's forced him to have to be. We'll let the Spanish sisters hear this at home.
Me han dicho estar cerca y te han engañado. Oye, te he visto, qué cabrones. Te he visto todo el rato mirando el reloj. Llevamos la idea del récord desde que ha salido 3:36:40, al final ha sido un minuto. ¿Llevamos la idea del récord o simplemente ibas controlándote tus pulsaciones?
No, sí, sería un poco los tiempos del récord y en la salida hemos ido con el ritmo. Luego me he encontrado un poco, no mal, pero sí que nos daba un poco la barriga como inicial, entonces ya he visto, en el día ya he visto que no sería posible el récord y desde ahí ha sido disfrutar la carrera, disfrutar del ambiente y nada, pero al final he tenido que apretar porque pensaba que estaba muy cerca, pero me han engañado.
Te han engañado, te quería la gente a verte correr. Pues no vamos a una esquina en Jornet.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Oye, yo me he hecho una pregunta, 11 veces, ¿hasta cuándo? ¿Hasta cuándo Zegama? ¿Hasta cuándo Kylian? ¿Hasta cuándo arriba del todo?
Pues mira, en 2007, en septiembre, estaba aquí ganando la primera vez y realmente para mí ese momento fue un sueño, ¿no? Ganar el Zegama y digamos, en ningún sueño me imaginaba pues estar 17 años más tarde aquí volviendo a ganar y vamos, al final seguir disfrutando. Mientras tengamos pasión vamos a seguir corriendo y habrá un momento que vamos a ir corriendo más lentos pero disfrutando lo mismo.
No me lo creo lo de correr más lento. No, parece imposible. ¡Ahí lo tiene!
We're asking him some questions in English soon so we can also hear his thoughts. But we're seeing Elisi now coming through into the town. He'll be hurtling through this finish line within the next minute as well. So an impressive 1-2 to see. And just to pick up, the fact that he's trained more efficiently, he says, has allowed him to actually reach a higher level of performance, which suggests that he maybe had been overtraining previously. But we talk about the greatest of all time. You know, GOAT is thrown around, and legend, and all these terms, these hyperboles, in so many sports. But to win here 11 times, to win UTMB when you have COVID, to have the race distance that he can win shorter distance races like the Dolomis Run, the road versus trail races like Sierra Zanao 10 times, Western States. It's just phenomenal. And to be doing that while having 2 young children and also organising, being the CEO of a multinational company is just incredible. So yeah, remember this, because I just don't know if we'll ever see another Kilian come along. 11 wins here. It's so hard to win here once, but unbelievable. But we're now seeing El Racine coming through, and what a mature performance by him. He seems to be one of those runners that 50% of the time it can go wrong. Often nutrition, often the heat. And as Martin said earlier, clearly he's had a lesson and attacked at exactly the right moment. And there was a risk earlier on that with Kevin around and with Robert that he was going to be drawn into a different kind of race, and he could have lost his head when Bart overtook him, but he just sat there waiting and biding his time, knowing that he's the faster flat runner. And yeah, he clearly chose his opportune moment and broke through Bart quickly. But he'll be with us within a minute now. He's coming into the final turns.
I hope you understand a little bit of Spanish at home, because they failed to ask him to translate in English his answer on the finish line interview. But what a legend. Once again, he said he was trying to go after it, but today wasn't the day. It wasn't going to be possible, but still he's super happy. And he says it's hard to comprehend to still be here at the best of my game after so many years, but I'm pretty happy about it.
But look at the smile of Elisi. You were wondering whether this second will taste sweeter. I mean, it clearly does if you look at how he's running in.
And there he is.
Absolutely in. And the flying camel has absolutely flown today. What an amazing, like second place, this will feel like first to him. El Hussein second in Zegama. Brothers in arms in many ways.
I think that's a great pride for El Hussein to be able to represent the brand like this for Kilian.
And Bart, like on the podium again at Zegama. He'll be happy with this third.
This is closing the loop. That was his first Zegama, he was third.
Yeah. And third place, Bart Prodziewski from Poland, where his international career began, back on the podium with a third place. You can see how much that's taken out of him. He was pushing hard from around a third of the race in.
Oh, and look at that, look at El Perro. Look at El Perro from Italy. What a comeback! It was so close. So
really
close.
good. Especially as you think Manu was closing in on him. Manu was only 10 seconds down at one point. Luca has outrun Manu on the downhill.
And someone said it in the chat, be like, guys, don't roll out Luca Del Perro on the downhill.
Wow. All of this talk, and there's Manu, our returning champion. 5th place.
What a close race.
Great performance. 3rd through 5th, all within a minute of each other. Super close. Super close.
Oh, and here is Zach,
And,
the dog.
You can see just how tired everyone is at the finish. Such a soft course today. And what a performance by Luca.
Yeah, absolutely solid. I mean, to hold off Manuel Merias is no small feat.
On his home court as
Yeah,
well.
and it looks Manuel has worked really hard. And look at this, last year's winner celebrating with the crowds, thanking everyone. And they go out. They love this place.
So much friendship amongst this group here. It's just wonderful to see. These guys have been battling it out for years. And
Bart is absolutely the Polish goat. I just saw that in the chat. That sounds about right.
yeah. And it's just great. Like, I've got a young son. I've got a 6-month-old. Bart has a 5-month-old. I know how tiring it is, and Bart hasn't been sleeping coming into this. He came here, had issues with bed bugs. Like, he's not been sleeping. Like, what a performance given a young child and all of that. Just amazing. Do you wanna listen and
Let's see if we can hear the interview as Robert Payboy coming into the finishing line.
a performance to be proud of.
Oh, 100%. Like any top 10 at Zegama is a massive achievement.
And he's fallen away and made bad race decisions in the past, and he raced well today. The cold didn't get to him. Coming through now. A great performance. 6th place by Robert. Really, really strong performance. He'll be delighted by that. Absolutely delighted. Yes, Bart. Sorry, you can't see his feet. He's just by our stand, and we love him.
He said, "Oh my God, I survived," and he sure did, and he did more than that.
Absolutely. An absolute legend. He's exploded the sport in Poland. Well-deserved podium for Bart there. Now we're going to be getting our splits from our ladies race shortly, so we should be able to update you on what's happening there. The last time we checked, Marlon was in 2nd place. She'd overtaken her compatriots. Incredible performances. So we're just going to find now what the splits have been on them in the last
and then we
30K
have
mark.
the top 5 runners here. So winner Kilian Jornet, 2nd Eluzine Lazawi, 3rd Bart Predioski, Luca Del Perro, and Manuel Merias. Together with Doug, the dog. And Manuel will also have a thought for his wife and son who have been here with him in Zegama. And his son called Nel. Nel is actually where Manuel lives. Manuel, Nel is the actual name Manuel in his local.
Ah, yes. Okay.
We're getting champagne all over the show here.
And look at the children clamber for the bottle because they know this is historic. They know how legendary the hats are and the bottles are from Golden Trail. But we're getting some updates coming through from our females now. So we've had Sylvia come through the 30K mark. The update from Urbia, which I don't think we had previously.
Yeah, we
There
had
was
it.
still a 5-minute lead by Sylvia. She was through in 3:20. Marlon Osser in 3:24.56. She has built a minute lead over Lida. Lida and Marta are still neck and neck in third and fourth. 3 minutes behind them, Elisa Desco, sorry. Therese Leboeuf then, 3:28 on the shoulder of Elisa. 1 minute down, and then Daniela Omas. Bailey Kowalczyk following them, and Rosa back rounding off our top 10. But we're getting the updates coming through from Andreas shortly, the 30k mark. So this is still some time ago. But the
look at that, Marcin coming in. I think he will be in the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. His top 10, 7th place.
I think it would be 7th, meaning that, you know, he's number 10 here, so he's bettering his last year's score by 3 spots.
Yeah, fantastic performance. And the overall, yes, Marcin.
What a legend.
I mean, what a performance for him to back up his performances from Asia.
Yep.
This is going to put him in great position in the overall standing.
Exactly. It was not an accident, and it shows that Marcin Kubica is definitely a man to look at.
And this will put him in the top 5 overall, potentially. 3 races under his belt now.
And here's Alain.
Alain, and great performance
Alain
from
Santamaria.
We mentioned his previous races where this is about a 30-minute improvement on his time last year, I believe, or so.
Is it?
Something like this.
Wow.
Incredible. Absolutely. Or maybe 20-minute improvement. I think it was something like 4:16 last year. Absolutely incredible performance. And similarly, his race in the Four Sisters mountain race in China was, we thought that was the best he'd do.
Oh,
but
look at that.
You can
He
see the
knows
emotion.
what he's achieved today.
Yeah, and similarly, his top 10 ranking overall in the Golden Trail now, really impressive. His partners with Naira, both of them have just had incredible seasons, and he lives only an hour away from Zegama, so this will mean a huge amount for him. And we're checking for more splits from our ladies' top 10 now. Martin is going to try and get some interviews with our finishers, so we should be able to get a little bit more understanding of what's happening to them. But Marcin Kubica, absolutely incredible performance. I know he's got a lot of pressure at home with looking after his brothers and sisters, and struggles to take part in these races, international races. But really great to see him doing so well. And here comes our 9th place finisher. What a finish for him. I'm just checking on my data who that is, because none of our information is loading, but definitely a first top 10 in the Golden Trail for that gentleman, which means he will be invited back to all expenses paid for Mont Blanc, our next race. And here's Leonard. First Romanian in today. It's been Bogdan the last few races, but Leonard with a fantastic performance to come in top 10. And you can see how much it means to him as well. He's been threatening top 10s. I think he may have snuck in 9th in Kobe. So backing that up today with a top 10 here. Really strong performance from him. But our women have now passed we'll be coming up to the 35k mark fairly soon. So we should hopefully be getting their splits imminently. And we weren't sure coming in today what the finishes were going to be. This is we weren't sure how much the weather was going to have a difference on today's performances. And coming into that record year, there have been 30 days of straight rain before 3 days of very extreme heat dried out the course. It looked as if yesterday it might be a similar story. Record highs didn't quite emerge, and so you could see on the course there, people are coming in covered in mud, and that really made the difference of our course record today. But still some incredible performances across the course. We have Kilian here now. This, I believe, will be in Basque, and then we'll follow this interview up with Martin. So we'll then be able to hear in English from our winner, and hopefully our top 3 individuals. But for our listeners at home, we do understand, and Kevin Quebec crossing the finish. It's going to feel like a very hard day for him.
Vamos, dímelo mexicano, en el mejor sueño, ¿no? Es una carrera que he sentido el amor de la organización, del público desde el inicio y vamos, es siempre espectacular, ¿no? El nivel que hay y la gente que hay en el monte que nos da alas.
No ha podido ser el récord, pero aún así hemos visto cómo la gente te animaba muchísimo, aquí la gente te quiere mucho y sabemos que vas a volver, ¿no?
Sí, es una carrera que siempre tienes ganas de volver, ¿no? Por lo que decía, por el ambiente que hay, por el amor que siento y sí, es una carrera que ya no para ir rápido, para ir lento, para vivir esa fiesta, es una carrera que siempre que pueda voy a volver.
¿Qué tramo del recorrido has disfrutado más?
Pues la verdad es que todo, ¿no? Al final sufres porque vas cansado, pero todas las partes, hoy había gente por todos sitios animando y ha sido espectacular todo el recorrido.
¿Cómo se prepara una carrera como Zegama?
Bueno, la preparación son años, ¿no? Es de años de entrenamiento y luego pues los últimos meses hacer un trabajo un poco más específico, trabajando un poco de todo, mucho volumen, un poco más de especificidad, pero bueno, al final para preparar estas carreras son años de trabajo.
Zegama es Zegama, pero podemos decir que Kilian es Zegama.
Sin duda, esa carrera a mí me ha forzado como atleta y sin lo que he vivido aquí pues no se podría entender mi carrera.
Pues muchísimas gracias, Kilian, enhorabona, disfruta-ho molt y nos vemos en muchas carreras más.
Muchas gracias.
We're now at the finish line. We were hearing from Kilian there. We will be getting an English interview shortly. We're just getting that up, and we're hoping to see some footage from the women's race and some more splits. If you haven't been watching the ladies' race so far, it's been fantastic. Sylvia Nordsgaard from Norway has been building a commanding lead. She was in second place behind Therese Leboeuf, coming up to the first climb of Aritz, and then took control. At one point it looked like local runner Lida Urestarazu was closing in on her, 90 seconds behind at the base of Aizkorri, before Sylvia took control of this race, built a 2.5 minute lead by the top of Aizkorri, and by the very peak of our race had a 4 minute lead. We're waiting to find out if that is still the gap she had. Behind her though, it was Basque and Spanish runners really battling for that third, fourth and fifth place. But here we have Sylvia Nordsgaard in the lead now. Not looking quite as fluid as she did earlier in this race, but she had a 5 minute lead at the 30-kilometer checkpoint at Andretz. So it's going to take some beating for her to be reeled in now. In second place, the big story though is Marlin Ossa. She's never podiumed before. She lives very close to this race, and she was sat back in 7th and 8th for quite a long time. But the battle is still on for that second and third place. Marta and Lida and Marlin are all within 90 seconds, and we can see here the current standings. They have around 25 minutes left. I believe the course record for the women's is 4:16. They're some way behind that though because of the conditions. And we're also trying to get some updates on the women's splits. But it's the first time Sylvia has ever led a Golden Trail race before. She was 4th here last year, and traditionally she's come from behind in races and has paced her race to try and finish with speed as a good downhill runner. And we're now going to hear from El Hussein, our second place finisher.
Today I am 2 places. Thank you for all person. I give me a lot of motivation. Thank you my team for the encouragement, and I am happy to second with Kylian Jornet.
The battle to the podium, especially with Bart, was super intense. Both of you were fighting all the time. How did you feel this competition?
Yes, I am athlete, very strong in sprints. Today, if you have the sprint, I like it.
Pues tenemos a Lucín que nos cuenta que está muy contento de ganar ese segundo puesto, que la lucha con Bart ha sido bastante intensa, pero que aún así es un atleta muy fuerte y que lo ha disfrutado mucho. Congratulations, Lucín.
So we're back with our race leader here. Sylvia Nordsgaard looking absolutely fantastic. Behind her, Marlinosa is in second place. And we have a 2, 3, 4 for Spain and the Basque region with, it looks like potentially some changes of places happening, but leader Irista Razu, her first ever Golden Trail race, was in second place and is now still battling for second place with Marta Martinez in third place. An absolutely fantastic race in the women's, but it's runners we weren't necessarily expecting to see up here. Caitlin Fielder, second last year, clearly been struggling, was back in 15th, 16th place. Danny Marino, who was leading early, who has run a 1:10 half marathon this season, took the lead but has also struggled with some issue and is outside of the top 10 also. We're still trying to get updates from on the course of what the current race positions are and the current race splits coming through the 30k section. But we should be hearing about their finishes quite soon. But for someone like Sylvia, this is a real change in her career. She's done consistently well through last season, finishing in the top 6 overall. I think she ended up 5th in the finals overall. And but winning a race like this will change the opportunities presented to her. Not only will she get a race bonus from her sponsors, but actually this will allow her to not only potentially renegotiate with her contract with her sponsors, but she'll now be a known name around the world. She'll have her name inscribed on the axe and also receive the local hat, which is traditionally given to the winners. They're absolutely fantastic, like a massive beret. But we're now going to hear from Bart, our third place finisher.
Yes, I finished third. I'm so happy. It's my first podium since 2021, so I'm so happy.
You were fighting so hard with the Lucín and the Kenyan runners. How did you feel this competition?
Yeah, the last part of the race was so hard. We fight between Lucín, between another Kenyan runners. The fight was so hard, but I survived and finished third.
Zegama is unique because there's a lot of people, it's super crowded and everyone is clapping at you. How did you feel the love of the people?
It's not possible to describe and say how atmosphere is in Sancti Spiritu. It's amazing.
Thank you so much, Bart, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Bart, que nos cuenta que está muy contento por tu tercer puesto aquí en la carrera de Zegama, también que ha sido una carrera bastante dura porque ha estado peleando mucho con sus compañeros y que seguro que volverá porque el ambiente aquí es único.
that was our third place finisher, Bart Prodziewski from Poland. Wonderful to see, and we're hoping to get some more information from the course about the positions of our female runners. We have our top 5 finishers, men, on screen, you can see on the left there. But the fact they're now showing we're not expecting the female finishes for another 15 to 20 minutes or so, but we are having a few issues with the data and getting updates from, yes, suddenly it now works. So unfortunately our chip timers are still not giving us any more information. We know Sylvia passed through Andretz at 3 hours 33. Well behind the course record because of the conditions, but she's on track to finish in around between 4:25 and 4:30. So we've still got quite a few minutes, and we're having a few issues with the images of our women's race, but hope to get those back on screen shortly. Now, this race has 2,700 meters of climbing, which is brutally punishing on the descents. And so we know that Marlin has had trouble in the past with cramps, has never raced a marathon before, and finally, yes, here we go. This is Sylvia Norsgaard from Norway on screen now, leading our women's field. She had a 5-minute lead at the 30-kilometer mark. She was being chased down by local girl Marlon Osser in a close group with Marta Martinez and Lida Iristerezu. This will be the longest distance that Marlon has ever run, but she knows this course incredibly well and is a very good technical descender. Sylvia won the sprint section of our finals 2 years ago. Is a very good downhill runner on the smoother sections, but as you can see now, she's running well, but not with the same ferocity that she was at the top. There's a good chance she's been updated at the aid stations or by the cyclists on what the split times are, and has decided, rather than to try and finish as quickly as possible, instead to try and preserve her energy and just to ensure that she can flow through to the finish without taking too many risks of blowing up, because 4.5 hours is a very long time to be managing your pace for. But she's currently in the woods. She'd have passed Itzebiaga climb, and there won't be any more significant climbs between now and the finish. But as you can see, there's still a lot of mud, and even though there's an overall downhill of 1,100 meters, it's still quite claggy, and there still are the odd climbs in there. We're trying to get further updates of our top 10 women's. The last time we checked, the last time we had information, the information on screen was accurate, but second through the fourth are all within a minute. So there's a very, very tight race for our women's podium. We've had 2 races in the season so far. Sylvia has been in both of the races, so today's victory will see her take the lead in the overall race series, which is incredible to see. There are 8 races in the Golden Trail Series, which then qualify you for a final. Your top 4 scores are then combined with the prologue and the final race for an overall score. So the fact that some of the runners like Maud, Grayson and Joyce, who we saw in our finals, is because they're saving themselves for races that will suit them better. So Sylvia took some risks coming here, running a full marathon, and it's clearly paid off. The next race in our season is Mont Blanc, where we head to Chamonix again for a full marathon, where we hope to see the return of Remy Bonnet and Sophia Lockley. But at the moment, all eyes are on Sylvia, our race leader. And we have the return of Martin as well. We have had no updates on any of the splits, unfortunately, since.
Well, it's good to see on the screen here Sylvia still running in first. Just a bit of feedback from all the interviews that we carried on with our top 3 runners. So what we assumed was confirmed with Elouzine Lazaoui. He said, last year I ran with Manuel Merias in the downhill all the way until he pulled away. This year, my experience, I didn't want to let this happen again, and this is why he chose to pull away early, to not repeat what happened last year. Kilian was obviously super happy with his win, and he says like it's even more meaningful to think that I'm still here 17 years later, and that was the dream come true when he was a student, and now to be able to do this again was really, again, it meant a lot, because it says like, yeah, I've won 11 times, but it doesn't matter, and every one of those wins means a lot to me. And then he said actually that he had stomach problems, and he felt like he wasn't actually too good at the start, so he still went for it and pushed, but that's probably more so than the weather what stopped him from breaking the course record. Because he said otherwise he still felt extremely strong, but that stomach issue is what's gonna slow him down a little bit.
So that's him relative. On a bad day.
Exactly, that's relative, because he's still like absolutely smashed this race. And Bart Podjowski, we had tears, which answered the question I was gonna ask, is like, which one of your third place, the first time you participated in Zegama, or the third place today, means more to you? And then in tears he said like, you know what, like today is a big moment for me in my life, and first thing he wanted to say, I want to thank Patricia for being there, supporting me. They've gone through hard times. He didn't elaborate on that, but he says it wasn't easy at all. And he said like her constant unconditional support is what got me here today. And so I really want to thank her for that. And then he added, and then we asked him to say this in Polish. He's like, what can you say to the people in Poland? And he says like, his message was very clear. It's like, whatever you're going through in life, do you just keep pushing and keep believing in what you can do or you want to achieve, because you can do it, and don't let anything come across your way. It's not, when you want to achieve something great, it's never going to be easy.
Yeah, and he has overcome so much, because almost the early years, when he won the Otter Trail, he won our series final. I think the expectation was that, you know, this is it. It's victory all in. He quit his job as a fireman and just struggled with reaching that peak again. Overtrained pre-season, just undelivered in race and just couldn't get back to fitness. You know, he had the odd flash of brilliance in Chemgao, but then risked it all by flying early, spending a huge amount of money to go to Pikes Peak and try and adapt to altitude. And we just saw he was unlucky he couldn't adapt to altitude. And you know, the year of your wedding, he took all these risks to try and win things when he's no longer earning a wage, and so he's battled through all of that, and you know, come out with a strong marriage, a wonderful child, and now one of the best performances of his career. And
he said it when I kind of implied it, and he completely concurred. It's like, you were third today on the podium, but you won the day for yourself, because he said I was able to actually give my best performance. And so he says like, yes, personally I won today. So it's like, does that change what you said, that you would be coming back to Zegama until you win? Because today feels like a win. And he's like, no, that is absolutely true. Today feels like a win for me and again for my family. And so it's just like, I'll just keep coming back for as long as I can run.
Yeah, that's amazing to hear. Now, so we're watching our race leader here, Sylvia Norska.
Yeah, so I'm going to have the opportunity to go back very quickly again on the finish line to ask her a question. And so there's a million questions that come to my mind that I would like to ask Sylvia for that first question, and then we'll do the interviews, and then we'll be able to have a little bit more quality time with her. But go ahead in the chat if there's anything you want to know about Sylvia Norska, about her race, about what happened, so we can understand better, because it really looks like, and that's the question so far I have, so you have a challenge to like bring up a new question, a better question. It's like, right from the start, or shortly after the start, she took the lead and never looked back. And her gap just kept increasing. And we're talking solid runners behind her. Like the Marta, the Malène, Lide that we discovered a little bit more today. And so it's just like, was that always the plan? Like, did you know waking up this morning that you was gonna have that much extra as opposed to how you perform usually, which is always consistently good, but not to that level?
I believe she did, because it looked like a gear changed. She looked different to everyone else in the race from Sancti Spiritu onwards. There was no pausing at any moment. Every aid station, every rock she was attacking, every chance to move back into a run, and she was taking that opportunity. But significantly, maybe she's the only real victories, like significant victories for her outside of Scandinavia. The only one is in Spain.
Oh,
coincidence or not?
Where was it?
In the Canarias Aniga Marathon. She, it's her highest ever ITRA score as well, 7.65. And so maybe she has a bit of a love and affair for the region as well, potentially. And coming back to where you've come fourth would give you confidence as well. And so today she was rewarded for that aggression, and she never really looked like slowing down. And she must know what her lead is like now. She probably knows more than we do about what her race lead is given.
And that's why we're going to ask her questions. No, it's phenomenal and so pleasing, because we even had a little bit of a discussion between the whole staff that is following the Golden Trail Series when we're in China, and we had like the opportunity to do a random act of kindness, and it's like, oh, who would deserve that of all the athletes that are here? And we all agreed Sylvia Norska was the person who was always in a good mood, always ready to help out, get out of the way to help someone out, and just bringing always positive energy. And so to see her succeed now and have her result match her kindness, it's just fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does feel like every time she races is a joy for her. And you know, we talked about Bart, and in fact we've just got some data coming through. We're still trapped at the 30k mark in our data though, frustratingly. And we talked about the risk that Bart took going pro, and it's a real challenge for athletes when you quit your career because you want to be able to dedicate enough time to training. And one of the traps of doing that is you often overtrain.
And that's why I was gonna actually say something like that. When you quit your job to go full-time athlete, usually is to have more time to recover from the sessions than adding more load to it. And that is what's making the difference. Is like when you do a hard session and you don't need to go to work, you don't need to like have professional commitments. You just can chill and then look after yourself, have good sleep. We all know that good sleep is essential for recovery. Deep sleep is where your entire body kind of regenerates, recovers, and so it's a whole thing that once you commit to doing that, also mentally you need to be prepared to still not associate your own person with your results, because you can go down the rabbit hole and be like, oh, if I have a bad result, I'm a bad person because I have nothing left on the side. And this is very important to still stand on your ground, be like, I am the same person I've always been, and my result should pay off. And obviously you have expectations because you've committed. And if you have your family, that means that they will financially support you. So there's a lot at stake. It's not an easy way to navigate that transition. But today, Silvia Northstar has proven that she has done it remarkably well.
And also not getting drawn into doing too many races, because you may rest up, you feel stronger, you feel faster, you've got the financial pressure, and it can be tempting to try and sneak in a side race. That you know you can get victory, you know you can get some points, you know your sponsors will be happy, you get a bit of extra cash. And but speaking of performances, we haven't seen her much today, but boy has she made an impact. Marlene Ossa, and she didn't race last year, even though she knew that it was a great opportunity for her to podium, and she decided not to because she just felt that a marathon distance was too much for her at that stage.
That young lady is very smart, very wise, and well surrounded as well. Like, she had good people around her who kind of give her guidance, mentor her a little bit, and that surely helps her to not make the wrong decisions, and also make the right ones. And the mindset she started today, I mean, imagine, I think in the chat, I think she was down to 17, Malin, and she didn't let it creep up on her. She was like, I am where I need to be. I will give my best, I will do what I can, but I want to celebrate this with everyone around me, with my family, with my friends, and if I do that, I will give my best performance, and then we'll see where my best performance can put me. And so I don't know if we had an update while I was not here, but where is Marlene Ossa? Is she, because she had moved into second?
Yeah, unfortunately the last updates were at, in terms of the splits and things, the last we found out was at Urbia 28K. But it's very hard to overstate how much pressure there is for a Basque runner in Zegama. Like we think about Sara Alonso, she's been the answer to quiz questions in television game shows. She's been on chat shows. Like, if you are a local runner who has success, the pressure is enormous. They know your name, kids run up to you, everyone talks about you. And so, for Marlene to perform here, she's had a few races where she's really struggled with cramps, and it's something that she doesn't know how to resolve. Sometimes they come, sometimes they don't. It's not based on nutrition, it's not based on her training. And so, coming into today, she not only had that immense pressure, the fear of running a marathon, but also hanging over her that cramps could still come and bite her in the arse without any kind of warning. So it's going to feel like a victory for her today, the second place, her first ever podium.
Yeah, that's going to be a statement. That's going to be a statement that she can handle that distance. And again, her being smart, she's probably not going to do too many of those per year, hopefully. And look at this, Silvia Northstar on the last climb of the Zegama-Aizkorri marathon. This little kick on the road, and it's going to be a right-hand turn, single track, and in less than a couple of minutes, she will be with us on the finish line, taking the big W today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, she has a smile on her face when she sleeps, I'm sure, whenever you see her. But her joy at this finish will be incredible to see. And this could be the launch pad for very, very successful career, because to win at such a technical race as well, we know that she's fast over flowing courses, but this was a hard course today, a really hard course. And we just heard from information she may have a 6-minute lead at the moment. She has a 5-minute 30 lead at the 38-minute mark. Thank you for YouTube for an update there. Wow, so she's still built that 30-second lead, even though it looked like she was relaxing more into the win.
Thanks, Sabi.
Wasn't necessarily pushing as much as she needed to for that race line, but 5.5 minutes.
But that's the thing,
mighty
and that
statement.
might be another question to ask, is it's like, it never looked that she was ever pushing hard. Like, in a sense, like, charging. She looked strong.
Yeah.
She just, but like, and in that descent, it doesn't look like she was trying, but she still put another 30 seconds. So it's just like, I think she was just above the rest of the field today.
Yeah, it was intent rather than ever losing control or
like a slow.
Just slowly ratcheting it up. Yeah, absolutely incredible.
And it looks like Marta and Therese Leboeuf are fighting for third. And we saw Marta being super aggressive on the downhill. We know Therese can roll downhill like there's no tomorrow. Wow, that's going to be a beautiful battle.
And in some ways, a first place, a double victory for Norway. Two Norwegian residents.
Well, yeah,
first
residents. Be careful what you say. We're in Spain. We're in the best country.
If I was Norwegian, I'd be claiming this. I'd be traipsing that flag. The red of the Basque flag is the red of Norway. Coincidence? Yes, coincidence. But coincidence? But we're starting to see now
there she is. There she
energy
comes.
coming through.
And the smile is here, ladies and gentlemen, as expected.
Oh, look at the joy there. I didn't predict this as a finish. Someone actually said to me 2 days ago, do you think Sylvia can win it? But I just thought one of Teresa or Danny or Marlon would be too strong. But her first podium, the Golden Trail, what a performance! Sylvia Norskar wins Zegama. An incredible performance for Norway. She's come top 5 several times, but she's never made that top 3 finish. But at the bottom of Sancti Spiritu, she took the race fully into her control and just was running in a different level to everyone else on the race course today. Incredible to see. A 5.5 minute lead over anyone here. And it couldn't happen to a nicer person. She discovered trail running actually in America, in Denver. Running, going there as a Nordic skier, winning a local trail race. Congratulations, Sylvia. A fantastic performance. And it's looking at the moment like it could be a 2, 3, 4 for Spain behind her. Domination of those top places by the local runners. And here we have Malinosa on the screen, looking at her watch. Oh wow, she's looking very fluid. This is the furthest she's ever run in a race. She's only 21 years old, I believe, and Marta behind her as well. Also looking extremely fast. But we're going to also hear from the finish line quite soon. So the audio in the background, maybe Sylvia as well. So we'll have a mix of the audio. We're hopefully hearing from Martin very soon. You may hear my background, so I'll be quiet for this section.
go.
Amazing. Just hearing from Sylvia there. Incredible performance. But Marlin Ossa is approaching the city. She'll be coming into our finish line very, very soon. You know, she's finished second in Ola Danuria before. She's second first in the Mont Blanc 23-kilometer race, but she's never been on the podium of a golden trail race. We're currently watching Marta, who is in third place. But Marlin Ossa, this is the performance of her life so far. She made her name coming 5th overall in the finals 2 years ago, even though she was only in the national series. An incredible performance. She blew up at the World Champs because she was too tired from racing. She came 5th overall last year in our series with some incredible performances. Turned up at the Dolomites, had an incredible performance showing her technical skill despite having several crashes. But Zegama is the race, she said. She's always wanted to win. She's a local runner. She went to university at Mount Dragon, very close to here. And Martin is now going to come and update us on it.
What's happening? What's happening?
So Martin is still in second. We've seen in third place Marta, but we've not really seen where Lida is. But it looks like Therese is fairly close in fourth. But there's some clear distance between Marlin and Marta.
They're now super close to the finish, eh? So if Therese is there in fourth place, like they will come in second.
So Marlin is in second.
There we go.
Marlin's
wow.
in second. She's coming through now. Oh, here's the crowds. There will be an almighty roar as she crosses this finish line.
I don't think she realizes what just happened. Oh yeah, now she does. Now she does.
Here comes the turn. This has been many years in the making. She's won the junior race before. What a performance of her, picking up the Bass flag. Second place finish. It will feel like first for her. Marlin Ossa in second place, her first ever podium in the Golden Trail. What a performance from her.
And what a tight race too, because look at that. Marta Martinez coming so close, so close. What a battle between these two ladies. And the fact that at, 23 years of age, Marlin Ossa being able to come second place here at Zegama is for her first marathon is simply unheard of. And Therese is giving everything she has.
This has been well fought for her. Like to have lost the lead and dropped down out of the top 5, but come back for 4th.
Yeah.
What a battler she is.
I don't know if she was running scared or if she was just wanting to get it done.
I mean, you could see there was pain in her eyes crossing that finish. She's really fought hard to get to the end here.
But let's see if we can see a little bit more of Marlin at this point.
This is going to be hopefully Lida is still in our top 5, because she's given a great performance before now. But we're just going to hear from our second place.
What's happening? There we go. There we go. There's a hug. There's something going on. If we can get back to the finish line.
To see.
No, because there she is.
Here comes Lida.
Lida Urestarazzo from the Basque Country with a massive smile on her face. she has definitely put her name up there with the champion. She couldn't quite hold it together all the way, but she is definitely going to be one to watch.
Absolutely, only her second year of trail running to top 5 in the Golden Trail in your first attempt. Magnificent, and she will be invited back to Mont Blanc next month. You can see the delight in her face there. Wow, what a performance from her.
And now I do understand a little better why Therese was sprinting. She knew she was being chased and she wasn't too far back. Look at these ladies.
What a top 5. And what a battle from start to finish. And this is a great time as well that they've been running today.
Let's see now if Lide can deliver on every single level. Let's see how she can pop champagne, because I know here they can drink cider like no one else. Let's see how she can handle those champagne bottles. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 in today's Zegama. Sylvia Northstar, Malin Ossa, Marta Martinez, who's starting to realize also what happened to her, and then Thérèse Leboeuf and Lide Urestaratsu.
And perfect height symmetry. I mean, they have planned this podium for some time. It's great to see. But what a battle there's been. It's just unfortunate we couldn't have shown you more of those second to third place battles.
This is probably Malin's best moment in the race. She knows she cannot screw it up because
she has some reputation for her champagne sprays.
Oh, and look at this. Actually, Lide, there you go, finally, but took a wee while.
And we expect to see coming in shortly Lisa Desco, or potentially Daniela Omus in 6th place, should be coming to our finish line the next minute or two. And we can hear the bells starting to ring.
Oh, and look at that.
And we have the microphone with Marlin now, so hopefully you can hear her in the background. And this looks like Niara coming through, number 38. We're just checking which finisher we have on screen currently. And we have the background interview with Marlin, so let's hear it.
They're speaking Basque, so I have no chance. Maybe with Spanish I could pick up a word or two, but no. Oh, and there she is.
Here comes last year's champion, Daniela.
Oh!
Must have been a tough day for her.
And Javier, who crossed the line, I don't know if you saw him on the images earlier. Oh, look at that.
And last year's champion, Daniela, coming through for 7th place. Still a great performance from her.
Top 10, you can be happy about it, and possibly
And she said that she's been feeling ill this week. She's had a bit of a cold from her. The family had been a bit ill, so she wasn't expecting to necessarily have the performances from last year.
Yep. All right, I'm going to have to bail again because we have the top 3 female runners. I mean, obviously, Malin is still having an interview, but I think we're going to start the interviews as well. But don't go anywhere. We still have plenty of ladies to welcome across the finish line.
And we expect our next runner to be coming in to be potentially Bailey Kowalczyk or potentially Rosa. We're just getting our updates for the field on who we expect to see here. So Golden Trail is back next with the Mont Blanc Marathon, an absolutely epic race coming on the 30th of June. But here we have Rosa coming through. Rosa Maria, great performance, another Spanish runner. Fantastic performance from her. Another top 10 finish. Really, really good to see. And Bailey Kowalczyk expected to be coming around the corner quite soon. And here's our interview with our race winner, Sylvia.
I'm overwhelmed. I can dream of coming first in this big race, Zegama. Yeah, I'm empty of words.
You were also the first one in Sancti Spiritu. You were super, super happy over there. I guess it's because of the people. How did you feel the love of the people?
Zegama is a really special race. For everyone who is trying to get in, it's so worth it. It's just a big special atmosphere, and my goal today was just to take all that energy, smile, and use it to get energy and run fast. And
which part of the track did you enjoy the most?
Sancti Spiritu, of course, is special.
Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Silvia, que nos comenta que ha disfrutado muchísimo de la carrera, que está que no se lo cree, que ha intentado coger un poco la energía que le transmitía toda la gente, todo el ambiente, y que la parte que más ha disfrutado ha sido el tramo de Sancti Spiritu.
That was today's winner, Sylvia Nordskar from Norway. And this is Ida coming through. Fantastic performance from her. Representing Norway, a great finish inside our top 10. She'll be happy with that. That earns her a place, all expenses paid, to her next race. And we should be getting a splits of our top 10 shortly. And what a race it's been. This is why they say Zegama is Zegama. You never know how it's going to unfold and what to expect. And the battles in the men's and the women's. But actually, the women's race right at the front was less of a battle than we were expecting. The racing more second through till 10th. Sylvia took it out from the first third at the base of Sancti Spiritu and just never looked back. And Malinosa showing her maturity at such a young age to not panic about the early positions and just sit back and let the field come back to her. To finish second here, incredible. And coming in now, Caitlin Fielder. She'll be disappointed with today's race. She came second last year. She really has struggled pre-season with her energy levels. Wasn't able to shake off like a cold like flu for 6 weeks, unable to train properly, and whenever she pushed the intensity was just falling ill again. So she came in knowing that she's not been in the form of last year, but still that would have been a very hard day for her. So well done to Caitlin for getting through to the finish line. And hopefully today will stand her in good stead for just being battle ready for the rest of the season. But Malinosa, as we said, what a performance from her as well. Her first ever marathon, never been on the podium of the Golden Trail before. Many runners would have panicked early on in the race and tried to attack earlier, but she trusted her. She trusted her experience and she trusted her pacing and just picked them off one by one. Sat behind Lida and Marta content to just see them attack each other on that downhill past Aizkorri. And once he made her move, started to put distance in, and yeah. We talk about moments in the sports, and Bailey Kowalczyk coming through, looking very tired. This is her first time at a race like Zegama. And we talk about technical trail and how much mud and the rain can make a difference in the course. But she's had some good performances so far this year outside of Golden Trail. We know of her speed. She's learning on technical, but it's one thing to be able to race even ultra races and know how to manage your performances, but to actually come here and be in the mud, to be in the wet, to be in the cold, it's a really, really tough race. So well done for her for fighting all the way through to the finish line. But in our YouTube, what have been your highlights of today's race? What surprised you? What have really been your surprise moments of today? We'll be back with the Golden Trail, back for Mont Blanc, race 4 of our 8th race season for our final in Switzerland. We've had our top 5 race females come in, our top 10 females. What a race it's been. Thank you for watching. We'll be back again 30th of June for Mont Blanc. We then head to Sierra Zanal the 10th of August, where road meets trail, and date for the diary, the 17th of August, Tatra Sky Race. The Tatra Sky Marathon. It's not a marathon, but our first opportunity to show the intensity, the support, the craziness of Polish crowds. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'll sign off now. That has been your Zegama. What a race, what a season. I'll see you in Mont Blanc for the race of the season. Happy trails.
Ahí llegará ahora. Llegó, iba a llegar Sergio Serrano, y además porque viene Chris Vargo también. ¡Bienvenida, Sergio Serrano! ¡Y saldrá! ¡Sonida, Sergio! Ahora tenemos la llegada, tenemos siguen llegando corredores también. Hay Nara Urrutia, que va a llegar también en categoría femenina, como Kalima Cristal, Rosana Uchauer, Moana Lili también, rompiendo la barrera de las 5 horas, la corredora de La Palma, Moana Lili Quérez, que viene en 16ª posición.
Malen, primera maratón en Zegama y ya te colocas en el podio. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Esto es la hostia, o sea, no me lo esperaba para nada, he disfrutado de cada momento, o sea, la afición ha estado increíble y ¡buah! Me siento una privilegiada por poder vivir esto y muy contenta con mi posición, claro.
Eres de Oñati, un pueblo de aquí al lado. ¿Cómo se siente correr en casa? Aquí toda la gente te quería un montón.
Pues se siente como en casa, ¿no? Al final he escuchado muchísimo mi nombre, ha habido muchos pasillos, sobre todo en la segunda parte, que esa es la parte de mi casa, había mucha gente de mi pueblo, ha sido súper emocionante y me han dado mucha fuerza para llegar a segunda meta.
Más o menos en Olche has hecho un adelantamiento increíble a Marta y a Lide. ¿Cómo has vivido esta competición con ellas?
Bueno, yo he salido a hacer mi carrera, las veía ya de Sancti Spiritu, las veía cerca, pero me ha costado pillarlas porque iban también a un ritmo muy bueno. Luego he llegado a mi zona de confort y digamos al cresterio, las he pasado y es verdad que creo que he intentado pillarlas demasiado pronto y luego eso me ha pasado factura porque al final han estado muy cerca, pero bueno, he podido mantener mi segunda posición y súper contenta.
Hemos estado viendo a tus amigos, familiares, ahora hace poco a tu padre. ¿A quién dedicas este primer podio de Zegama?
Bueno, a toda mi familia, que son los únicos que saben la cruda realidad de esto, que siguen mi día a día y que sin ellos pues no podría haber llegado hasta aquí, pues esta Zegama es tanta como de ellos como mía.
Enhorabuena, Malen, y a por muchas victorias más.
Muchas gracias.
Venga, ibai izaldara ere, betata, haupa ibai, urkia, zorionak, lau berrogeita amairu, haupa ibai. Zorionak Itxusko, Zorionak Txapeldun, 4.53 Itxusko, muy bien. Ahí viene Moana Lili Quérez, desde la isla de La Palma, también rompiendo la barrera, 16ª posición, Moana Lili, la palmera, la primera vez en Zegama, rompiendo la barrera de las 5 horas. Que va a bailar a Rutia y Rebalsa también. Sigue el ambiente espectacular en esta línea de meta, donde nos acercamos hecho a las 3 horas, a las 2 de la tarde, donde van faltando ya cada vez menos para tener completos todos los podios. Enhorabuena.
Josu Etxeberria Zegaindarra ere hemen da. Guardatean ikusten dena da, Elkarrekin 42 kilometro egin eta gero zelorako laguntasuna, lankidetza eta alkar ezagutza egiten den lasterketa osoan zehar hemen ikusten diren amaierako besarkadak eta satisfazio aurpegiak esango dugu.
Llegó también Guillén Aguache. Guillén
Marta, ¿cómo estás? El año pasado entraste dentro del top 10 aquí en Zegama y ahora tercera. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Pues sigo soñando en una nube. Sé que venir aquí ya es un sueño, pero este año, si la expectativa estaba bastante alta por un 8º puesto el año pasado, este año ya yo creo que esto es insuperable.
Ha sido buena parte de la carrera pegada con Malen, también con Lide, hasta que aquí al tramo final, a último minuto, has adelantado. ¿Cómo ha sido esta competición? ¿Cómo lo has ido viviendo?
Yo, aunque no te lo creas, hago mi carrera. O sea, está bien que estén ahí, pero yo me guío por mis sensaciones y por cómo me encuentro, no me fijo en ellas. Hubo un momento que ya pasé a Lide y me iban diciendo que Malen estaba cerca, pero bueno, yo iba dando ya todo y bueno, creo que entramos cerca, pero nada, yo no me dejé nada.
Te hemos visto correr súper ágil durante toda la carrera. ¿Cómo te has sentido? ¿Qué tramo te ha gustado más?
Probablemente la bajada. Me encanta la última bajada de Zegama. Me emociona muchísimo la última bajada de Zegama y la entrada a meta es espectacular.
¿A quién dedicas este tercer puesto?
Se lo dedico a la gente que confía en mí, que creía en mí y que sabía que era posible.
Enhorabuena, Marta, y te seguiremos viendo.
Muchísimas gracias.
Es uno de los camaraderones. ¡Aupa ahí, Miquel! ¡Me cago en la puta, Miquel! ¡Has roto! ¡Ven aquí, ven aquí, ven aquí! Mikel lleva todas las Zegamas, y hoy, Mikel, después de lo ha conseguido, ha hecho tu mejor tiempo, Mikel. No, pero por segundos. 4 horas 56 minutos, Mikel. Todas las Zegamas, este es tu público, además se queda muy bien con el micro, que ya me he dado cuenta, así que venga, vale. Bueno, es que de caso, yo no estoy acostumbrado a esto, así que pocas palabras. Pues nada, objetivo konplituta, eskerrik asko Zegama guztiai, eta segi oro.
Eta ondo urrieta.
Eskerrik asko.
¡Agua, Mikel!
Mikel! Todas las Zegamas, desde que tenía 19 años, no se ha perdido una. Mikel decía que a lo mejor ya era la última, verá que con este tiempo, su mejor tiempo, solo había bajado una vez de 5 horas en los 23 años y hoy lo ha vuelto a hacer. Ha vuelto a bajar de 5 horas. Zorionak, Mikel de Urnieta!
Mikel Legarreta, hor badire bestetik Azteiztar, badira ere parte hartu dutenak Zegama-Aizkorri guztietan, 23etan, bueno, 23 bukatzea falta zaie,
Mañana sol y buen tiempo. Bueno, pues han llegado de momento solo 140 corredores.
Aurrera, Yuri Fikikotzilova.
Ahí tenemos a Yuri también rompiendo las barreras, la barrera a las 5 horas. Enhorabuena, Zorionak, Yuri.
Venga, bost ordura goaz, bost ordu lasterketan, goizeko 9etan eman diogu hasiera, eta ia ordubiak dira.
Y venga, vámonos, salir, vámonos, dale volumen, vamos, Evaristo. Ahí viene, mira, John.
Venga, bost ordu dira,
John, menos de 5 horas.
Bai, Nico, bai, bost ordu. emakumezkoak behar ditugu beraz mesedez, deialdia beraientzat, lehen 10 emakumeak. Eta lehen 10 gizonak gezuratu zaitezte, sari emate ekitaldia egingo dugun oholtzara, eskerategira mesedez, eta hori zaitezte, lehen.
Bueno, pues volvemos a llamar 10 primeros, 10 primeras al escenario, por favor.
Lehenengo Zegama-Aikorri gorka almazabal iritsi da, helburara, gorka almazabal.
Viene Marta Pérez Maroto, desde el Escorial, desde Madrid, la del World Trade Project, Marta Pérez Maroto. En el puesto 22 están llegando las chicas, Caterina Estenta, puesto 23 también. Y llamamos 10 primeros, 10 primeras al escenario, al podio.
Boldo Aguirre Beasa y la y el Cristian Menéndez. Pedro Jesús Marrero. Boris Valles Alonso.
Llamamos por favor 10 primeros, 10 primeras al podio. We are going to podium, please, the 10 first runners in women and in men category, please. We want to go to podium, please.
Zorion ere bai, hemen da, Zorion iritsi da. Este Zegama bat ere hemen, Zorion Barandiaran, helmugan. Inigo atxatakiko benditxo.